Late at night, young Chung Sung was running as fast as he could down a dark alley in the pouring rain. The boy was terrified of being late and shouted desperately to his grandfather as he ran, begging him to wait for his grandson. When Chung Sun turned 14, his parents tragically died in a car accident. Despite this bitter loss, none of his relatives wanted to take in the grief-stricken orphan. Chung Sun took this moment very hard, completely unable to understand the blatant cruelty of his relatives. Tears of hurt rolled down his cheeks. But then, someone's warm hand touched his head. His grandfather looked at his grandson with deep compassion and firmly promised to always be there for the boy. The boy hugged his grandfather tightly, sincerely rejoicing in the presence of a loving and close person by his side. It was his grandfather who took on the responsibility of raising Chen Song, steadfastly weathering all of life's hardships. Unfortunately, the old man soon ended up in the hospital, for merciless time spares no one. Chung Sun desperately refused to believe that he would soon be left completely alone in this cruel world. His uncle and aunt told him about the old man's stroke, but the young man saw not a shred of pity in their eyes. His relatives coldly stated that because of their own children, they simply had no way to raise him. The following week, his uncle promised to stop by the school and tell the boy about his new place of residence. Chung Sun understood his relatives' true motives perfectly well, and he was deeply hurt by their attitude. The young man didn't throw a tantrum. All he could do was silently accept his aunt's words. Suddenly, a stranger roughly grabbed the boy by the collar of his shirt and showered him with loud curses. Chung Sun had absolutely no idea what was going on and believed the old debts had been paid off. His parents had previously borrowed 100,000 from this man, but the debt had been fully repaid. The stranger rudely reminded him of the interest, even though the young man insisted it had been paid long ago. The creditor shoved the young man to the ground and furiously ordered him to listen carefully. His parents' debt had grown from 100,000 to 230,000. And the young man was obligated to pay it all back. The man gave him 3 days to raise the money. Otherwise, the debt would rise to 300,000. Chen Sung tearfully begged his uncle and aunt to let him in, but they wouldn't open the door to the debtor. His sister let the soaking wet young man in, shouting for him to hurry inside. As he crossed the threshold, the young man nearly fainted. His grandfather had died, and the family was saying their goodbyes. His uncle averted his eyes, while his son calmly stated that he had been waiting for his brother to return. Chung Song couldn't believe his eyes and silently made his way straight to his grandfather's coffin. His uncle and aunt's daughter began screaming viciously, accusing the young man of wanting to split the money. The eldest son, foaming at the mouth, blamed the young man for his grandfather's death, but Chung Song didn't say a word. All the relatives left, leaving the young man alone to say goodbye to his grandfather. Chung Sun didn't want to believe the loss and stood silently on his knees, his head bowed. The young man was startled by the touch of a stranger, for all his relatives had long since left. Hearing a quiet voice, the young man looked up and saw the ghost of his grandfather. The boy was frightened, but genuinely glad for this final conversation with his grandfather. The old man firmly promised the boy happiness, for every good deed is always rewarded. The young man bowed deeply and promised the spirit to keep kindness in his heart forever. A month later, the young man got a job as a waiter to earn money for food. Chung Sun worked day and night, trying not to give up after his grandfather's death. The young man approached the table where a group of guests was seated and brought them the wine they had ordered. Chung Song was always extremely polite to the club's guests and asked them to call him if they needed anything. After taking the order, the young man accidentally overheard the vulgar conversation of this group of guys. One of the young men was bragging to his friend Wan about a pretty schoolgirl he'd found for him. With a smirk, the scoundrel claimed he'd had his way with the girl right in the club's locker room. Cheng Sun was utterly fed up with scoundrels like these, who reminded him of that loan shark. This debt collector had absolutely nothing better to do. All he did was harass people, splashing paint all over their yards. Cheng Sun promised to pay back 350,000 in 2 months, and the crazy loan shark backed off for the time being. His friend Zhang Xiang, who had gotten him a job at this club, approached the young man and asked about the delivery of orders. The young man meekly accepted these orders, but the 200 yuan he earned was just a drop in the ocean. His friend encouraged him, reminding him that great fortunes are always built from such small things. Thanks to his good looks, Chung Song could have received much more generous tips from the ladies. It was hard for the young man to do this, but Zhang Xiang, who believed in him, sincerely advised him to change his ways. His experienced friend had been working there for a very long time and knew all the tricks of the trade. Chung Sun decided to follow the advice, but suddenly heard loud voices coming directly from the next room. Suddenly, someone's foot kicked the door open, and the young man had absolutely no idea why they were being so rude. Inside were those very same 2 guys, and Brother Wang was threatening his friend for choosing the wrong girl. The spoiled Brother Wang demanded only exceptionally feminine women. Otherwise, he considered them mere trash. His self-assured friend hurried to calm Wang down, firmly promising incredible delight from the victim. The young man was furious at the impunity of these scoundrels, who were simply maiming girls for fun. Suddenly, a beautiful long-legged girl in a charming red dress called out loudly to Chang Sun. It seems his eldest daughter drank too much. She asked Chung Song to go to the fitting room and bring her a handbag. Xiao Lingzi, why is she throwing herself at a guy again? It's indecent, and it's not the first time. Didn't Chung Song realize that he liked Ling Jie yet? Both partners laughed, probably afraid that someone would see them. The guy was so innocent. Xiao Lingzi just wanted the guy to let her see and feel how little Song was doing. Chung Song was at a loss. His throat was dry, and cold sweat broke out on his face. He immediately shouted to Lingzi that he would bring her bag if only she would not bother him anymore. The girls laughed so loudly along with Chung Song. They had never seen a guy avoid touching a beautiful girl like that. They thought it was very cute. Bring that. Bring that. Why does she pester him so brazenly every time? Sooner or later, this guy will pay them back for all this bullying. Chung Song ran into the locker room so fast that he didn't see where he was running and crashed into the back of one of the guys tying up the girl at full speed. This guy started yelling at Chung Song that he was a bastard, that he should open his eyes and watch where he was going. Apparently, this guy was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Chung Song apologized to that guy, said that he felt dizzy and his vision was dark. He apologized again and walked on. Running further, the guy saw that behind the locker room door there was a beautiful, sweet, frightened schoolgirl lying tied up and with her mouth taped. The guy saw that Chang Song had seen the girl and told him to get out of there and not tell anyone about it. These two idiots sent Chung Song away and started laughing loudly at him, closing the locker room door right in front of his nose. The humiliated boy remained outside the door, but Chung Song decided to stay and listen to what was going on there. The guys stood and admired how beautiful this girl was. Brav Wang's face even changed from seeing the beauty. The frightened girl screamed under her breath, asking someone to help her. But no one would come and save her. His friend was absolutely right. She really was simply gorgeous, skin like velvet and legs soft as silk. Brother Wang's mouth watered from such beauty. He wanted to touch her, as if he had never seen a girl before. Wang ordered his friend to leave and said that he didn't want anyone to accidentally see what he was going to do to her. As soon as Van's friend left, he immediately rushed towards his new victim. He couldn't wait to embrace her. Van wanted the girl not to worry. He would be very gentle with her. She would like it so much that she would ask for more. The frightened schoolgirl sat quietly, crossing her legs, and thought only about how at least someone would come and help her escape from this monster. As Van's friend stood and watched what would happen to this girl, the door quietly clicked. The guy got scared and decided to look through the crack. Chung Song was standing outside the door. He was still there to see what was going on. The guy got angry and shouted, asking why he was still standing there. Chung Song was clearly not himself, judging by what he heard. He asked that idiot what was going on there and why he was the only one who came out. The guy who also wanted to see if he was really a pervert, that bastard thought, but still advised Chung Song not to go there because it was better not to mess with Brother Wang. The girl who was outside the door with Wang, with tears in her eyes, begged him not to touch her. She wanted to tell him who her father was, but he did not listen to her. Her father is not home, so the ruthless Wang decided that it would be better if she agreed and they would have a good time. Perhaps this ruthless man knocked the schoolgirl to the ground and began moving closer and closer to her. The poor girl screamed so loudly, calling for someone to help her, that she thought it was simply impossible for anyone not to hear her. Chung Song stood in the hallway and heard the schoolgirl screaming for her to let go, Wang bullying her, and she simply begged for someone to help her. The guy thought that if he didn't save this girl in the locker room, she might not recover from what this idiot did to her. However, he can't even protect himself from the collector, and this guy inside him is even worse than him. But Chang Song immediately remembered his grandfather's words, that good is always rewarded and evil is punished, and he thought that this girl clearly had a bright future. The guy decided that there was no more time to think and began to enter the door of the locker room where the girl was with this bastard. At that moment, something clicked in his head. The guy took the fire extinguisher and did not understand why he rushed there, because she had nothing to do with him. However, Chung Song realized that it was because he had promised his grandfather to remain a good person, and he angrily threw a fire extinguisher at Wang. The guy, who didn't expect this from himself, started hysterically screaming at these bastards to get out of there. The frightened and confused schoolgirl remained where she was, and looked at her savior with big blue eyes. Chung Song looked at her in bewilderment and began to shout at the girl to run away from there faster. The girl immediately obeyed him, but Wang grabbed her leg and did not let go. Chung Song was lying on the floor. A stain of scarlet blood was visible from underneath him. Both guys were confused. Van's friend screamed hysterically that he had nothing to do with it. The guy was confused and didn't understand what to do next. Van was very angry with his friend, whom he left to make sure no one entered the locker room. The guy ordered his friend to run after the girl and under no circumstances let her leave. Otherwise, they would both be in complete trouble. Haha. Chang Song muttered something faintly, blood flowing from his mouth. Good people will definitely get treasures, right? Although, perhaps there is something good in this. The guy will finally be able to meet his beloved grandfather. Chung Sung's head was already barely working. Everything was dark before his eyes. He couldn't feel his legs or arms. His body had turned to stone and stopped obeying him. After a couple of minutes, he felt that everything fell into place. He could easily get up and stand on his feet. His mind was clouded, and the guy did not understand what was happening. Chung Song saw that soft, cotton-like clouds were swirling around him, and bright rays of light were piercing his eyes, making it quite difficult to see anything. However, when the guy was able to look around him, he saw some system that was glowing red and constantly giving an error. He did not understand what all this could mean. For now, he could only look at the digital screens of the system. He needed to pull himself together and find an explanation for all of this. Suddenly, Chung Song was blinded by that bright light again, and a wave of strong wind enveloped him, and he almost fell, but he managed to stay on his feet with all his might. What the hell was going on? Why did so much happen to him in 5 minutes that hadn't happened in a year? Suddenly, the guy in the flow of this wind saw a naked girl, onto whom the wind was gradually throwing clothes. This beautiful girl had beautiful long legs, large breasts, clear facial features, and expressive yellow eyes. Chung Song felt as if he was in a dream. The guy wondered what this place was, and whether there really was a person standing in front of him. Why did she suddenly have such an expression as if Chung Song had borrowed money from her? The girl looked at the guy and rudely asked him if this meant that he signed a contract with her. Chung Song didn't understand why she allowed herself to speak to him with such arrogance, and he felt a little uneasy. The girl standing next to this beauty asked her friend why the guy appeared so suddenly. She didn't even have time to put on makeup and change her clothes. After all, Chung Song was a guy, and she hadn't interacted with a man for 1,000 years. If a girl started to get embarrassed and stutter, he would simply hate her, so she would have to pretend to be arrogant. The beauty made it clear to Chang Song that he was a fool because she clenched her hand into a fist and seemed to start coughing. The guy was very angry. Well, it can't be helped. From now on, he is her master, and she is his immortal spirit, Hua Qing. It will take them a long time to explain all the intricacies, so the guy can consider it his system. Chung Song was simply stunned. Was she really an immortal spirit? And was he really dead? The guy couldn't understand. So all these oddities, including Hua Qing, are his reward after death? The Xuandu Immortal World Sword, a divine-level treasure, was his reward. Chung Song swallowed his tongue, his head full of confused thoughts, and his eyes were full of confusion and fear. The guy panicked and started yelling at Hua Qing, asking her if she heard what he told her. The girl, even though she is an immortal spirit, does not deserve such treatment. She understands that the guy is having a very hard time right now, but quickly puts him in his place. Chung Song didn't mean to shout and apologized to her. He was just a little out of sorts about everything that happened. He just still doesn't understand what's going on, and because of that, he can't contain his emotions. The girl suddenly started throwing all her jewelry at the guy, including the 7-star moon spear, solar bow, and hybrid armor. That's right, Hua Qing remembered that she still had gold and precious stones. She told the guy that he could take everything. Chang Song was speechless from all the treasures he saw. He couldn't believe that he could take all the stuff for himself. "Take this too," said the girl, and handed him a small, ordinary mirror. This mirror can be used to travel to and from the world of immortals, but Chung Song will have to figure it out on his own. The guy felt very ashamed that the woman was so angry with him. He was just very worried. But Hua Qing decided that it was time for her to leave. A strong wind wave arose again, and that annoying bright light appeared again. Chung Song didn't understand where she was going, and why she was leaving him alone. All that wind and light gathered into one small spot and disappeared into the guy's body. Chung Song was upset that the woman left. At least she told him where to put all those things. The boy looked again at all his wealth and felt what strength and power he now possessed. Chung Song looked at all his wealth in surprise. not knowing what to do with all these treasures that Hua Qing had given him. Suddenly, the system panel turned on again and sent the guy a message telling him where he could put all his things. The system panel notified the guy about the activation of the spatial storage. He can place objects there without restrictions and take them out at any time. So now Chung Sung can take all of this with him, which makes him very happy. At least now he won't have to rack his brains over it. The system panel sent the guy another message, congratulating him on his first successful use of spatial storage. Meanwhile, in Yunshui Palace, the saint looked at herself in the mirror with a sad look. She was very sad and sorrowful. The girl's assistants begged her for something to eat and brought her various fruits on a wooden tray. Unfortunately, the woman was so upset that she wasn't even in the mood for a snack. She just sat and looked in the mirror. The assistant apologized to the saint for her insolence, but the girl did not eat for a whole year. Even an immortal body could not withstand this. Suddenly, the woman could not believe her eyes. The mirror she had been looking at for so long cracked, and the beautiful reflection of her face shattered into tiny pieces. The assistant girl seemed to freeze from what was happening. They did not want to distract their mistress from such joy for a second, and stared intently at her back. Finally, it happened. The girl's joy knew no bounds. She stood silently and watched what would happen next. It seems that the saint left this mirror to someone immortal. The assistant looked so surprised, as if this mirror was left to her. That's right, the master said that at the very moment this mirror breaks, the one who will decide fate will appear. This meant that a glimmer of hope had appeared in the Yunshui Palace, and the girl's joy knew no bounds. Meanwhile, Chung Sung bent over the sword, and thought that he didn't even know how to use it, since this guy had never fought before. Chung Sung had many questions about everything that had happened to him, but at that moment, he only had one question. Why wasn't this sword put into storage? The guy took the sword and decided to go down into the subway with it, but one person, apparently a security guard, chased him away and said that you can't walk there with a sword. Chung Sung was very upset that he couldn't even get into the subway with it. But suddenly he touched it, and the sword began to emit a bright light. The system panel sent a message again. The art of the immortal sword. The guy was surprised, because he had acquired some skill again. Wasn't he doing it too easily? Chung Sung's joy did not last long. While he was thinking about everything and having fun, he suddenly heard a strange and incomprehensible sound. The boy turned his head to his sword and saw that it was completely open. What was happening to it? Does this sword really want Chung Sung to fight with someone? He has no experience in this kind of thing at all. The boy raised his head and saw a large and scary predator circling above him. What did he want from it? The guy didn't know what to do, what it was, and why he wanted to fight Chung Sung. He didn't even know him and had never seen him. A huge flame burst out of the monster's mouth in a large wave towards the guy. Chung Sung, without realizing what he was doing, lowered his head and suddenly raised his immortal sword up to protect himself from that fiery flame. It was unbelievable. Did he block that huge stream of flames with his immortal sword? Suddenly, Madame Hua Qing came out from Chung Sung's body and told him to use his appraisal skill to find out what kind of bird it was. Chung Sung was shocked when he saw his immortal mistress. She ordered him to hurry up, because he had very little time. This bird turned out to be Bifang's shadow. Chung Sung was shown 2 tables with all the indications of the level, energy, strength, stamina, magic, and chances of becoming immortal, both his and this bird. The guy saw that Bifang's shadow was level 177. He thought that this was a very high level and was wildly scared of what would happen next. The lady came to Chung Sung again and shouted at him that Bifang's shadow was only level 177. The guy just needed to swing his sword and cut it down. The boy was very surprised by what Hua Qing said, because he didn't want to cut him down, but the girl reminded him that he had mastered the art of the immortal sword, and he had nothing to fear. Chung Sung thought there was nothing to be afraid of. But he was already dead, so he would have to face his fears. Chung Sung, although he was in a state of wild fear, nevertheless took up his sword of immortality, gathered his will into a fist, and decided to fight like a real man. The guy decided to trust his sword and follow all the instructions of the beautiful girl Hua Qing, so that she would not think that he was a coward. The fight between them was very difficult for Chung Sung. He pierced his immortal sword into Bifang's shadow and cut him in half. Incredibly, the system panel showed the guy that he had increased his level. Now he has level 100, energy 17,000, strength 1,500, endurance 1,500, magic 1,500, chance to become immortal 147. Chung Sung obtained Bifang's shadow feather, Bifang's shadow beak, and the shadow crystal. He couldn't believe it was over. After Chung-sung fell to the ground, he suddenly felt dizzy. The guy did not understand what was happening and could not come to his senses for a long time. Suddenly, the young man woke up and heard familiar music from the street speakers, the same music that played every day where Chung-sung used to live. What's going on? He's in his rented apartment. Is this just a dream? Chung-sung looked around carefully. Everything was in its place as before. He suddenly decided to check his body, but his wound had disappeared, which meant that it was really a dream. The guy had already calmed down, when suddenly his gaze fell on the nightstand that stood next to his bed. He broke out in a cold sweat. There was that very mirror. This is the same mirror from Chung-sung's dream. He looked at it and then couldn't understand anything at all. How did he end up with it? Suddenly, the young man saw Hua Qing standing near the mirror and painting her lips. The girl told him that it was not a dream at all. Chung-sung was scared because he woke up in his bed. There were no wounds on him, and there was no sign that it was not a dream. Hua Qing came to congratulate the owner on completing the activation quest. His rewards will be listed below. The gold of the immortals was automatically converted into the currency of his world. The system transferred the money to the guy's account so that it would be more convenient for him to use it. Chung-sung just couldn't believe that all this was actually happening, when suddenly a message from the bank arrived on his phone. The message the bank sent said that 1 million yuan had been transferred to his account. The young man could not believe his eyes and froze in surprise. The same money came into his account. That's right. The guy didn't know whether to be happy about it or not. But how is that even possible? By the way, Hua Qing has just awakened, so it will take her some time to gain her true strength. Therefore, Chung-sung will have to train hard these few days so that the girl can recover and truly serve him. The young man didn't even listen to Hua Qing because he had just seen with his own eyes how much money he had in his account. He was only thinking about one thing. What would he do with that kind of money? Chung-sung thought carefully about what he could do with this money, and eventually came to the conclusion that with this money, he could quickly get rid of all his debts. Suddenly, the boy heard someone knocking loudly on his door, someone asking if he was home and asking him to open the door. Chung-sung was scared. It turns out that the same collectors came and decided not to knock anymore, but to simply enter the apartment and take everything of value. When the bandits broke down the door, Chung-sung was already standing in front of it, waiting for them to enter so he could deal with them once and for all. The collectors were puzzled as to how this could happen. They were told that the guy had died. They looked closely at Chung-sung. They were told that he was killed by Wang Liu. There were even witnesses. The bandits did not understand how the guy survived. There was not a single wound on him. He was not some kind of ghost. Then the boss told Chung-sung that since he was alive, he would have to pay. And if not, they would take away everything he had. Although the first time this guy got rid of Wang Liu, but the second time, he would not leave him a single chance. Chung-sung was no longer afraid of their threats. He calmly listened to these savages and kindly asked the chief collector for his bank account. The bandits were stunned. They could not even imagine that this time everything would be so easy and simple, and that Chung-sung would immediately repay them. The young man told them that he would give them exactly 350,000 yuan, and not a penny less, and once again, in a rougher voice, asked him to show him the bank account. The boss didn't think long about the guy's words and immediately began to give the bill to his debtor. But he still couldn't understand what had happened to him. Chung-sung immediately dialed the collector's bank account number on his phone and transferred exactly 350,000 yuan to him, not a penny less and not a penny more. Finally, it's all over, the guy thinks. Now he doesn't owe anyone anything, and he has no one to fear anymore. All his debts are completely closed. The leader answered everything correctly. But if the guy didn't do a trick, then he didn't owe them anything else. Then the collector added that if Chung-sung had deceived them, they would get everyone who was somehow connected to him. The guy told him that he had already received his money, so why was he panicking? The leader didn't believe him that he could make so much money in such a short time. The guy probably took out another loan to pay off the old one. He looked at his friends with a smirk. As he was leaving, the debt collector told Chung-sung that if he couldn't pay the debt, he could contact him and he would even give him a discount. The main idiot called his guys and told them they were leaving. When he left, he was surprised. Where did this guy suddenly get money from? The collector nevertheless decided that it was none of his business. The main thing was that he had earned a lot of money, and that was enough. So this mirror really allows the guy to travel to the world of immortals? Then Chung-sung ordered the mirror to immediately transport him to the world of immortals. The guy closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he found himself in the immortal world, right in front of the purple palace. The gentleman looked in the mirror and realized that, it turns out, words alone are enough to activate the mirror. Chung-sung opened the system panel It was supposed to help him explore this strange world. He opened the system store. There he was given a list of goods, and he began to browse. The current balance on the account was 650,000 yuan, which means that this money works in both worlds. The balance displayed in the system matches the balance in his bank account, the guy thought. In other words, as long as he has access to the system, he has money. It seems like the goods in the system are too expensive. To go outside this palace and explore the world of immortals, the guy needs to prepare properly. Great. Now Chengsong looked like an immortal master. He saw what a wonderful world this was. Finally, since everything was ready, the young man set off. After completing his preparations, Chengsong set out on his first journey through the world of immortals. On the first day, the boy fought with porcupine-like beasts. Everything went well, but they managed to pierce his clothes. On the second day, Chengsong attempted to pick the fruit of immortality, causing him to be pursued by the guardian beasts until midnight. On the third day, his escape attempt ended with him accidentally falling into the river and swallowing a large amount of water, after which the guy was even able to feel spiritual veins inside himself. On the fourth day, Chengsong fought the shadow gecko and gained new skills during the battle. During these days, the young guy had already acquired several new skills. First, he acquired the skill of disguise, then the skill of insight, then the skill of evaluation. On the fifth day, thanks to the frescoes of monsters on the walls of the cave, Chengsong began to form a picture of the world he found himself in. On the sixth day, thanks to countless hours of mining ore, the young man was able to learn how to repair armor and patch his robe. And so the last day of Chengsong's adventures arrived. He lay quietly on the green grass in the shade and ate a delicious and sweet banana. The young man lay there and thought, now he at least had a basic understanding of this strange world. Suddenly, the system panel turned on again and warned its owner about using the skill Insight. This is impossible, Chengsong shouted. These are level 200 monsters, winged shadow wolves. The young man was scared. If he tried, he could kill one. But there was a whole crowd of them. If they noticed him, he would definitely die. He just begged them not to notice him. Thank the gods they didn't notice him. But it seems these monsters were attracted by something else. Chengsong turned his head to the side and saw those creatures surrounding a girl. What was going on there? Alone, with a sword in her hands, a small, fragile girl dealt with these monsters. Who is she? It turns out that the girl who was attacked by the monsters was a saint, and her assistants were standing next to her and trying to help her. Damn it, the girl couldn't understand why these shadow wolves were always so difficult. The assistants asked the woman to leave them. Without them, the girl would be able to escape. But she shouted at them to shut up, because she knew what to do. The saint was always so soft-hearted. She cared about others first and not about herself. But when will she finally start thinking about herself? The girl fought these monsters in a hard battle. She had already killed several wolves, but this was only a drop in the ocean. Only the great elder can deal with them. If they can hold out until he arrives, they will be saved. The girl said that she never thought that the Purple Palace territory would be so dangerous, but it was all for the sake of saving their Yunshui Palace. The girl fought the wolves for a long time, but everything went wrong. They hit the two assistants with their healthy paws, and they fell to the ground without signs of life. One of the wolves lifted the saint into the air and squeezed her entire body with his powerful paw so hard that she could not move, let alone breathe. The girl was so scared that cold sweat ran down her body. She thought that the end had come for her. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sharp arrow pierced the shadow wolf's hand. His hand immediately fell apart, and the saint's hand fell to the ground. The girl did not understand what was happening and who came to their aid. She continued to watch what would happen next. Their savior turned out to be Chengsong. Everything repeats itself, even if no one thanks him for it, even if he puts his life in mortal danger. In any case, this guy has a very powerful weapon, and it is the Xuandu Immortal World Sword. He can't just stand there and watch it. The young gentleman gathered all his strength and power, clutching his sword tightly in his hands, and with a running start jumped on these animals to finally destroy them. The saint carefully watched everything that was happening. She didn't understand who this guy was, but she knew for sure that he was not from the Yunshui Palace. And so, the system panel sent the young hero another message, that he had increased his level. Now he had acquired a new skill, the tail of the shadow wolf. The holy lady had never met this guy before, but this scene seemed very familiar to her. Chengsong suddenly realized that he was almost unable to cope. Things were getting worse and worse, but he held on to the last as best he could. The saint decided to help the young man. She rushed with all her might at one of the wolves, in order to at least knock him down. Another terrible monster attacked the holy woman from behind, pushing her and causing her to fall straight into Chengsong's arms. Luckily, the guy carried her to a large tree, and angry that the wolf, like a coward, attacked from behind, and even a girl, the gentleman stood up to finish them off once and for all. Chung-sung took his 7-star spear and thrust it straight into the center of the circle where the animals were standing. Of course, the young guy understood that these were strong opponents, but he still couldn't stand these bastards who mocked people. The entire pack of shadow wolves seemed to disappear underground, and not a single trace of the animal remained. Chung-sung received a notification from the system panel. This time, he had pumped up his level and everything else that would be useful to him quite well. At this time, Elder Lao and his companions were rushing to save the saint. They had almost reached that place. The elder was very angry because Lan Xiao only took 2 attendants to accompany her and dared to go to such a dangerous place. What happened to her? The man began to rush his assistants, hoping that they would arrive on time. Chung-sung received a notification from the system panel. He received the shadow wolf hair, shadow wolf skin, and a special item called Yafin's wings. Yafin's wings cannot be sold or exchanged and are assigned to the owner immediately upon receipt. What is this special object, the boy thought. He sees something like this for the first time and doesn't even know what to do with it. Chung-sung would deal with him later, as he sensed someone approaching them and had to use his insight skill. The young man looked at these people and realized that their clothes were somewhat similar to the clothes of these girls. He thought that they were in a hurry to help these girls. It will be difficult for them to explain who he is. The gentleman should avoid meeting them and hide as soon as possible. Chung-sung decided to use his skill called disguise to make it easier for both him and the people who were rushing to help the girls. As soon as the elder landed on the ground, he immediately ran up to the saint. He was very worried that something might happen to her and immediately began to find out if everything was okay with her. The girl saw the great elder. She was very ashamed in front of him. She was completely healthy, but Jifeng and Yao were seriously injured and needed urgent help. Chung-sung saw that help had come to the girls, and now he didn't have to worry about them. They would definitely receive help. But the young hero was very tired over the past few days. He thought it was time for him to return to gain strength and energy. It seems like it's finally over, Lan Xiao said. The elder assured her that everything was fine now and no one would harm them anymore. But there was sadness in the girl's eyes. The lady looked for her savior with her eyes and did not understand why he ran away, because she so wanted to get to know him better and thank him. The girl looked high into the sky, hoping that they would definitely meet again with that guy who, without thinking, took on the attack of the shadow wolves. At this time, having returned from the world of immortals to the world that was familiar to him, Chung-sung was finally able to relax. From fatigue, he did not feel either his legs or arms. The guy took a hot shower. A short rest gave him the opportunity to understand that his body had become much stronger and more sensitive. The gentleman walked up to the mirror in the bathroom and couldn't understand whether it was his imagination or whether he had actually grown a little. He looked closely at his torso and couldn't believe it. He had abs, so big it was as if he had been doing sports all his life. So everything works like money. All the physical changes that Chung-sung achieved in the immortal world are preserved in his world. He barely recognizes himself. But the guy still can't understand one thing. Why did the world of immortals choose him? Before this, the gentleman was a completely ordinary loser, and now he doesn't even recognize himself. Did heaven really choose him only for his kindness? Suddenly, someone knocked on the young man's door. He saw his girlfriend, Tian Tian, and immediately recognized her, which cannot be said about her. The girl looked at the handsome, muscular guy. For her, he was like some kind of star. She asked him where she could find Chung-sung. The guy was a little embarrassed and told her that he was Chung-sung, saying with a slight smile that he and Tian Tian had not seen each other for a long time. Yes, he has a perfect body, the girl thought. She complimented him that he had changed too much, to which the guy replied that he had started to exercise more intensively. Tian Tian handed Chung-sung a small box containing a parcel, bowed slightly, and wished the guy a good day. The young man had to hurry very much, because today was the day of his beloved grandfather's funeral, and he could not be late. At the same time, at the Lin family headquarters in the city center, the boss called his subordinates together for a serious talk. Mr. Ju says Zhai Miao Lin knows her stuff, and carefully reviews and rereads documents. One of the subordinates approached the man. He thinks that they just need to get rid of Mr. Lin because they dared to deceive Joe, and they don't know what this family can do in the future. This idiot is too narrow-minded. He could easily remove Lin, but he hasn't done it yet. He threw a folder of documents at these idiots. Mr. Ju decided to put this matter off until later. He hastened to ask his subordinates whether they had managed to achieve any success in what he had entrusted them with. The guys replied that they were working on it and that there would be results soon, but the man yelled at them to work harder, since this issue concerns his daughter and it is very important to him. Meanwhile, Cheng Song stood over his grandfather's grave in the pouring rain and cried loudly, because his grandfather was his only support. The young man leaned over the grave to leave his grandfather a flower, which he had brought him as a sign of respect. The man hopes his grandfather rests in peace. He doesn't know if he blessed the boy, but his life has really started to change. All the boy's relatives stood and listened as he said goodbye to his grandfather. The daughter asked her mother why they had to stand in the rain and listen to this scoundrel. The son added that they had been on their feet all day and his back already hurt. "Now shut up, it was your cousin who paid for this funeral," the woman answered them in a rude tone. "Do you really think he could have earned that much honestly? It's definitely dirty money. He was in debt, and now he's suddenly rich." "Oh yes, of course." The woman thought for a moment and asked her husband if he thought Soon had changed much in the last few days. The man looked at the boy with a very pitiful look and told him not to blame himself so much. But the worried mother decided to ask Chung Sung where he got so much money that he could arrange such a funeral for his grandfather. The man suddenly couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at his wife. He told her to shut up and not talk about the money. After all, they were at his father's funeral. What's wrong with her asking? She's just taking care of her family, and besides, her husband couldn't sell that house. Chung Sung didn't want his grandfather's house to be sold. This house was worth no more than 60,000. He gave the card to his aunt, which had exactly 100,000 on it, and asked her not to touch his grandfather's house anymore. The aunt didn't believe him, asked the guy where he got so much money, and started laughing loudly, along with her husband. Chung Sung told them not to worry. It wasn't Grandpa's money, and everything else didn't concern them. The young man asked his uncle to bring his brother and sister to his grandfather for the New Year holidays, because his grandfather valued his loved ones very much. The uncle and aunt kindly responded to the boy's request. They promised him that they would visit his grandfather more often, and Cheng Song turned and left. Now the gentleman simply has to take advantage of the new opportunities and live a worthy life, because he made a promise to his grandfather. Chung Song finally returned home. He was very tired after all these days, and his grandfather's funeral had completely thrown him off track. The guy received a message from the system panel. 3 million yuan was added to his balance. He thought that all these battles were worth it. Someone knocked on the gentleman's door. Could it be those debt collectors again, he thought? When Chung Song opened the door, he saw the girl he had saved at the club standing in front of him. She was standing with her father, who turned out to be Mr. Zhou. The girl said that she had been looking for him for a long time and wanted to explain to the guy that she had not run away that day, leaving him alone. When Jia Yi ran for help, someone caught up with her and she lost consciousness, waking up in the hospital a few days later. It seems she is telling the truth. Apparently the girl also got it from one of these bastards. She was wounded, but she was lucky that a policeman arrived in time. Otherwise she would not have gotten away with just one hand. Jia Yi is Mr. Zhou's only daughter. He thanked the guy for saving her that day. The man came to him with her to invite him to dinner. He has a small gift for the guy. Chung Song felt very awkward. He said that there was no need for that, as long as everything was fine. But the young girl insisted that he accept their invitation. It was difficult for the gentleman to agree. He just wanted to relax. But, out of respect for their family, he decided not to refuse them. A car with a driver brought them to a building on which hung a sign indicating that virtue is capable of great achievements. It turns out that their family is in the antique business, but the guy, of course, is not involved in it. He just saw a few antiques. They entered the building and walked past some very beautiful antique things. The guy looked at everything carefully and was delighted. Mr. Zhu called Chung Song with him and told his daughter to go to her room and rest for a while. It turned out that this building was their home. The girl listened to her father and went to rest, saying that later they would meet brother Sun. After passing a few more rooms and antiques, an elevator appeared in front of them. They entered it, and the elevator went down. The gentlemen still did not understand where they were going. They went down to the 3rd floor. There was a basement. They entered one of the rooms, and Cheng Song saw a painfully familiar man lying on the floor. The guy, lying on the floor with tears in his eyes, asked Mr. Zhu to let him go. He said that he didn't know that the girl was his daughter, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have dared to touch her. The man told the young man that this was his little gift for him. Chung Song couldn't believe that this was the same bastard who stabbed him. He wasn't even surprised by Mr. Zhou because from the very beginning, he felt some kind of indescribable coldness in him. The boy begged Mr. Zhou on his knees to let him go. He had a father to take care of. Chung Song thought that was such a huge business, no one would remain kind and fluffy. The man said he no longer wanted to see the bastard's face, and his subordinate immediately understood what to do. The young man shouted that he was wrong, that he was guilty, But Mr. Zhu didn't even turn around. He just said that when they were finished, they should take him to where he belonged. Jia Yi's father invited Chung Song to come up to his study upstairs and have some tea. The boy agreed, thinking to himself that at such a moment, there was no point in asking unnecessary questions. The young gentleman decided to apply his skill to appraising items in his office. The guy, of course, knew that this man was an antique dealer, but he didn't think that there would be so many old things there. Mr. Zhou noticed how intently Chung Song was looking at them, and said that if the guy liked something, he should just say so and the person would give it to him. The young man replied that he was just looking. In ordinary life, he did not have the opportunity to admire such ancient things, but such objects with a huge period of time are truly breathtaking. The man answered him that few young people are interested in such things. For example, his daughter doesn't even want to look at them. The guy saw one modern object. It was a vase. Chung Song asked the gentleman if he could take a closer look at the vase on top, which was lying separately from all the antiques. Mr. Zhu ordered his subordinate to bring the vase that his guest pointed to. The young man could not believe that they were exhibiting contemporary art here. If he had not had the ability to appreciate it, he would not have noticed that the vase was different from the others. I wonder if Mr. Zhu knows about this. He probably does. He is an anti-war person, and it is better not to say anything about it. The man told the boy that if he had anything to say, let him say it, which made the boy very wary. He had the feeling that this gentleman could see right through him. Zhu told the guy that there was nothing like it on the market. He snatched it from Mr. Lin, who reluctantly agreed even for several tens of millions, and if the guy liked it, he could take it. Chung Song was shocked by what he heard. Why did he give him such an expensive vase? It was too careless. The guy decided to use his appraisal skill and see how much the vase was actually worth. And it turned out that it was only worth 578 yuan. The young gentleman could not contain his emotions and shouted at the man that this vase was a complete fake. Perhaps he was mistaken. He just thought that this vase was very different from the others. Anyway, he asked the man to just forget about what he told him. Mr. Zhu laughed and said that he had not said anything about the authenticity of the vase. It turns out that the guy has a keen eye, the man said. Today they had an auction, and the gentleman invited Chung Song to go there with him and look at the toys, handing him an envelope. As soon as Chung Song looked at this invitation, a certain picture appeared before his eyes. He felt like he would get something interesting if he accepted his offer. The guy doesn't think he can help, but he would be glad to see this auction. Mr. Zhu smiled at the boy and said that he liked young people like him, who do something with such great interest. Jia Yi came and told her father that Uncle Lu had come to see him and was waiting in the reception room. The master asked his daughter to keep the boy company while he went and met Liu. The girl decided to ask Chung Song what he was talking about with her father, to which the guy replied that they were talking about ancient things, although he did not really understand them. Jia Yi was upset and said that her father always behaved like this. He didn't care whether the other person was interested or not. The young man asked the girl how her arm was and how long it would take to recover. The doctor told the girl that recovery would take less than a month, and although she felt bad, there was nothing she could do. Chung Song suddenly remembered that he had a pill that would help him recover, and offered it to the young girl to try. He told her that his grandfather had left them for him, and he took them with him just in case. It was no wonder then that the guy was already fine. The girl wondered if he was sure he wanted to share such an expensive medicine with her. Chung Song thought it was better not to mention the world of immortals at all, and said that he knew their recipe, so if necessary, he could make more. The young girl thanked the guy and with great pleasure decided to take this pill to recover faster. As soon as Jia Yu swallowed the pill, she suddenly felt very hot. She couldn't understand what kind of feeling was inside. Chung Song decided to invite her to go to the auction with him and her father, but the girl was thinking about something else. It's good that the guy doesn't look at her because she looks really weird. How long will this go on? Jia Yi couldn't understand why the guy was looking at her so strangely, and she herself didn't understand that her plaster cast, along with the bandage, had simply slipped off her arm. It seemed like her arm had already recovered. Chung Song was very glad that he was able to help the girl, and now nothing bothered her. The girl couldn't believe it. Now she could actually move it. Jia Yi was very grateful to Brother Sun. Because he had already helped her twice, she said that she would definitely repay him for this. The schoolgirl attacked the guy so much that he was very embarrassed and was forced to make her a slightly rude remark for sitting too close to him. The girl felt ashamed of her behavior. She apologized to the gentleman and said that she would go and check if the snacks were ready. Jia Yi ran as fast as she could to the door, where she ran into her father and told him that she would quickly go to the kitchen. The father saw that her cast and bandage were lying on the floor. He couldn't understand what happened to her arm. Chung Song saw that Mr. Zhou had already finished and asked why Jia Yi wasn't coming with them. but the man replied that she would be going to school soon, so there was no need to worry about her. Ju warned the guy that there would be a robe and a mask in the car, and Chung Song should put them on. After all, the auction was anonymous. I wonder why Mr. Zhou doesn't ask about Jia Yi's arm. If he saw the bandages and plaster on the floor, he's definitely not that careless. It seems like this man has a lot of secrets. And so they came to the auction, all sitting in black cloaks and masks, waiting for the event to begin. Mr. Zhu spoke to the man and told him that he had brought a reliable assistant with him. The man asked him if he was talking about the young man sitting in front. Chung Song believed that he had a talent for evaluation, so this place would be perfect for him. I wonder if the rating only applies to items or to people too. The guy decided to test this on one girl. Her name is Boyu Ling. She's 18 years old, she's level 12, and has the skills and wisdom of martial arts. This skill works on people too. Besides, does this girl have a level? People also have their own skills and levels, so the assessment calculates their strengths. The gentleman decided to look at another guy standing in the crowd. It turned out to be Ah Biao. He was 30 years old, level 18. His skills included firearms, martial arts, and security. Mr. Zhou gave Chung Song something and said that if he wanted something, he could just show it and not worry about money. But the guy refused him because that was not what he came for. But the man said that he shouldn't refuse because he earned the money himself, so he can spend it as he wants. Then Chung Song said that he would do his best to find something valuable. And so the girl opened the auction. She gave a speech, saying that they were glad to welcome all guests to the auction of the Shang Dynasty period. It is a great honor for her to present her first exhibit to guests, a Jin Dynasty vase with a phoenix in the center, the starting price of which is 30 million. The second lot is a wine cup with a grape pattern. The starting price is 10 million yuan. The third lot is a jade dragon from the Warring States period. Starting price is 5 million yuan. These are all really valuable antiques, but that's not what the guy came for. And it looks like Mr. Zhu isn't particularly impressed either. The girl presented the next lot, a small bronze bell. Its starting price was 50,000 yuan. It's broken. 50,000 is of course very little, but it seems impossible to resell it, so it's not even worth 50,000. How can you sell such junk? It seems like auctions are not what they used to be, the two guys reasoned. Chung Song was at a loss. This was the same call from his memories. Mr. Zhu didn't understand what happened to the guy. He asked him if he really liked this bell. This is all very strange. Chung Song can't apply his appraisal skill to this bell. But why? Then Chang Song saw the girl again, who was saying some incomprehensible words. Yao Palace. Yao Immortal Palace. Time. Space. Space and time stolen. Thousands. Across the boundaries of the deity. Chaos. Chung Song approached Mr. Zhou and said that he was madly eager to get his hands on this bell. A real fight for the bell began between Chang Song and the young couple, but why is it so important to them? This couple are the only ones who fight him for the bell. I wonder if they know anything about him. The young people did not understand why the guy was so annoying. The girl decided to offer barter and not waste time. The guy in the couple said he wanted to apply for an appraisal of his property. They couldn't say no to him, so they happily agreed and told him to wait 1 minute. Mr. Zhu was furious that the young couple had decided to barter. Unless they offered something of equal or greater value, the bronze bell would go to them. Chung Song said he also wanted to apply for the evaluation of a single pill, a medicine that could cure any disease. Everyone started laughing at the guy, shouting at him with a grin. What was so valuable about this bell that he even decided to refuse the magic potion? It seems that the guy also has something to offer, but his determination is enviable. He fights until the very end. Now all that remains is to wait for the assessment, said the girl by from that couple. The young couple saw that the gentleman handed them some kind of pill, but he was too young to be an alchemist, which meant that someone else had prepared this pill. Let's see what happens. They'll have to get to know him better once the auction is over. The guy said it never hurt to have a good relationship with the alchemist, and he at least knew him. The couple would do the family a great favor if they could achieve that. If their bet lost, they would have no other choice. The young people sat with great tension. The subordinate approached the lady and said that the appraisal had already been completed. The gentleman in the butterfly mask's item was extremely valuable. The girl began to speak. Their assessment confirmed that Mr. Butterfly's item was more valuable than Mr. Wolf's item. Would they continue bidding? The boy replied that since Mr. Butterfly liked the bell so much, he simply couldn't take it away from him. And with a grin on his face, he congratulated him. Chung Song looked at Mr. Wolf and thanked him with a smile for such a fair fight. Well, since the guy already had a call, when he came home, he decided to see how it worked. Chung Song didn't understand what was going on. He couldn't figure out anything. Why didn't the bell give any information about itself? Suddenly, some inscriptions on the bell lit up. But these are inscriptions from the world of immortals. What the hell is going on? So this bell belongs to the world of immortals. How did it end up in this world? If this is so, then the world of immortals and their world somehow interact. Song didn't understand what all this could mean. Or were there others who could move between them? The guy decided to calm down first and check everything, and then draw any conclusions. Song moved to the world of immortals in the Purple Palace. The bell actually moved with him. The system still doesn't recognize anything, but now he can at least read the encrypted inscriptions on the bell. To the sound of the bell, the universe sparkled. The sun, moon, and stars revolve around it. Mountains and rivers are hidden within it. Suddenly, the sky began to turn bright colors. The bright light coming from the bell hurt his eyes, and cold sweat ran down the guy's body. A silhouette of a beautiful girl in a naked robe appeared in front of Song. She hugged the guy so tightly that goosebumps ran across his body. The girl sat on the guy's lap and quietly whispered to him. Was it he who called her to him? The girl stretched out her hand and pulled the bell towards her. She asked Song, how dare he ring her bell when he doesn't know who she is? The guy couldn't understand who she was and what was going on. She looked like the genie from Aladdin, but the girl didn't understand who it was and what it was. The girl approached the master. In fact, he called her because of the visions that spoke of the deity of chaos, some boundaries in the heavenly Yao. That's true, but it turned out that the girl made it all up herself, laughed loudly, and didn't look for any excuses. The young lady told the boy that when you tell people all sorts of mysterious things, their curiosity immediately arouses, and they decide to call her. Song asked her how she ended up in the real world since she came from the bell. The girl did not understand what the real world was and where it was. She thought that the guy was joking with her and speaking in riddles. The young lady looked around and saw that they were in a purple palace. It turned out that the guy was the owner of it. He replied that his grandfather gave it to him. Song thought to himself that the spirit of this girl was not reporting something to him. Grandpa told him it was very strange, the young girl said. Song sensed huge waves of energy in the palace. They need to check what's going on there, immediately. A huge battle took place in the palace. All the inhabitants of the palace fought with some healthy and terrible monsters. It turned out that the monsters that had been contained for thousands of years had broken free, and the elder ordered Lan Xiao to go to Chingyang. Miss Liu Cha needs to convey the message that Yunshui Palace has already been wiped off the face of the earth. But what about Great Elder and everyone else? Master handed Lan Xiao the recording equipment. They must protect her. This is Elder Yang. Then, it is clear why the unsafe information did not react at all. It was Yan Shun, so he was the one who brought these people to Yunshui Palace. The damn traitor! Yes, indeed, it was he who led them there, but he does not consider himself a traitor at all. Moreover, he still dares to look into the eyes of the Great Elder and smile. Because he was not loyal to the Yunshui Palace to begin with, it took him a full 40 years to become an elder. How did he know where the secret room was? He shouldn't have access to that information until he entered the secret room, which was about 50 zhang away if they managed to get Lan Xiao to enter it. Yan Xuan asked the elder, why did they think that only the two of them came to accompany Lady Lan Xiao to the palace? The Great Elder was very angry. He was not going to give up the task they were supposed to complete to this traitor. They started a brutal fight between themselves. The elder used a fist that dispersed the clouds. The release of the Demon King has already been decided, and the Yunshui Palace has been destroyed. So why don't they voluntarily join them? Yan Shun asked the elder. Good and evil do not interact with each other. How shameful it was for him to suggest such a thing to them. This man was simply furious. The big man, Yan Shun's assistant, said that he would deal with the old man, and he, in turn, should quickly kill the girl. The old man began to use his skills and abilities accumulated over the years. Let's see how much life force this big guy will have to burn. The Great Elder grabbed Lan Xiao to stop her from wasting her energy any longer and to quickly get out of there. He ran with the girl to a safe distance and ordered her to quickly run into the room while he himself would detain these scoundrels. Lan Xiao felt very sad that she was leaving her people to deal with these freaks alone, but she knew that she had to run as fast as she could, and no matter what it took, she had to follow the elder's instructions. They continued this fierce battle, but the girl, without looking back, ran only forward, saying that there was just a little bit left, just a little bit more. The villain Yan Shun's assistant threw his huge fist at Lan Xiao. The girl didn't even expect that something like this could happen. She really ran away? Yan Shun asked. The secret room formation won't work for a few more days. Now none of that matters. His blow has reached her, and she is already dead. How wrong that stubborn ram was. Lan Xiao was very close. The girl was lying on the ground with large abrasions and blood on her face, but she did not try to give up and at least crawl to this room. Hey, a bunch of young people are beating up an old man. No respect for the older generation. They need to be explained what is good and what is bad. The boy saw a very familiar face. Could this be the same old man who came to help that girl back then? Yes, Chung Song thought to himself. Elder Lao looked at the guy and said, so this was the same person that Lan Xiao was talking about, but no one believed her. The man shouted to the boy that the girl, that is, Lan Xiao, was now in great trouble. He asked him to quickly follow her to the secret room and help her. Elder Lao extended a helping hand to the boy and shouted for them to run faster, while he himself would try to cope with them and hold them back. Doesn't the great elder think that these two scoundrels will be of little use and help? Yanxuan thought. If no one objects, then he will want to take the pass for himself. But this Yanxuan had too high an opinion of himself. He couldn't even imagine that as soon as he approached them, Chung Song would immediately bring him down to the ground. The girl who was with the guy laughed loudly, which meant that he could fight after all. Very funny. But the gentleman was not in the mood for jokes. Yanxuan was furious that someone was stronger than him and ordered his soldiers to kill them, and then Chung Song realized that he couldn't get rid of them so easily. He would have to fight to survive and help Lan Xiao. Chung Song gathered all his strength and did it alone. He did well, but it was still not easy for him to do it alone. The girl wanted to have some fun. She said that she hadn't warmed up for a long time. The guy was surprised if she could withstand it. Because she was so fragile and small, he was a little worried. The young beauty came a little closer and said that when a girl wants something, there is no need to ask her unnecessary and unneeded questions. The gentleman understood everything and agreed with her proposal. And while she was dealing with these fools, he would go help that girl. What a bastard, he actually thinks they can handle them, Yanxuan thought furiously and became angry. This naive guy decided to use the skill of the 1,000-blade palm, hoping that now he would kill them in an instant. But it was not to be. The girl used the power of her bell, which, with one blow, returned to him all the force applied to it. Yanxuan's assistant couldn't believe his eyes and told him that he looked really pathetic, having been beaten up by those two scoundrels. He was furious and very angry that not only did they beat him up, but this big guy who was under his command saw it and ordered him to go and stop them. The subordinate never expected that such young people would have such impressive strength. But unfortunately, this is the end for them, he thought. The girl laughed loudly and said that they would quickly check it now. She used the skill of the blinding sun. Wei couldn't handle such a force. Her blow pierced his chest, blood splashed in all directions. He didn't even have time to do anything. He just fell to the ground like a stone. Yanxuan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his friend and strongest subordinate lying motionless on the ground. The girl called Yanxuan and told him that there was no point in calling his friend, but it would be better for him to just take his body while he was still alive. The old man could not understand where this girl got such powerful strength from. She simply killed and knocked to the ground a healthy man 2 meters tall with one blow. When all the other subordinates saw this, they began to attack the great elder in order to at least kill him before she killed them all. The young woman protected Elder Lao with one wave of her hand, as if he was under a dome, but everyone else simply flew away in different directions. The girl approached the great elder and asked him if their clan was running away from the demon pillar. Could this really be the 6th pillar demon? The man was at a loss, and very glad that it was over. She was so young, but she easily defeated San Yuan. Who is she? So the demon of the 6th pillar is the fire-breathing Samadhi, the one who could not turn into a dragon. He has used up too much life energy, so there is a possibility of death, the girl told Elder Lao, and for now, she would go and check on the girl he was talking about. The great elder thanked the beautiful immortal lady for her help. He said that he was counting on the two of them very much. Covered in blood, with a pitiful smile on his face, Yanxuan stood and shouted that they would not find anyone there, that this girl had long been dead. She took the secret of the sealing technique with her to the grave, so he told Chung Sung to go to hell and ask her about it. He waved his dagger and disappeared under a red stream of blood so quickly that the guy didn't even have time to understand what this madman said. Chung Sung said that he would open the door to the secret room, but the girl said that she would do it herself because his key did not allow him to return back. The guy couldn't believe it. Was she really capable of this? Where did she get so much strength and skills? When they entered the secret room, they saw that Lan Xiao was lying on the floor. She was already dead. The young people were very upset that they were late and did not save her. Chung Song remembered that he had his grandfather's pill. Perhaps it could help resurrect the girl. Wow, he even has such a wonderful remedy, the girl was surprised. but it's unlikely to help her because her heart isn't beating and is already useless. The girl ordered the guy to put her near the wall. She would try to save her, but then Chung Sung would have to compensate her with spiritual powers, which she would spend on Lan Xiao. Zhang Ling started working with the girl. She said something in a quiet voice. The sun, the moon, the stars, and time itself go backwards. The years go backwards. The stars shift backwards. Young Zhang Ling was completely exhausted. She said that Lan Xiao would wake up in a few minutes, and now it was time to pay. The girl pressed herself tightly against the guy. She hugged him so tightly, as if he was giving her the energy of his young and beautiful body. She slowly began to come to her senses, but continued to hold Chung Song tightly and firmly until she completely came to her senses. Wow, she really gained weight. She couldn't even imagine that he had a body of pure yang. Zhang Ling turned around and said that it seemed like this girl had started to come to her senses, as if she had sensed it. Indeed, Lan Xiao woke up. She started coughing and choking heavily, as if she was short of air, and her eyes looked very scared. Chung Song suggested that Lan Xiao take one pill, saying that after taking it, she would definitely feel better and would not be so short of breath. The saint could not believe that she was alive. The girl asked the guy, "Did she really not die and remain alive? Did he really save her again?" Zhang Ling laughed and told the girl that it was not the guy who saved her, but she herself who helped her to be resurrected. Lan Xiao looked at the girl. She was very beautiful and bright, but they were not acquainted, and the girl asked her who the girl was who saved her. "She is the spirit of the bronze bell, and this guy woke her up from her sleep, which means he is now her master." But Chun Song didn't agree with this. How can he be her master? The girl repeated to him once again that he was her master, said that she could do whatever he wanted, and approached him in the guise of a servant. A second later, she changed from her maid's uniform into a nurse's uniform, and asked her master if maybe he liked it too? Chung Song was speechless. He felt very awkward. He ordered her to stop. They still had unfinished business, and anyway, she herself said that she didn't know anything about the real world. Yes, of course. And this girl is so willful. Lan Xiao was surprised. She has a very wild, feminine energy. The saint really admired her. The girl, listening to the conversation of the young people, decided to take the pill that Chung Song gave her. This pill was so filled with life force that she had never seen anything like it. The girl was ready to rip off all her clothes, overwhelmed with emotions. Lan Xiao knelt down. Only now did she realize what she had done. The girl apologized to the young people and said that she was very ashamed of her behavior. Zhang Ling walked up to the girl from behind, hugged her tightly, touched her waist, and said that a body like hers shouldn't go to waste. The saint bowed, thanked them both for saving her life. She asked them what happened to those who attacked them, and how were the elders. Chung Song replied to the girl that everyone who attacked them had long been killed, except for the elders. They had completely burned out their life force to be able to resist them. If they went there right now, she would still have time to talk to them. And then, the girl saw the great elder Lao in front of her. He was very glad that the girl was okay and alive, but he himself looked very bad. The girl could not hold back her tears from what she saw. The old man was like a grandfather to her. She was very sorry that he was ill and in pain, and she could not help him in any way. "There's no need to be so sad," the man replied. "Yunshui Palace has been protecting the world from the sealed demon for many centuries. It's their duty. Since they're okay, they need to go to Chingyang City." The great elder finally asked them to finish the work in Yunshui Palace, and the girl promised to do her duty in return. Chung Song asked Lan Xiao what happened in Yunshui Palace. The palace was attacked by people from the Hidden Sands. It turned out that there were traitors among them. They used dark technology to release the demon sealed under the mountain gate. The guy was surprised. What kind of demon is this? Who is he, and what does he represent? The girl was shocked. How could they not know about this? Did no one tell them? And had they never heard about him anywhere? Well, the gentleman knows little about them. He only knows that in his world, they do not exist. There are 7 demonic pillars in the Great Wasteland. The 6th pillar was locked in the Yunshui Palace, where the demon Samadhi was sealed. The 6th pillar is probably a demon sealed there, a very powerful one. The demons of the 7 pillars are not divided by their strength, but by the order in which they were sealed. "What is this hidden sand? I have never heard of it," Zhang Ling said. "And how could they bypass the dark waters of the Ruoshui River of Yunshui Palace?" The girl said that she only heard that they were hiding in Jianghu. They were very secretive, so no one had any precise information about them. But now, the most important thing is to get to Chingyang City and report what happened to Madame Liu Cha. She should have enough strength to stop the released demons. It is said that it was Lady Liu Cha, together with her husband and son, who, hand in hand with the goddess of mercy, sealed the demon Samadhi. Perhaps the freed demon will go to her to take revenge for this. Palace Master Yun Shui passed on a secret message to Lan Xiao. If she could pass on this knowledge to Lady Liu Cha, she would be able to stop the demon. Then let's go to Chingyang City. We haven't been there for a long time, Zhongling shouted. Chung Song looked at her strangely, because he had never been there at all. Was there a battle here? Has the demon reached the city yet? Zhongling doesn't think so. The 10 circles of defensive formation are still in place, and the city appears to be intact. Chung Song suggested that the girls go and see for themselves what had happened or was happening. From behind the young men, palace guards approached them with weapons in their hands and asked who they were and what they were doing there. The saint replied that she was a messenger from the Yun Shui Palace. She urgently needed to meet with Lady Liu Cha. The girl showed her badge, and now it was Zhongling's turn to introduce herself. But for some unknown reason, she introduced herself to Lan Xiao and said that Chung Song was her master. One of the guards said that he had confirmed their identities. Ms. Liu Cha was near the city gate and ordered them to follow him. As they approached the lady, the guard shouted to her that he was coming with people from Yun Shui Palace so that she would know what to prepare for. Madame Liu Cha looked at Chung Song and Zhongling, and she felt as if she had seen her somewhere before. A guard approached Lady Liu Cha and told her that they were secret envoys from Yun Shui Palace and wanted to see her. Lan Xiao introduced herself to the lady and said that the problem of Yun Shui Palace had been solved, so our palace master sent her here to ask her to stop the demon that had been released. I wonder if Palace Master Yun Shui gave her a secret message, because the girl is the master's secret disciple, and he entrusted her with this task without a doubt. The lady already knows that the demon of the 6th pillar was released, but after an unsuccessful attempt to attack their city, he disappeared in an unknown direction. She said that the young people can settle in their city. Liu Cha added that there was another girl from Yun Shui Palace who had settled in their city. It seemed her name was Yao and she asked if Lan Xiao knew her. The girl was very happy. Because Yao was her servant, she got off with only a broken arm, and they were able to meet in the city. The lady said that these two did not look like the people from Yun Shui Palace, but the girl replied that they were her saviors, and that this was not the first time they saved her. Chung Song introduced himself to the lady, said his name, and said that the girl next to him was called Zhongling, and that she was his friend. They greeted the lady with a smile. Liu Cha looked them over from head to toe. She thought how handsome this young man was. But when she saw Zhongling, she couldn't help but feel like she had seen her somewhere before. The lady asked them to go into the city and let them rest, and she needed to take care of the restoration of the city's defensive structures. The city of Chingyang, where the young people went, is located in the southeast of the continent, not far from the Fuxi tomb. It was founded 2,800 years ago and is currently the largest city in the southeast of the continent. Zhongling started talking again about how long it had been since she had been to this city, and Chung Song became very interested in what this city was like before. The city was in a dilapidated state. There were few people there, although at that time this was normal, because then this territory did not belong to people. The girl heard the customer on the other side ask how much a paper oriole cost and asked for one for 3 coins. Zhongling was very surprised. Could such coins really be in use now? They had changed a lot during the time she was gone. The girl took a handful of coins and started to sort them in her hand. Chung Song told her that if she continued to do this, she would cause inflation. Unfortunately, the girl did not know what that was. Inflation is a sustained and widespread increase in prices over a period of time, caused by an excess of money supply over demand. That is, the excess of real purchasing power over the supply of emission, which leads to the devaluation of the currency. Zhongling looked at the guy and asked if he was sure that such rules worked in this immortal world. Indeed, that was also true. The girl walked up to the lollipop seller and took 3 pieces, one for herself, one for her master, and one for Lan Xiao. Only when she offered Lan Soya a lollipop did she refuse, but the girl was not upset, and then she would get 2 lollipops. The girl ate this lollipop so greedily, as if it was the last lollipop in her life. It was so sweet. Suddenly, she looked at a very interesting woman, as if she knew her. Her eyes darted around, and she stared into the distance. Chung Song also noticed that the girl was staring at something, and asked her who she was staring at. Zhongling replied that she thought she had met an old acquaintance, but in fact, she knew who the girl was and how she ended up there. The young people came to the mayor's mansion to rest after all the battles, and after a long journey, they said goodbye and went to their rooms. Lan Xiao entered her room and saw Yao lying on the bed. Her joy knew no bounds. She ran to her maid and hugged her tightly. The servants were very happy that their mistress was alive and well. She meant a lot to her, as if they were sisters. Lan Xiao noticed that there was something wrong with Yao hand. She was very upset. The girl must be in a lot of pain. How did she manage to escape? Yao replied that everything was fine and almost nothing hurt. She asked the girl if she came alone and where the elders were. The elders gave their lives to allow her to escape, and it was only thanks to them and the teacher she came with that she was able to reach Chingyang City. This gentleman seems to be very strong, the girl said. Perhaps he is the same person she was talking about. Yao thought that her mistress was very lucky, not like her. Yunshui Palace has been destroyed. I wonder if the other siblings who remain there are okay. Yao grabbed the woman's hand and said that she didn't want to do this. She screamed. Why did she have to go through all this? Lan Xiao was at a loss. She didn't understand what was happening to her maid and why she was acting like a wild animal. Did she think that the girl would just be able to escape from there? No. They captured her and began to torture her, and then implanted a dark spell into her body. And if she did not kill the owner, this spell would destroy her from the inside. The girl said she didn't want to die. The lady had already saved her. She asked to save her again. If she died, Yao would continue to live. Lan Xiao couldn't believe her ears and eyes. She started shouting at the girl what she was saying. Yao began screaming like crazy, as if she had been possessed by some kind of demon. She told the woman that Yunshui Palace had been destroyed, and all of their brothers and sisters would also be hunted down and killed. The girl grabbed Lan Xiao and said, "Why not do the patient a favor and die for her?" Frightened and confused, Lan Xiao, not knowing what to do, gathered all her strength into her hands and with all her strength struck and pushed Yao away from herself. The girl fell and scarlet blood flowed from her mouth. The completely frightened lady ran out onto the palace porch and began shouting at the top of her voice to Chengsong and Zhongling. The girl ran up to the young people and asked if everything was okay with them. Chengsong told the girl that Zhongling had discovered them earlier, so they decided to attack them first. Lan Xiao didn't understand what was going on, how the girl knew everything, and where she got so much strength. Zhongling had been in a dream for so many years and thought that people were coming up with some new attack tactics. What a disappointment. Suddenly, Mrs. Lu Cha appeared in front of them. There were too many insects in her mansion. Something had to be done about it. She had finally completed restoring the protective formation. Now Miss Lan Xiao could pass on the secret of Yunshui Palace to her. Chengsong said that they would go first. The girl agreed because she just wanted to ask them to leave the two of them alone. Liu Cha surrounded them in a formation, so the girl didn't have to worry about anyone hearing them. Lan Xiao told Madam that Palace Master Yun Shui had given her a secret message. He said that Madam would understand. This is the language of the demon race, the innate body of pure yang. The brilliance of the five-colored sword has awakened. The goddess of mercy also once told her that she needed to wait until such a person appeared. When Chengsong and Zhongling were alone, the girl turned away and smiled sarcastically. Is this really the language of demons? How interesting. But the guy didn't understand what she was saying at all. Liu Cha waited in Chingyang City for 300 years. Who is this awakened one? Apparently, she needs to go to the library sometime and look for at least some information about him. The lady got the general idea, but she needed to translate the secret mission correctly, so she asked the girl how her maid was feeling. Unfortunately, Yao is dead. She tried to take Lan Xiao's life, and she had to kill her or she would have died. It's not surprising because many people couldn't withstand the onslaught of hidden sand methods, so the girl shouldn't worry so much about the death of her maid. Lan Xiao asked the woman if she knew the true purpose of the Hidden Sand organization and what they wanted to achieve. Liu Cha chuckled and replied that they all wanted to become true immortals. One day, a celestial disaster befell their world. On that day, all the true immortals perished, and the knowledge of the true path of Tao was lost. The Taoist teachings they have now are merely their interpretations of the teachings found in the tombs of the true immortals. And since these are just their interpretations, there are deviations from the true path of the Tao in their teachings, so the power they use is only a semblance of the true power of the immortals. The Hidden Sand organization wants to obtain the so-called true legacy. Lan Xiao had been through a lot today, so the mistress sent her to her room so that she could get a good rest. The girl went to take a hot bath, lay down and relaxed, closed her eyes, and, before she knew it, fell asleep. The elder yelled at Lan Xiao. She slept during class again. Yao intervened and said that the woman had been reading about their martial arts techniques until late at night and had dozed off during class. The maid laughed loudly and decided to tease her mistress. Would she like to read a little more? "Ahaha, great elder, you are very strict," his assistant said. "It's normal. After all, Miss Lan Xiao is in the clouds when she listens to his sermons." Lan Xiao turned to Yao and saw the girl clutching her heart and tearing at her clothes. There was something wrong with her. Yao bowed her head next to her mistress and repeated only one question. Why did she kill her? Lan Xiao was so scared that she immediately jumped out of the water, screaming loudly. The poor girl broke out in a cold sweat. Elder Yao. She felt so sorry for them and was offended that she was left without her best friends and only support. Chung Song entered his room and saw Zhong Lin lying naked on the bed. It's already late. Why doesn't she go to her room and sleep? They have serious things to do tomorrow, the guy asked contemptuously. Naturally, she would stay with him for the night, since he was her master, and how else could Zhongling replenish his spiritual energy? Chung Song was very confused. He remembered how the girl restored her energy last time. The guy asked if there was another way to replenish it. The girl told Chung Song that it was his fault for waking her up so suddenly, so let him take responsibility. Does she just need some spiritual energy? Or does he want to starve her to death? Why does she lie with him if he can replenish her energy through the bell? But in this way, the guy also restores her body. This is a more effective method. Lan Xiao knocked on Chung Song's room. The guy didn't understand what she was doing here at such a late hour. The girl asked the guy to stay the night. She told him that she was constantly tormented by nightmares and was very afraid to be alone at night. Zhongling ran out and told her to go through. Zhongling grabbed the girl and dragged her into the room. And Lan Xiao thought in confusion, is the girl sleeping in Mr. Song's room? The lady hugged the girl and suggested that they sleep together. That way it wouldn't be scary at all. But Lan Xiao refused and said that she would sleep on the floor. Chung Song insisted that the girl stay in the room and sleep on the bed, while he would sleep on the sofa outside. No, he must sleep with us. Otherwise, how will he replenish Zhong Lin's spiritual power? The girl said and pulled the guy towards her. Chung Song said it was okay. He would do it through the bronze bell, so there was no need for that. And so Lan Xiao joined Zhong Lin's persuasion, pulled the master towards her, and asked him to stay with them. Without realizing it, Chung Song was lying in bed between two beautiful and young girls. The guy looked at the ceiling and did not understand how this happened. The scrolls left by the Goddess of Mercy also mentioned an awakened one. And it was at this time that you arrived in Chingyang City, Liu Cha said. I don't think the awakened one has been here before, said the stranger. But another curious person has arrived in town. The lady must have met her already. Could it be that she was talking about a girl named Zhongling? Liu Cha started going over in her head all the new people who had appeared in the city and whom she had seen in the past couple of days. Yes, since she woke up from sleep, the awakened one should also appear in their world. Now he can tell her about the tomb of the immortals. The lady jumped up from her chair and furiously asked the stranger who this girl was. So who was this girl? Mrs. Liu Cha had a feeling that she had seen her before, but she couldn't remember where or when. Every time she looks at her, she has the feeling that something is preventing her from remembering the girl. The girl began to tell Liu Che about this Zhongling and why she couldn't remember what she looked like and where he might have seen her. The lady listened attentively but was frightened, since she could not make out either her words or everything she said. She was once banished from the 9 islands, and although she has now returned here, all the restrictions have not been removed from her body, so the lady cannot hear anything about her. But it is not surprising that she remembers her. Liu Cha has met her before, but she doesn't remember, and only those who are connected to her fate can know of her existence. The lady only needs to know that by helping her, she will fulfill the request of the Goddess of Mercy and save her husband. I wonder if this has anything to do with her plans, Liu Cha asked. Perhaps the secret of the sealing technique has been lost, and the gods can no longer leave the 9 islands. Only the awakened can unravel it. All she needs to do is tell her about the tomb of the immortals. They can't affect the appearance of the awakened one. Then maybe she can seal the awakened demon inside the mountain. The lady replied that the entrance to the tomb of the immortals that she found last time was closed. They needed time to find another one. There is no need to rush. The demon has just awakened and most likely went to search for the fire essence in the mountains. They still have time to search, but at the moment, the only danger is that the demon may disturb those who are and live underground. Madame Liu Cha understood everything and said that then, in order not to risk anyone, she would go first. Chung Song woke up because he felt very stuffy and had difficulty breathing. The sleepy guy at first did not understand what was happening. Zhongling pressed herself against him so tightly that her entire chest was on the guy's chest. Lan Xiao threw her leg over the guy's legs. From this position, his whole body was so numb that he simply couldn't even move. Suddenly waking up, Lan Xiao saw how tightly she was pressed to her master. She first came to her senses and did not understand what was happening there and why she was lying like that. Oh my god, why did I cling to Mr. Chung Song like that? How ashamed I am, Lan Xiao screamed and quickly ran out of bed. Zhongling began to lick the gentleman's neck. It was so delicious that she could not stop. But Chung Song did not share these feelings with her. He asked the girl to stop doing this. They are scheduled to have morning spiritual energy restoration. Chung Song had been restoring her all night and was still recovering, but Zhongling wanted more. She started rubbing her body against the guy and screaming for him to give her more. The boy and girl were interrupted by Lan Xiao. She shouted to them that the city leader had arrived and she wanted to talk to them about something. Chung Song was very glad that at least someone helped him interrupt this conversation. He immediately threw the girl off himself and ran to get dressed. He smiled sarcastically and told Zhongling that they had to go, to which the girl replied that so be it, and this time she would let him go. But this Lu Cha was a real pain in the ass. She ruined all her plans. The lady informed the boys that she had finished translating the secret message from Palace Master Yun Shui. The key to sealing the Samadhi demon is located in the Tomb of the Immortals, located on Mount Lingyue, southeast of Chingyang City. Zhongling was angry. The message consisted of several words in the demon language. Was it really possible to fit so much information into one sentence, the girl thought? However, the entrance they once found is already sealed. The lady will send someone to look for a new entrance, and until then, they should wait in their city. Chung Song didn't understand what she said. What other Tomb of the Immortals? The teachings and techniques they now possess were obtained in the Tomb of the Immortals. Are there really people who don't know about this? The lady thought. The bronze bell rang loudly. Something happened. Liu Cha went to check what was happening. The young people decided to follow her. The woman couldn't believe that the demons got to them so quickly. Chung Song and his friends couldn't believe their eyes. Were these the same demons that lived underground? The battle between the lady and the underground demons began. The demons were so wild and terrible that they were ready to tear apart everything and everyone in their path. Cavalry forward. Spiritual masters have begun to prepare for battle. Chung Song looked at these demons and decided to use his appraisal skill. It was a shadow demon. It was only level 10, but for some reason it had a lot of question marks on it. No, perhaps their level will change somehow. It's not for nothing that there are question marks there. What's really going on there? Chung Song asked Miss Lan Xiao if she knew anything about these shadow demons. These are demons, born from the darkness of the earth. They seek to devour all living things that may come their way. When one demon dies, other demons near it absorb its demonic qi and become stronger, making them very difficult to fight. Yao Er's hometown was once destroyed by these demons. When the shadow demons achieve their goal, they simply disappear on their own. They didn't just appear out of nowhere. Something clearly happened in the abyss, Zhongling thought. If this continues, more monsters will flood the surface, and if their pressure becomes too strong, the lotus flower may not be able to withstand it, and the continent will split apart again. Chung Song called the girls and said that the demons had broken through the defensive line and that the soldiers needed help. The guy used a combat skill, a fire throw, but it only hit a couple of demons, which made the rest even more angry. Chung Song then used the martial art Scarlet Spear, and all the demons instantly dispersed and were thrown away from the soldier with tremendous force. One of the soldiers was very grateful to the guy that he helped them and saved them from death. He gave them the opportunity to continue to defend their city. The guy didn't stop there and continued to fight further. He used the combat skill Spiral Thrust, but they are impossible to kill. There is no end to them. They are just a pain in the ass. But they will come up with something else, and they will not give up so easily. The shadow demons appeared here too quickly, and their bodies were filled with demonic qi, which was clearly the work of the Samadhi demon. The battle continued, and even when they managed to kill several demons with great difficulty, more and more demons burst out from underground. One of the demons screamed terribly. A sea of blood gushed out. The time for great changes had come. Suddenly, Chung Song had a vision. A beautiful girl turned to him and said, "Tai Yi, when will you come back?" The guy grabbed his head. What was that? What was happening to him again? And what were these strange visions? Chung Song is really angry. Damn demon. Try his spear. Let's see how he fights next. Suddenly, the stranger, who was watching the red lotus, saw that something strange was happening to the flower. He planted a red lotus. The girl came up to him, and through her tears, timidly whispered to Jimeng for him to answer her. The statue is damaged, but for the past 1,000 years, Jimeng has been single-handedly responsible for all life on the 9 islands. Once the goddess statue was destroyed, Jimeng would no longer be able to restrain them, and the devilish qi would also gradually corrode the abyss. Red eyes peered out from the cup and stared at the girl. The bowl of blue water suddenly exploded, cracking with such force that the young girl's hat was blown off her head. The completely drenched stranger stood, looking at the broken cup and asking himself only one question. Was he awake yet? Meanwhile, in front of Chingyang City, the battle with the demons continued. These monsters were simply unkillable. Miss Lucha used her firepower. When will this evil demon finally die? Chung-song, who had been watching this entire battle, saw the demon fighting with the mistress and decided to use his appraisal skill. All the firepower that Liu Cha used only damaged this demon's arm, but did not kill him. And because of this, he became even more angry. This was an immortal shadow demon king. His level was unknown. There were only question marks. His special skill was devouring his own kind. Again, question marks. What does it mean, immortal? He can't be defeated, and he has a special skill? Chung-song couldn't believe that this demon was invulnerable, and decided to use his Thunder Dragon martial skill. There was a mixture of very thick, devilish chi and something else. It was all very strange, Zhongling thought. The young master made a whole hole in the shadow demon's body. It began to roar in pain, and now everyone thought that they had defeated it. But this was not so. The demon, in order to recover, began to devour his own kind. Is this really his special skill? This demon was so angry that he created such a shockwave that if Chung-song hadn't managed to do it, he would have simply killed Lan Xiao. But the guy saved her. Liu Cha was almost exhausted. He said that this kind of demon was really troublesome. But Zhongling was there and said that she would clear the way for the woman. Zhongling used her bronze bell. The girl made a full charge so that the others could use their skills and finish off those fearless demons. The boys and the girl walked down the corridor, and the bell distracted the demon and began to fight with him. The boy's Thunder Dragon skill pierced the monster's forehead and cut off its head. Liu Cha wasted no time and used her fire skill to finish off the demon before it could recover. The fearless demon was reduced to nothing but a body and legs, and fell to his knees without a head or arms. They stood and watched this animal die. It seemed to them that they had defeated it, and it was all over. The entire army of soldiers and the rest couldn't believe their eyes. These demons were twice as many as before. What was going on? Whether this demon had really evolved and what to do next was still unclear to anyone. Lady Liu Cha ordered all troops to retreat to the city immediately. She couldn't risk so many people. And the city also needed to be guarded so that the demons couldn't get in. The lead soldier shouted to his subordinates to obey Lady Liu Cha's order and retreat to the city. The army began to retreat, and the ladies and their assistants were left alone to deal with the demons. Cheng Song didn't stop. He was the only man among the four of them, which meant that he had a great responsibility. The guy used the four-sided sword martial art. Madame Liu Cha wanted to use her power against the demon, and as soon as she tried to do so, her hand was reunited with the demon's hand and power. The demon pushed the woman away with such force that she simply flew through the air like a feather. Lan Xiao, seeing what happened to the lady, was completely distracted by it and forgot that the demon who was dealing with Liu Cha would switch to them. Zhongling saw the demon approaching them at a tremendous speed, pulled Lan Xiao towards her, covered her, and used her defense skill. Unfortunately, the girl spent a lot of energy on this. She does not know if she will be able to defend herself further. The demon, seeing that the girls remained alive and his power had no effect on them, was very puzzled. He grabbed Lady Liu Cha's fire spear, and something unpredictable happened. No one could believe their eyes. "If I don't fight with all my strength, I might lose," said the demon in the form of Lady Liu Cha. It turns out that it was not the demon that took the form of the mistress, but he forced her to take her true form. This demon is really something. Liu Cha stabbed him with her spear, and continued to fight no matter what it took. The demon had half of his body torn apart, but he recovered very quickly, as if nothing had happened to him. The lady threw herself with all her might at the demon's back, trying to finish him off with her fire. But the demon grabbed her by the leg and dragged her underground. A long and painful struggle continued between them. Liu Cha had no strength left. She fell on the demon's foot, and he threw her into the air. Luckily, Chung Song was nearby and caught the woman, preventing her from falling and hitting the ground. This demon will continue to be reborn until all of its devilish chi is destroyed. But even the mistress will find it very difficult to do so. She can do it, but it will take a long time to dissolve that amount of devilish chi. Unfortunately, the demon had become even stronger, and at this rate, she would exhaust all her spiritual energy before she could do any serious harm to him. But at the same time, they do not know when Samadhi will come, and Mrs. Liu Cha needs to save her strength for this as well. While they were thinking about how to deal with the demon, he had already started attacking. Chung Song used his martial skill, 10-pointed sealing sword. He threw the demon to the ground and chained him with 10 chains. Now let's see what will be stronger, the guy's technique or the demon's restoration. Chung Song simply couldn't comprehend how strong and resilient this shadow demon was. He had recovered and was ready to continue the fight. The guy did not lose his composure and tried to pull himself together. He used the martial art of the moon dragon Yin. The lady saw what the boy did. This power could only belong to an awakened one. Perhaps Mr. Song was the person she was waiting for, Liu Cha thought. He swallowed the demonic heart filled with devilish qi without hesitation. Wasn't he afraid of exhausting all his spiritual energy? Zhongling warned her master that this was devilish qi, and if he forgot to be careful, he would lose all his life force. Chung Song started yelling at the girl. He said that if he didn't absorb this demon's heart, it would soon recover, and then everything they had achieved today would go to waste. The boy began to absorb the demon's heart, and in his hand, the heart began to turn into a sparkling stone. Zhongling was prepared. If anything happened, she would immediately place him inside the bronze bell. Chung Song couldn't understand what was happening, and why the demonic heart he was holding in his hands had turned into stone. This is, of course, natural qi, the very awakened energy that Mrs. Liu Cha had been waiting for so many years. It had been a long time since Zhongling had seen someone refine the devil qi to its natural state. It was so warm. The guy found himself in absolute darkness. Only a red lotus flower sparkled in front of him. He did not understand what was happening and where he was. A beautiful girl with closed eyes appeared in front of Chung Song. It seemed like he had already seen this woman in his visions. The girl called out to the boy. She called him Tai Yi. "You finally came to me," she said. A guy came up to her and said his name was Chung Song. But who was Tai Yi? The girl touched Chung Song's face and began to console him, saying that everything was fine. She said that she had been waiting for him for so long and he had finally come to her. She called the guy named Tai Yi again. She begged him to find her, no matter what it took. Zhongling walked up to Chang Song and was surprised because she didn't expect the purified demon heart to be like this. The guy asked the woman if they were done with the demon or not. Liu Cha knelt down and bowed to Che Song. She apologized for her carelessness, saying that she didn't recognize him from the beginning. The young gentleman was puzzled by what the lady was talking about and why she was bowing to him. An army passed by. One of them shouted to the others to come to him. It looked like a devastating battle was unfolding here. They were just in time. Chung Song and Zhongling moved into the city leader's mansion. Just yesterday they were living in small rooms, and today they were given such luxurious quarters. The girl looked at her owner and realized that he was not listening to her at all, but was looking at this stone heart in such a way that she became interested in what he was thinking about so mysteriously. The guy didn't understand the value of this thing. Was it really that rare? Of course, Zhongling replied, because this jade is made of condensed, natural qi, which is a very rare phenomenon. After the heavenly tribulation came to their world, this type of jade almost disappeared from the face of the earth. The young people's conversation was interrupted by a maid who said that Madame Liu Cha was inviting them to a dinner party. Chung Song wanted to ask Miss Liu Cha something, and Zhongling also wanted to eat something delicious. In the banquet hall, a lady and Lan Xiao were already waiting for the young people at a large, luxurious table. Thanks to the intervention of the awakened master, this demoness did not cause any inconvenience. She once again asked the guy for forgiveness for not recognizing him right away. The guy felt awkward because the lady was so polite. He said that everything was fine, but only asked if this demon could come back again. Chung Song purified the devil qi into natural qi and turned the demon's heart into jade. The demons did not bother them for a while, and they were finally able to take care of the immortal's tomb. Master asked Liu Cha what she meant by calling him awakened. An awakened one is a person who is destined to be reborn with natural qi in the body. The moment of awakening is accompanied by the emission of green light. Natural qi is a natural energy that is found everywhere. The possessors of this type of energy disappeared immediately after the heavenly tribulation, and it is said that only the awakened can master it. It was when he used natural energy to cleanse the demon's heart that the woman realized that the boy was the awakened one she had been waiting for. Chung Song thought, so the awakened one is some kind of person from the prophecies? The head of the Lingsha Chamber of Commerce, Xia Hua, is in Chingyang. She knows more about this than Madam. Liu Cha knelt down and asked the master to give her at least a little natural qi. She would pay him any price. The guy was confused. He asked her to get up from her knees because he didn't even know how to control this natural qi. Liu Cha decided to ask Zhongling if she knew how to do it. The young girl suggested going to the Chamber of Commerce the next day and asking Xia Hua herself about it. Ms. Liu Cha apologized to Chung Song, saying that she had spoken hastily and was very ashamed. The guy blushed and felt very awkward because the girl apologized to him so often. He was not used to this at all and said that everything was fine. She did not need to worry about it. The next day, they all went into town to the Chamber of Commerce. They had almost reached the Chamber of Commerce building when they suddenly saw two terribly angry men chasing a boy. The men threw chains at the boy's feet so that he would become entangled in them and fall. The boy still fell, but Changsong picked him up and asked if he was okay. The frightened boy apologized to the gentleman and thanked him for keeping him from falling. The young gentleman asked the men what was wrong and why they were following him, to which they replied that the guy should mind his own business. Changsong shouted at them to go away and leave the boy alone, but the troublemakers decided to beat him up. The gentleman dealt with the villains with one wave of 2 fingers, without using even half of his strength. The frightened boys quickly ran away, saying that at least they knew he was in town. Lan Xiao picked up the chains that had knocked the boy down and thought to herself that these seemed to be the same chains that the army used. The boy introduced himself as Chen Wubao and thanked them for their help. Zhang Ling said they did nothing of the sort, but first, she asked him to return her wallet. Lan Xiao ran up and saw that her wallet was also missing. The girl was very nervous, but the guy returned her wallet and apologized. The boy had a lot of different things. Apparently, they were not his things. Zhong Ling asked him if he was being persecuted because of this or not. A frightened Chen Wubao said that it was not because of that, but what he did was not done intentionally. Suddenly, the old man hit the boy on the head with a stick, told him to stop panicking and just give all the things to the owners. The boy calmed down and agreed. People started yelling at the elder Wubao. When will he get rid of this bad habit? It has already become terribly annoying to everyone. The old man took the boy by the hand and led him to Changsong. He explained that this is what he does when he gets very nervous. Everyone is already used to it. Zhang Ling called the boy and asked, "This is a treasure bowl, isn't it?" Chen Wubao shouted that no, it wasn't. It wasn't a treasure cup, and thought to himself, how did she know? What an interesting reaction. There's no point in pretending. Zhang Ling already recognized him. She told the guy to take them to the Chamber of Commerce. The boy was very upset, but still agreed to take them there and showed them where to go. But he himself will never admit that he is some kind of golden cup. He really doesn't want to go to the Chamber of Commerce, especially at a time when she is there. Changsong told Zhang Lin to stop smiling so pitifully. He didn't like it at all. So they arrived at the Chamber of Commerce. Chen Wubao, after seeing them off, said that he was free to continue his business. Zhang Ling didn't like this at all. She threatened the guy that if he stepped on her right foot, she would cut it off. "Well, take a step," said the girl. "Let's see what happens to him." The guy stayed where he was and continued walking with the others. "I wonder what they sell there." Lan Xiao explained to the master that the Chamber of Commerce did not sell carpets, but issued coins. The coins they use now were created by the Linsha Chamber of Commerce and are used in all major cities on the mainland. The girl thought, he is so strong, but he doesn't know much. He himself lived in this world. How is this possible? Besides the coins, the Chamber of Commerce is responsible for the safekeeping of treasures and acts as an intermediary in all types of exchange. Changsong immediately realized that it was just a bank, like in his world. Zhang Ling couldn't stand it any longer and pulled the gentleman along with her. He was asking too many questions. She suggested that they just go in and take a look. The girl saw a pearl that calms the wind. It is a very expensive treasure. Zhang Lin was reprimanded because he couldn't just touch the goods. Xiaohua said that it was okay. They could take with them absolutely anything they wanted. Xiaomei was surprised that her owner would say that because before that, she categorically did not allow anyone to just touch the goods. The girl introduced herself to the guests. She is the head of the Linxia Chamber of Commerce. She said that the young people can simply call her Yi Yun. Yi Yun greeted Zhang Ling. She told her that they had not seen each other for a long time, and she was glad to meet like this. How polite. And she liked her the way this girl was in the past, Zhang Ling's. Boss Ling Sha began to make excuses. She was very rude when she was young. The girl asked for forgiveness from Madame Zhong Ling. Chung Song looked at the girls and immediately realized that they knew each other. Zhong Ling was given the opportunity to introduce them to each other. The girl also introduced Lan Xiao, calling her new friend. And that guy who hid is called Chen Wubao. It's just not clear why he doesn't want to come in and introduce himself. When he wakes up, he feels the same as Tai Yi, Madame Yi Yun thought to herself as she looked at Chung Song. She had not felt natural qi for too long. The girl threw herself into the guy's arms, but he did not quite understand what she was doing and why she was behaving like this. Yi Yun felt very ashamed of her behavior. She apologized to Chen Song and switched to talking to Chen Wubao. The girl looked at the guy timidly. She didn't know that he was in Chingyang City. Why didn't he come earlier to find her? Chen Wubao replied that he had only just arrived in Chingyang and did not have time. Yi Yun realized that Mr. Sun had a lot of questions. She suggested going upstairs and discussing everything. The guy did not deny it at all. Zhongling shouted that she would go with them and asked Lan Xiao to keep the pearls for her. Mr. Song came there to ask Yi Yun about natural qi. He wanted to understand how to control this power. Yesterday, he managed to awaken the natural qi right after the battle, which is already incredible. However, although he already has an immortal body, he has not awakened the immortal veins yet, so he cannot release natural qi. The immortal veins are the meridians that connect his dantian to the upper and lower points. Only after the natural qi begins to circulate through his immortal veins, his soul and immortality will become one. Then he will be able to use natural qi. As far as Yiyun can tell, Mr. Song is not from the 9 island countries. Although he can use some abilities, he cannot use the full power of his body. The immortal's veins will connect his soul and body, allowing him to fully master his power. The girl told the master that there was something for him in the tomb of the immortals, and he would understand everything when he came there. Chung Song thanked the girl, and Zhang Ling asked the hostess to go first. She needed to talk about something with Xiaohua. Zhang Ling grabbed Yiyun and said that she came to her for another reason. The girl needed money for expenses. Her master had recently told her about inflation, and she thought it was quite reasonable. But it would be better for Xiaohua if she gave her a few tens of thousands of coins. Yiyun was puzzled, but she still gave Zhang Ling what she asked for. The girl called her master and said that now they were rich, they could buy whatever they wanted, and they could pay with this jade tablet. Zhang Ling pulled Chung Song along with her and suggested that they go somewhere else. A soldier came to Lady Liu Cha and began to report to her that they had found a new entrance to the Tomb of the Immortals. But on the way, they were attacked by the people of the Hidden Sand. The others gave their lives so that he could return. He was able to save the map with the entrance marked. He asked the woman to look at it. The young people approached the inner courtyard of the mayor's mansion. For them, it was even a very good day. Chung Song asked the girls if it was okay that they left that guy at the Chamber of Commerce, to which Zhang Ling replied that it was okay. They were from the same family. Liu Cha approached the awakened master and told him that they had found the entrance to the Tomb of the Immortals and were ready to set out. However, there are people from the Hidden Sand near the tomb. They are probably also trying to enter the tomb. They have a hard battle ahead. They need to go there immediately. This matter is related to Yun Shui Palace, where Lan Xiao lived. She asked them to let her go with them. The 4 young men had already reached the main entrance of the tomb when people from the Hidden Sand organization appeared behind them. They didn't expect that the ruler of Chingyang City would also be interested in the Tomb of the Immortals. One of these people noticed that Cheng Song, the same youth who had finished off the giant Zhang and Yun Song in Yunshui Palace, looked very strong. However, those two were pathetic weaklings compared to him, that guy from the organization said. He challenged the master to fight him. Without thinking twice, Chung Song immediately demonstrated his moonring combat prowess. He immediately grabbed the bastard by the throat and asked him what his level was. How dare he call someone a weakling when he was one himself? The gentleman pressed even harder on his throat and asked what the goals of their secret sand organization were. The villain realized that the guy was really strong, but he didn't tell him anything. His eyes began to fill with blood, but he managed to say that, in addition to the fact that he would not say anything, he left them some gifts in the city. This pest died. He used a technique that ruptures his vessels. They left him and went further into the tomb. As soon as the young people entered the Tomb of the Immortals, they saw a very interesting statue in front of them. This statue was too similar to Mr. Sun. Absolutely everyone noticed it, even he himself. The statue's eyes glowed blue and a tunnel appeared through them, inviting them inside. They moved forward. It must be there that the young master would find the answers to all his questions. Suddenly, a girl appeared and, using her yin-yang sign, began to copy each of the boys. Chung Song didn't understand what was happening to him. The guy couldn't control his body and thoughts. The man suddenly woke up to find himself in the classroom, watching everything that was happening with wild eyes. The boy received a call from his sister, who reminded him that it was his grandfather's birthday and that his mother wanted them to come home early. Chung Song didn't know where he was, but as soon as he entered the house, he saw his grandfather. The grandfather was glad to see his grandson. Could he really have returned? The old man said with a laugh. At this time, in the Tomb of the Immortals, Zhongling witnessed the happiest day in the boy's memory. So this is the very test that Tai Yi has prepared for him? Yes, this is a test of purification of the heart. Among 1,000 worlds, there will always be one where everything goes as it should. People, as a rule, always become intoxicated by such a world and become obsessed with it. However, the awakened one should not give in to his desires. After all, if a person who is given great strength and power becomes obsessed with his desires, it will turn into a disaster for the 9 islands. And if the gentleman cannot pass this test, then, unfortunately, she will simply kill him. The grandfather asked how his grandson was doing. The boy replied that he was doing well. Even very well. Could this really be a dream? Even his grandfather was alive? Chung Sung really hoped that this was not a dream after all. In another illusory world, Miss Liu Cha lived. She was also in one of her memories. Two men were discussing that they would have to drink a lot today. They were very happy about it. But what would the fiancé of one of them say? Doesn't she care that her husband drinks so much? But they just laughed, and the man replied that a woman can't tell him what to do. When the man saw his wife, he said that he had drunk too much and asked her not to take everything he said to heart. Liu Cha's husband was very scared. He told her that they should discuss everything first, and then she could scold him. But the woman was not going to deal with him. She hugged her husband tightly and began to cry into his shoulder. The man did not understand what was happening. At the same time, Lan Xiao was in the inner courtyard of Yunshui Palace. The girl did not understand how she ended up there. The lady turned to the girl. Today she will become a saint. But what about her face? The young girl was a little tired. They went to the elders who were already waiting for them. Suddenly, Chang Song found himself in the same club where he died. He saw two guys dragging a girl into the locker room. She was screaming and asking for help. When a man has nothing to lose, it is much easier to risk his life. But now that the guy has something to lose, will he be able to make the same decision this time? The guy received a message on his phone from his grandfather. He asked his grandson to come home early. Today, they will have dinner with the whole family. Chung Song had a choice. Either go home early and turn a blind eye to what was happening, or go and help the girl. The gentleman thought carefully and whispered an apology to his grandfather. He would have to stay late today. The guy kicked the locker room door and yelled at the bastards to let the girl go. Behind Cheng Song stood a guy who said that he had a very kind heart. This guy seemed to be Cheng Song's twin. It was Tai Yi. The gentleman had many questions for him, but they were short on time. Tai Yi showed the boy the Immortal's veins. They were meant especially for him. They contain some of Tai Yi's memories and will answer most of the questions the boy wanted to ask. He told the guy that the most important thing he should remember is that it is necessary and important to always remain true to your heart. It seemed that Zhonglin's master had passed the test after all, and the Immortal's veins began to merge with him. The gentleman looked at the girls, his eyes sparkled, he waved his hand, and a fire lit up in his fingers. He blessed the lady. Liu Cha thanked the awakened one for giving her this blessing. It was Zhong Lin's turn. As soon as the guy's eyes flashed, a completely different image of the girl immediately appeared in front of him. It was his immortal spirit Hua Qing. She immediately began to give the master a system upgrade. Chung Song didn't understand what was happening, how it happened, and what she was even doing here. Hua Qing and Zhongling didn't actually see each other. What are they doing here? What meeting? Isn't this the same bell? Hua Qing asked. When did Zhongling manage to grow such a figure? The girl replied, this bell will certainly be better than the little servant. While Hua Qing was protecting Tai Yi, Zhongling didn't even realize where she was taken. The girl was taken away to an unknown destination because she at least did something to save the world. A little maid wouldn't understand that. Hua Qing always hid behind Tai Yi, the girl said. What kind of protection could she even talk about? The girl was tired of listening to all this. He decided to end this conversation, since she had lost interest in this argument. But Zhongling told her not to even argue with her. Let her not delude herself. The woman who distorted his memories approached Chen Song. She told him that in the past, girls also often quarreled when they saw each other. Hua Qing said that unlike some people, she had a lot of things to do. She still needed to return to the host body and help him with the immortal veins. The fusion of immortal veins has begun. The evolution of divine consciousness. The opening of the divine palace. The opening of the sea. The system upgrade is 37% complete. Could this really be divine consciousness? Now Chang Song can see all the subtleties of its state with his own eyes. He saw the innate qi, the divine palace, and the very system that had made a contract with this guy. Hua Qing told him to stop. She was busy now. The memories from the immortal's veins began to merge with his. He would soon see everything for himself. In order to create the world of 9 islands, Pangu destroyed the small world of 3,000 evil gods, and the moment he died, the deities invaded this world to take revenge for this event. From the memories of the immortals, it follows that it was impossible to allow external gods to penetrate their world. She is too strong. They can only divide her power and spread it to different times and spaces. She used time and space change. Rupture of the void! At this moment, the sky was enveloped by the Chaos Bell and Linfu Seal, and the evil gods trapped inside the spatial rift were no longer able to escape. After the great battle, Tai Yi began preparing to send his spirit to another world, and the survival of that world would depend on who inherited his spirit. So, Is Chung Sung the reincarnation of this Tai Yi? Or is he Tai Yi? Zhang asked the boy if he could see the memories imprinted in the immortal's veins, to which the gentleman replied that he could only see some fragments, but that he seemed to understand the overall picture. The girl with the yin-yang sign said that now that the master had acquired the veins of an immortal, he could make a contract with her. She is the mirror of yin and yang, and she will help him fulfill his mission as an awakened one. Chung Sung took the yin-yang sign in his hands and made a pact with the mirror. Suddenly, they all started shaking. The tomb of the immortals began to collapse. They were all terribly frightened. The yin-yang mirror had been guarding the tomb of the immortals since the beginning. If she left it, the tomb would cease to exist. So she said to take her hand, and she would pull them out of here. She told the master that he could use her to break out of the world of illusions, and Chung Sung agreed, and then they began to be sucked into the funnel of the wind, and movement began. Madame Jing's illusions were so good that Liu Cha was unable to distinguish them from reality and escape from there. Lan Xiao said that it really was like a good dream. It would be great if all of this turned out to be true. Liu Cha and Lan Xiao, at least, did not become slaves to these illusions. This already distinguishes them from most people. A lie is a lie. These illusions were just a reflection of the real moon. First, they needed to return to Chingyang. Zhang Ling was very sorry that Sister Lan Xiao didn't come to visit them tonight, but she was glad that Sister Jing was with them. Jing said that she would just meditate on the sidelines, and that was all. Zhang Ling lay on the bed and thought that she had been here for too long, since Miss Lan Xiao had not come to see them today. Chung Song approached the girl and said that he was returning to his world. Chung Song looked into the mirror that moved him and ordered it to return the boy to his world. The gentleman did not understand why he ended up on the bed and not on the floor. The guy looked at his phone. He had 5 missed calls. It had only been 2 days. Where did so many missed calls come from? Unknown numbers. He thought it was nothing serious, either scammers or advertising. He threw the phone on the bed and realized that Zhang Ling was not transferred with him. "Oh, this taste is simply incredible," a female voice rang out, and the door to Chung Song's room opened. The master was very happy to see Zhang Ling. She had finally been transported with him, and now he was not alone in his world. Although her body remains in that world, she can follow her master as a spirit. The girl warned the owner that she could only appear near him and in no other way. Zhang Ling has incredible knowledge. She can turn on the news on TV with a snap of her fingers. A fire brigade has already arrived at the scene of the fire in the city. The victims have already been evacuated. The area and cause of the fire are still being determined. On April 18th, a fire broke out at Changfeng City Hospital, and on April 19th, the hospital director held a meeting to inform the public about the fire. Services have already begun to provide assistance to victims of the fires. It is strange that several fires occurred in just a couple of days. Suddenly there was a knock on the guy's door, and a girl named Boyu Lin entered. She was at the auction 2 days ago wearing a feather mask. Chung Sung remembered. But what did she want to talk about? He thought the auction was anonymous. How could she find him? Boyu Ling entered the apartment and saw Zhang Ling sitting on the bed. The girl thought that she was disturbing them, but Zhang Ling smiled and greeted her. The man in the wolf mask was her older brother, Li Wan. During the last demon exorcism ritual, something went wrong. Li Wan was seriously injured by some strange flame. She came to Chun Song to ask for one of the same pills he offered at the auction. Their family is willing to pay as much as he says. Chung Song didn't understand what kind of demon exorcism ritual this was, so it turns out that demons also exist in their world. The girl was surprised why he was laughing at her. How could the owner of such incredible pills not know about their existence? The gentleman said that pills were all he knew how to do, so he didn't know much about such things, and he felt very awkward. In their world, demons and various magics do exist. Demons are the result of a cluster of evil spirits, and the largest clans of their world fight against them. Shi and Li Yuan belong to the Xuan Yuan Shi clan of Jiangge County, which is another name for the Yellow Emperor known as Huang Di. Chung Song thought that perhaps the demons in this world were due to the imprisonment of evil gods in the rift. He gave the girl a pill and said that he did not need money for her. Boyu Lin was extremely grateful to this guy, but he was too unpredictable. She couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Zhang Ling, who was standing nearby, started yelling at her mistress. She said that such things cannot be given away just like that. He is her master. She acknowledged him as such after he saved her. If the girl wants to get this pill, she will also have to acknowledge him as her master, Zhongling said. Chung Sung didn't like what the girl said at all. He grabbed her hand and ordered her to stop acting like that. Boyu Ling fell to her knees and, calling Chung Sung her master, begged him to give her the pill that would save her brother's life. The guy lifted the girl from her lap and said that Zhongling was just joking and she shouldn't do that. Someone knocked on the young master's door. It was Jia Yi. He asked the girl what she was doing here and why she came. Zhongling yelled at Bo Yuling, saying that from now on, the girl would call her mistress and the master master, and only she could call the master master. Jia Yi's eyes widened. She didn't understand what was happening. Chungsong calmed the girl down and told her to ignore them. The guy said that he met the girls at an auction and simply discussed some work issues with them. The girl understood everything. She said that she called him several times, but he did not answer. So the schoolgirl decided to come herself. Chungsong started making excuses that he was busy with alchemy and lost track of time. The guy thought that he forgot to write down Jia Yi's number, so he thought that these calls were from scammers. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Jing, who said that the feng shui in his room was a little off. Jing hadn't had a bath in so long that she couldn't resist. She said that if he wanted to wash himself too, she could help him. Her hands were so gentle that Changsong was puzzled as to why she even decided to take a bath with him. Jia Yi choked in surprise. The guy began to justify himself, saying that the girl had misunderstood everything. It was not what it might seem. He himself did not know that she was there. Bo Yuling approached the master and said that she would go to the hospital to visit her brother, and once he recovered from his injuries, she would return to serve him. Jia Yi could not bear it any longer and spat out the entire mouthful of tea she had prepared. Chungsong felt terribly ashamed in front of Jia Yi. The girl believed that his pill would save her brother's life, so she had already decided that he was now her master. If everyone calls Chungsong sir, then he must be the son of a very influential person, the schoolgirl thought. Hua Qing suddenly appeared. She finally finished her work. The girl is looking for Zheng Lin to fight her. She will not rest until they fight 300 times. Jia Yi didn't understand what was going on there. Because of this, the girl simply lost consciousness. Fortunately, Chungsong picked her up and put her on the bed. All the guys were very scared for Jia Yi. She finally opened her eyes and came to consciousness. The girl was scared of them, Zhongling told Hua Qing, that her face was too scary. The girls started arguing again, for no reason. Chungsong was very scared for the girls. She asked who they all were. The guy did not want to lie to her, and answered that these girls were indeed not people, but not ghosts either. The guy couldn't tell her anything more. He could only say that they were very good and would not harm her. Zhang Ling introduced herself to the girl and said that everything was correct and that the monster to her left was called Hua Qing, after which the girls began to argue again. Jing decided to change the situation. She introduced herself as Jia Yi and offered her some water to help the girl come to her senses. Chungsong told the girl that he would introduce them all better later and asked the girl why she came to him. She came to give him a letter from her father because, as the schoolgirl had already said, she couldn't get through to the guy, so she came in person. Chungsong was very surprised. What kind of letter could Mr. Zhou write to him? The girl replied that someone had asked Mr. Zhu to deliver it. The letter was sealed so he could personally verify that no one had opened it, and her father had asked her to deliver it as soon as possible. The letter had a note about this auction, so it means this is a personal invitation to the auction. Yuanxing Trade Union sincerely invites him to visit them at any time. They will be waiting for him. With best wishes, written by Yuanxing Trade Union Director Chen Jin. If Chungsong remembered correctly, there were other spiritual treasures that had reached their time. It would be nice to take a look at them. But why did they ask to pass on Mr. Zhou's letter? Was it really a gesture of goodwill? Zheng Ling complimented Jia Yi's beautiful skin and immediately asked what kind of relationship she had with her master, since she had come there in person just to meet him. The schoolgirl replied that all this was not so. It was just that Brother Song was her savior. Zheng Ling smiled flatteringly, not believing the girl at all. Hua Qing started yelling at Zheng Ling. She got to the bottom of it and said that she had stopped scaring her with that annoying bell. Jing sat next to Cheng Song and asked him if he thought of other spiritual treasures. The guy agreed, but did not understand how she guessed. When the girl acknowledged him as her master, a connection was formed between them. Now, she can feel some of his thoughts. She has already tried to find some treasures, but the laws of this world turned out to be unusually strong. So far, she has only managed to find the disc of the 5 elements. She feels that it is relatively close to them, but at the same time, Jing can't figure out where the most valuable treasure of this world is, the Lin seal. Perhaps the auction will help. And this auction was well organized. This building is located in the Jade Belt. It is literally blessed with a lucky star. The young people were met by a subordinate of the Chamber of Commerce president, Yuan Xing. He greeted the gentleman and asked him to follow him. The man was to take him to the president of the Chamber of Commerce. They entered the office and saw a beautiful girl sitting in a chair in front of them. This girl's name is Chen Jin. She is the president of the Yuansing Chamber of Commerce. She thanked Chung Song for his visit. The gentleman looked at her and remembered. This was the same auction host. She was the president of this auction? They didn't just invite him there. Someone wants to offer him a deal, and they would like to become an intermediary between them, the girl said. Zhang Ling asked her, "She is talking about the person behind the wall. Let him come out. What is the point of him hiding?" Chen Jin looked at the girl and realized that she was not at all ordinary, as she seemed at first glance. "What a perceptive girl," a male voice suddenly came from behind the wall. "This man's name is Liu Yi. He is from the Xuanyuan clan. He came there today to propose a deal to the young master." Madam President began to tell Chung Song that he was so young, but already well-versed in his field. The guy replied that if they had something to say, then let them say it. The quality of the pill he offered for exchange at the auction was simply amazing. The main reason he invited him was because Liu Yi wanted to ask Chung Song to introduce him to the alchemist who created this pill. The guy only answered one thing. Liu Yi achieved his goal and ended up here. The man said that the gentleman was still too young to joke around with him like this. This pill was the product of a true master. Did he really think that Liu Yi would believe such a thing? Zhang Ling intervened and said that in this world, age is overrated. Can't young people be talented? So he greatly underestimated the guy. If he really created this pill, then Liu Yi invites him to join his Xuanyuan clan. They have a lot of treasures that might interest Chung Song. The gentleman looked at the man with disdain and said that he was too lazy to join any clan. Liu Yi laughed and said, "This guy is very confident. Does he really think he can do it without support?" At first, the man doubted Chung Song's words, and now he threatens him, invited him to a meeting himself, and then began to throw suspicions, saying that they are not friends. So the guy has nothing more to add. Chen Jin added that since Mr. Song had no intention of joining the Xuanyuan clan, they would put an end to this today. Their clan is one of the 3 strongest clans. It was Liu Yi who insisted on this meeting and came to personally talk to the master. He said that he should not be so impolite to him. The affairs of the 3 strongest clans have nothing to do with Chung Song. He is just an outside observer. Butchering pigs and making atomic bombs have nothing to do with each other, right? Liu Yi was outraged by this answer. How dare he compare the great clans to butchers? This is outrageous. Chang Song asked him to wait because he had a message on his phone and he needed to read it quickly. The elder became even more angry. This guy doesn't take him seriously at all. The young master received a message from Boyu Ling, asking if he was currently in the Union building. Liu Yi's anger knew no bounds. It was sheer impudence. He threatened the boy that the old man would now show him what would happen if he did not respect his elders. The man hit the table with all his might on which the vase stood, and at that very moment, water splashed out of it and spilled onto the table and the floor. Chen Jin reminded the elder that he was a member of the Yuanxing Union, and he couldn't do such things here. Liu Yi started shouting, "Who is she to threaten him on behalf of the Union? Even if her grandfather were here, he would do the same thing." He called Chung Song and told him that since he himself called himself that alchemist, he would save this man from a lot of trouble. Now the guy would be a good boy and follow him. Otherwise, no one would be able to save him. Chung Song was not at a loss. He said that the gentleman was already old, and there was no need to exert himself so much. And Zhang Ling added, "Isn't this old man too self-confident?" The old man threw that same vase of water at them. He couldn't even imagine that he had mastered the technique of resisting qi energy. Liu Yi couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be? There wasn't a single scratch on them, just a whole hole in the wall. And the master and Zhong Ling just laughed. What a funny old man. The old man could not understand what kind of power this was. He really was an alchemist. But then he thought that even an alchemist could not possess such incredible power. Chung Song continued to use his power. Blood began to spurt out of the old man's mouth. He began to scream that he understood everything and was wrong. The man begged for mercy. Zhang Ling suddenly had a strange feeling for a moment, as if a drum was playing inside her. And she thought that perhaps she had just made this up. What is the point of old people bullying the young? It is not too late to stop, Mr. Zhu said. He couldn't believe his eyes. The crippled Liu Yi sat with his head down, and the guy sat as if nothing had happened. What happened? Liu Yi thought, this old man saw his shame. Now he is sure that he will start to cling to this situation. He immediately ended the conversation, saying that he was leaving them, and said goodbye to Mr. Song. Grandfather Boyu Ling didn't understand why this old man Liu was putting on such a show. Who was this all for? Liu Yi got into the car and ordered the driver to go back. He would never believe that this guy could have such strength. There must be someone very powerful behind him, and he must have given him some powerful treasure with which this scoundrel defeated him. The old man urgently needs to conduct an investigation and find the alchemist who is behind this gentleman. At the union office, Boyu Lin introduced Chung Song to her grandfather. His name is Bai Wu Ya. Grandfather heard from Boyu Ling that the old man from the Xuan Yuan clan wanted to meet the master. They were worried that he would cause trouble for the boy, so they came there. Bai Wu Ya thought about asking Boyu Ling why she was addressing this young master so formally. Chung Song thanked the man for his concern. The girl's grandfather laughed and said that the boy really needed to thank Boyu Lin, who was so worried about him. Besides helping the boy, Mr. Bai came there to thank Chung Song for the pill he gave to his granddaughter Boyu Ling. Thanks to this guy, his grandson got better. And he also wanted to ask the gentleman how many more pills he had in stock. Due to recent events, their clan would like to exchange their treasures for some of the boy's pills. I wonder what Mr. Song would say about that. The young master thought and said, he still has many of these pills, but there is one condition. Bai Wuya was glad that the guy had already contacted him. He was waiting to see what Chung Song wanted in return. The gentleman put 2 stones on the table and asked the old man to help him find one magic treasure. The man couldn't believe it. These were spiritual stones, and so pure. Where did this guy come from? He asked, to tell him what kind of treasure it was, or at least what shape it was. Zhang Ling immediately decided to show in real life what it looks like. The differences from the original are minimal. What kind of technique is this? The old man thought. The girl did without intermediaries and released spiritual energy directly. The man told Cheng Song that they would do their best to find the treasure, but did not promise that they would succeed, and apologized. Chung Song also hopes that the union will also help him in finding this treasure. Naturally, he also has something to offer them. Chen Jin said the union would do its utmost to accommodate Mr. Song's request. Zhang Ling told the boy that Qing Lian wanted to talk to him, so he would have to go and leave the old man and Boyu Ling behind. The girl told them that if they found out anything, they could contact them using one object. She left it on the table and told them to keep it with them, and then left. As the young people were riding in the elevator, Chung Song shared with Zhang Lin that he suddenly had the urge to kill this old man, and he even thought that nothing would happen to him for it. How did Zhang Ling know that Qing Lian wanted to talk to him? Could she somehow contact the immortal world? Yes, she can receive messages from both worlds. She even became a little curious about how the flow of time in this world differs from the flow in that one. Chung Song had been in her world for quite a long time, but in his world it had only lasted for 2 days. So if he had stayed in this world for too long then, Zhang Ling quickly reassured the owner, saying that he had nothing to worry about. It seemed that in her world, in his absence, time began to flow more slowly. The guy understood everything and calmed down. He asked the girl if Qing Lian had asked what she wanted to talk to him about. The girl replied that she only asked them to return as soon as possible. Chung Song approached Madame Yu Yun and asked the girl how he could help her. Now that Lord Awakened has learned to control the natural qi and awakened the immortal veins, will he be able to go into the abyss with her and help save Hong Lian? The young master also needed to meet Hong Lian, so he was willing to help and asked what he needed to do. Hong Lian has been in a state of decline for many years, so Yi Yun cannot contact her directly. They will have to go into the abyss through the world veins. The abyss is the lowest place among all things. When the heavens and earth collapsed, Hong Lian remained in the abyss to maintain the integrity of the 9 islands. The world veins will lead them to the very abyss. The goddess of devastation appeared on their way. They need to be very careful and protect themselves from her in order to get into the abyss safe and sound. So they finally reached the abyss. But it turned out to be somehow too sad there, the young people thought. The abyss is not meant for living beings, so they may feel as if the place rejects them. Chung Song saw a painfully familiar silhouette. The guy came up and saw him. Why did they grab him? It was the ghost of that traitor that Chung Song had killed a while ago. He saw that guy and started yelling at him. He was the one who killed him, and he did it several times. There were a lot of ghosts there, and this bastard started calling them all names and shouting that there was a living person there. Why were these damn ghosts wandering there? The abyss is a place where souls wait to be reborn, so it was only natural that they encountered a few dead souls there. However, the souls of the dead should not have evil feelings towards anyone. This is, of course, too strange. The awakened one warned his friends to be careful. It seems that their life energy attracts the dead. After seeing Huang Shun, Yi Yun didn't think that she could recover so quickly. Well, it was all thanks to the Hidden Sand organization. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know when she could return to her previous form, And besides, right now, what was in front of Yu Yun was only a part of her former self. She laughed and said that she always thought that the best quality of the human race was tenacity. I wonder if Yu Yun agrees with her. It turns out that Hong Lian's pitiful condition is her business. Then enough of this empty nonsense. They have nothing to talk about with her. Huang Shen said that she accepted Yi Yun's challenge, but the girl must take into account that she would die today. The young people need to quickly find Miss Yi Yun, but these ghosts are too annoying to just get rid of. Chung Song got angry and decided to get rid of the ghosts with Hong Lian's vein. Zhongling tried to stop the master, but it was too late. Huang Shen laughed and said that this guy Yi Yun brought was quite hot-tempered. She had no choice then, and today she would let her go. Let her thank her new boyfriend for her. Thanks to the young master, the seal of the abyss has weakened significantly, and she will finally be able to get out of there. Hong Lian must have become one with the abyss, so if the abyss was destroyed, she would also suffer, and as a result, the seal of the abyss would also weaken. Zhongling told her master that he shouldn't be so unrestrained. It seemed that the tremors of the earth began to subside. It was still impossible to understand where the trembling came from. First, they needed to find Yi Yun. Only with her could they get to Hong Lian. Chung Song was in a terrible state. He knew that he had only made the situation worse. But why did the guy lose his temper again? Zhongling sank to the ground. The place was literally shaking. Apparently, Hong Lian's strength was already running out. Indeed, she no longer has the strength to heal all these deep wounds. It is Chang Song's fault that he lost his temper and caused such destruction. How can he fix it? Even Yi Yun can only stop the ongoing destruction, but cannot seal these cracks. Well, at least there is hope that the innate qi can somehow heal these huge and terribly scary scars. Both Yun and Hong Lian are the result of the division of the blue lotus of the creation of the world. So the innate qi carries the power of creation. Perhaps through it, they can repair the damage of this world. The young master decided to give it a try. And yes, it really worked. Hong Lian's veins began to tense up. Unfortunately, due to the weakening of the seal of the abyss, part of the soul of the goddess of devastation was able to escape into the outside world. It was Chung Song who gave in to his emotions and damaged the seal with his own hands. But now was not the time to think about it. Since they were able to fix it, they needed to quickly head to the core of the abyss. Otherwise, Hong Lian wouldn't be able to last that long. They entered the altar of the abyss core. Her statue was on the verge of destruction. The seal was about to fall apart. The power of destruction of the goddess of devastation is truly impressive. It seems that this formation will not let them pass any further. This is a very confusing and complex formation, and it will take a lot of time to eliminate it. This formation was created by several gods and Tai Yi. It was erected here so that Hong Lian could withstand all the pressure of the abyss and the corrosive effects of the dirty qi. Perhaps only an awakened lord would be able to pass through this rather complex formation, Yi Yun said. This formation began to literally suck the young master inside itself. It seemed that Yi Yun was absolutely right. The girl said that she entrusted Hong Ling into the hands of the awakened master, and Zhongling asked her master to be careful. Chung Song heard voices. Someone was telling Hong Lian not to be an idiot. Tai Yi had already been dead for a long time. No one can escape from the spatial rift. Even Huang Shen could only save part of her essence. Hong Lian will die there alone. The suffering souls that roam everywhere were caused by her. She failed to contain her dissipating spiritual energy, and it leaked into the outside world, turned into demons, and killed all those people. How many years had passed since her elder sister Qing Lian last contacted her? She had also left her long ago. Hong Lian would die alone. Chung Song called the girl, went up to her, and said that he came to pick her up from there. Hong Lian immediately realized that it wasn't Tai Yi at all. But it didn't matter. She still wouldn't be able to leave this place. The formation of the abyss is almost destroyed. If she leaves there with it, then not only the abyss will collapse, but also the world of the 9 islands along with it. This Tai Yi really thought everything through carefully. The young master will restore the formation himself. The heaviness of the world of the 9 islands lies not in the heaviness of heaven and earth, but in the unbearable heaviness of the joys of life and the sorrows of death of hundreds of thousands of living beings. Chung Song only realized the full essence of the cycle of reincarnation after he himself was reborn, and this place became the core of that cycle. Awareness of the path of the endless cycle of rebirths. Activation of the formation of the endless cycle of rebirths. The awakened one succeeded. The formation began to work with renewed vigor. The girl's happiness and joy knew no bounds. The young master took the girl in his arms and told her that now he and Hong Lian would leave this place together, and preferably forever. And so, finally, the young master got out, together with Hong Lian. He carried the girl out in his arms, almost without strength. Zhang Ling congratulated her master. The magnificent Tao formation he had just created was truly incredible. It was a very delicate work. The girl asked, Jimeng, that is, the red lotus, will no longer be the core of the formation. Chengsong replaced the core with a formation of endless rebirth cycle. As long as there is life between heaven and earth, this formation will work. She had been the core of the formation for many years, and now that she was no longer a part of it, she had lost the lion's share of her powers and needed time to recover. The young people decided to return to the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible. Yi Yun has a way to restore their strength, and Yun will need the power of a master to restore Hong Lian's life energy. He will do everything in his power. First, they need to activate an ancient formation that can help the girl. Lord Awakened will have to use the natural qi and connect them with his sister, after which the natural qi will begin to resonate between them and restore Hong Lian's life energy. The guy understood everything and asked if there was anything else required of him, to which Yi Yun replied that there was not, and asked him to sit where she indicated. The girl asked him to emit natural qi and establish a qi connection between them, and although he was already accustomed to this power, he needed to do it correctly. As soon as Chengsong started helping the girls, their dresses started to disappear and they were left completely naked. The guy got scared and blushed. Yi Yun asked not to be afraid of the awakened master. She and Hong Lian are completely composed of spiritual energy, so their clothes are also simply transforming spiritual energy. The energy that should have gone into creating their dresses was entirely spent on restoring Hong Lian's life force. Chengsong felt very awkward. Mrs. Yi Yun began to approach the guy and gently touch his hands and feet. Was she really okay after the ritual? She and her sister had been feeding on natural qi for a long time and were very short of it, so they decided that Mr. Song was exactly the one they both needed. And so the girls began to caress the gentleman with frantic desire, and from such frantic energy and everything that was happening, he could not utter a word. Zhang Ling said that this scene was really charming, to which Hua Qing nervously replied that she couldn't even imagine what was going on in that girl's head. And now Hong Lian was finally in a normal dress. The girl's naked body was finally covered, and the girl's strength was restored. Chun Wu Bao walked through the alley of Chingyang City. He finally escaped from there, and Auntie and Yun should not see him again. Suddenly, two girls were watching him closely on the roof, discussing how it had taken them much less time than they thought. Chen Wu Bao turned around and was very scared. The guy started screaming. He didn't understand what was happening and what these girls wanted from him. Here the girls came out of the room in new outfits. These dresses turned out to be much better than they could have imagined, a good bonus to recovery. Zhongling hugged Hong Lian, asked how she was feeling and whether she had recovered, added that the girl had worked so hard for the common good for so long, and thanked the young girl. Hong Lian said that it was all thanks to Tai Yi, although the girl was a little confused, because now he should be called Chengsong. He restored everything to her to the last drop. Zhongling was very happy that she had already recovered. Then they definitely needed to take a walk around the city and celebrate this event. By the way, she wanted to introduce her to her new friend. Yi Yun said that she couldn't go with them, but they could actually go and have fun. Hong Lian had been in seclusion for too long. Lan Xiao stood next to her. She said hello. They got acquainted and went for a walk around the city together. The girls were walking and enjoying life. They passed by the famous big river and saw that there were so many different types of fish in it. They admired every inch of the city. As they passed the market, they saw two men arguing. One was shouting at the other, how dare he ask them for money? And the other was shouting that whoever they were, they had to pay for the food. It turns out that it's a squad of soldiers. They came there to help protect their city from demons, and the guy still dares to ask them for money. Hong Lian was so scared when she saw what was happening that she almost jumped into Chengsong's arms. But the guy quickly calmed her down and told her not to be afraid of anything. Zhang Ling decided to intervene in their dispute. The girl asked them if this was how warriors should behave. They looked more like bandits. She ordered to let the man go. This brainless soldier told the girl that if she wanted him to let him go, he would. And then he threw the guy to the ground. And now the girl ordered him to give the money to this man and let him leave from there with his friends. Who would have thought that such a beauty had such a hot temper? He let him go. He should at least be happy about that, said the vile man. But he immediately added that the beauty should understand that he did it for a reason. She should pay him well for saving her. Suddenly, Chengsong, who had been watching this for so long, pulled Zhongling towards him and asked where he got such impudence. The young gentleman could not stand it and quickly brought everyone to their knees. Now he will answer for daring to say such a thing to the girl. In a rage, this soldier shouted that he was the assistant of the general of the Qingzhou Emperor's army, And how dare he talk to him like that, when he had just broken the law by using spiritual energy against them. At that very moment, the head of the city arrived there and watched everything that was happening. This assistant of the emperor immediately began to address the head of Chingyang. He said that this bastard had broken the law and shouted for her to quickly kill him. Ms. Liu Cha turned to the guy and asked Mr. Chung Song, "What's going on there?" This naive soldier couldn't believe his ears and shouted to the ruler of Chingyang City, "Why does she call this scoundrel her master?" Chung Song immediately explained to her that he had insulted them and tried to do something unforgivable. But what if he wanted to kill him right here and now, the guy asked the woman. The lady looked at the emperor's assistant, and at Mr. Song. She said that if he wanted so, she could kill him. The warrior could not believe his ears. In a rage, he began to shout that Lo Chi's family was indeed the creation of demons, and that her demonic blood had made itself known. Chung Song ordered him to close his mouth and slammed the helpless warrior to the ground with all his might. The girls couldn't understand what was happening to their master. Zhongling went up to him and asked her master to calm down. Everyone was terribly scared by his behavior. Now General Lin Yuan himself joined them. The assistant began to ask him for help. He said that they dared to attack them, and the ruler of the city did not want to help them. The general did not stand on ceremony for long, stepped on the back of his assistant and ordered him to shut up, saying that he knew him very well. The general introduced himself and said that he was a subordinate of the emperor of Qingzhou. This man was part of his army, and he was obliged to take him with him. Later, he would explain everything to the ruler of the city of Chingyang. Lord Liu Cha told the general that he would have to explain himself not to her, but to Lord Cheng Song. General Lin Yuan grabbed his assistant and almost strangled him. He began to beg him to let him go. Because he had a family and children, he had to provide for them, and this would not happen again. The general hit him in the face and said that he didn't understand anything at all. How could he spare a man who was doing such things on foreign soil? Soldiers who dare to insult ordinary citizens are in direct violation of military orders and will be punished for that and nothing else. The soldier immediately knelt down in front of Chung Song and asked for his forgiveness. He admitted his guilt. He should not have pestered women and bullied others. He asked the owner to spare him, but Chung Song was not going to stop. He wanted to punish them properly. The general appeared before the young man and asked him to allow him to take these idiots to the barracks where they would be duly punished. So he wanted to let them go, but Chung Song misunderstood him. He was going to punish them to the fullest extent of military regulations. The general explained that he simply did not want to frighten people by spilling the blood of these idiots on the street. The young master said that if he broke all their bones but there was no blood, then there was nothing to worry about. Even the general already believed the master's words. But Chung Song had no intention of doing anything. He just decided to scare them, and nothing more. The master apologized to Liu Cha for disturbing him, but it turned out that the general would do everything himself, and they would move on. Ms. Liu Cha said that everything was fine and said goodbye until the next meeting with Mr. Soon. The general turned to the lady and asked her if she could tell him who the gentleman was, to which she replied that it was none of his business and that he had better not interfere with it. So the young people came to the palace. They were very tired, and Jing suggested that the master drink hot tea and relax. Chung Song thought about it. Recently, his heart was constantly overcome by some strange feeling. The guy couldn't understand what it was. It was as if his inner voice was constantly telling him that he had to kill all his ill-wishers. The same thing happened to that old man from his world. This makes him feel like nothing will happen if he kills someone. Maybe it's because of his immortal veins? Suddenly, Zhongling shouted to the three who were hiding on the roof, telling them to get out of there. They probably thought that they wouldn't be noticed since they were wearing cloaks in broad daylight. Who are they? The girl saw Chen Wu Bao. She asked the guy what he was doing there, and why they were hiding on the roof. The boy smiled slightly and asked them if they would believe him if he said that he was forced to come there. These two intervened in their conversation. They said that they were benefactor twins. They are what they are, and it cannot be changed. Their goal is to release spiritual treasures. Zhang Ling was very happy when she saw them. It turned out that they were gold coins. The girl's eyes even sparkled. Well, since they recognized them, the benefactor twins will begin to free them. Zhongling put the girls down on the ground and told them that even among spiritual treasures there was a hierarchy, and they were still far behind the girl. Chen Wubao was happy, and since everything was already over and they had sorted it out, he asked if they could help the guy get down from the roof. Zhang Ling leaned over to one of the benefactor twins and began patting her on the cheek, ordering the girl to get up and not pretend to be asleep. The girl stood up with her fists and screamed. If she knew she was pretending, why did she slap her so hard? Zhang Ling smiled and said, "She just woke up and is already complaining." Lan Xiao looked at the girls and asked, So these two are the treasure thieves who cause trouble by untying various treasures from their owners? They don't need all this fame and recognition. The main thing for them is to be free as the wind. The second answered that her sister was absolutely right. One of the twins clearly regarded Zhongling as a spiritual treasure, so why didn't their abilities work on her? The girl frowned and made it clear to them that she had already explained to them that their abilities meant nothing to her. Could she really be one of the heavenly treasures, the girls thought, since she had the same aura as Aunt Yiyun? Zhongling approached the owner and said that a message came from his world. It seems that they have some news. Since everything is calm in that world for now, they can return. At the union, Yuan Chen Jin asked Mr. Liu Yi if he was really going to do this. The man told Mrs. Chen not to ask too many questions. She should remain neutral. This only concerned him and that boy. Last time he acted stupidly and rushed, but this time it's different. Today he has one of the strongest masters of their clan with him. His tricks won't work on him. One of the elders of the Xuanyuan clan has been humiliated, and the culprit must pay for it. Chen Jin doesn't have to worry. They will definitely make amends to the union later and sign several contracts at once. The girl added that Mr. Song had a good relationship with the Boyu family from Jiangge County, so they were not afraid of running into them. The world is ruled by power and money. Mo Tanyang is sure that they understand this too. He thinks that they will not spoil relations with them because of a young alchemist whom they barely know. The girl realized that this could not go on any longer, and that it would be better if she pressed the red button right now. But that bastard burned her and told her not to even try to do anything right under his nose. Mo Tanyang is one of the strongest masters of the Xuanyuan clan, but their trading alliance is not some vegetable market. It is the highest level of rudeness. He told her not to waste her time and energy. Even all her security couldn't handle him. But the girl replied that their union, the Yuan, couldn't be afraid of something like that. This freak grabbed Chen Jin's face and said, "Her trade alliance is just a middleman. Who does she think she is?" The girl shouted at him not to touch her and to move away. She sent a secret message to the guards, to which Mo replied that it was all useless. Chen Jin hoped that Mr. Song had correctly understood the secret message she had left for him when she invited him to this meeting. If he takes a representative of the Boyu family with him, then the unpleasant consequences will most likely be avoided. Finally, Mr. Cheng Song came. He told the girl not to be afraid. He was already there. If she needed help, she could just say so. She didn't need to be shy. Zhongling approached the old man and asked if he had healed all his wounds, because he had suffered greatly last time. Mo Tanyang asked, "So Chung Song was that young alchemist?" He would never have believed that such a scoundrel had mastered the skill of instant movement, but he didn't think that the master would be able to surprise him with anything else. Chen Jin asked Mr. Song if the Boyu family should go with him, but the boy didn't understand and asked if they should go. While the young men were talking, the bastard tried to pounce on the guy, but he, without batting an eye, threw him back with such force that he simply flew into the wall. Chung Song called Old Man Lu and said that he thought they had understood each other perfectly last time, but it turned out that his stupidity knew no bounds. The young gentleman handed the phone to Chen Jin and asked her to tell the girl on the other end whatever she wanted. And the girl was at a loss. Chen Jin picked up the phone and asked Madame Boyu in a trembling, excited voice if their family could come to the UN Union now. Boyu Ling understood everything and said that they would be there soon. But the girl became very curious about why the union chairman was calling her from Mr. Chung Song's phone. The young master approached Old Man Lu and asked him if he really thought the boy would spare his life a second time. The man replied that the time would come and he would pay for his disrespect along with these disgusting women who were next to him. Chung Song grabbed him by the throat and asked, "Is he some high school student? Why insult a person he can never defeat?" As for the disrespect, Old Man Lu started with insults and then lost to the master in a fair fight. What disrespect is he talking about? This immature old man started shouting that Chung Song would definitely die and answer for everything he had done. The young man smiled and told him that it was not a good idea to talk about death when someone was holding you by the throat. It was bad luck. As Chang Sung began to press harder and harder on that bastard's throat, his face immediately turned blue and red, and he barely had time to ask the guy what he was going to do. The girls who were watching this were very scared. Zheng Ling said that her master's aura had become so cold and sinister again. The old man's eyes began to bulge from suffocation. It seemed like they were about to burst. If Chung Song was going to kill him, then let him do it already. Why was he playing with him? Kill him? No. Why would he need that? Death is an exorbitant luxury for him. The guy won't kill him. Instead, he'll just break the old man and make him beg for forgiveness on his knees. The door to the union chairman's office opened, and the Boyu Lin family finally walked in, along with the eldest son of the Mo family. Old man Liu Yi knelt down in front of his master and told him that this bastard had beaten up the second young master, but the young man had no intention of feeling sorry for them or defending them. On the contrary, he kicked the old man in the trachea and told him to shut up. The guy introduced himself to Mr. Chung. His name is Mo Tiancheng. He is the eldest son of the Mo family of the Shren Yuan clan. On behalf of his entire family, the boy wants to apologize to Mr. Chen for what happened today. Tiancheng understood very well the master's reluctance to accept his apology and business card. However, this time, he still asked for forgiveness, and their family will properly make amends to Mr. and Mrs. Chen for this incident. Mo Tanyang woke up and quietly asked his brother to avenge him, but his brother simply hit him with all his strength. As punishment, he had already destroyed his Qihai, and later their family had sent other gifts to the Union, but now he was simply taking these scoundrels away. The young master accepted Mo Tiancheng's apology and said that his guards could take those bastards away. But the boy didn't understand why one of the brothers was an idiot while the other seemed normal to him. Zhongling walked up to her master and asked him if he thought he smelled like the goddess of devastation. He said no, but was she sure? The young girl replied that she was 100,000% sure and that she was not imagining things. To which Chung Song replied that he understood her. The boy thanked Boyu's family for coming to his aid, but the man replied that there was no point in thanking them because they had done nothing. The guy who came after these two was indeed the eldest son of the Mo family, and rumor has it that he loves his younger brother very much. Something is wrong here. It seems like their family is hiding something from them. However, the spies they sent out never found out anything. Could it be that the Mo family's secret was somehow related to this? Chen Jin asked and showed one very interesting thing. According to the Southwest branch of the Union, something similar to what Mr. Chang Song was looking for was recently put up for auction. However, they have no exact information about this item. They only know that the Mo family eventually bought it at auction. Zhong Ling believes that it is a 5-element disc. It seemed like they would have to see this young master from the Mo family again after all, and it seemed like he had already mentally torn Song into little pieces. The young man said that the family that raised such a disgusting second son had nothing to fear. Old man Lu tried to justify himself to his master, followed him around and tried to tell him something, but he didn't get anything good in return. Mo Tiancheng grabbed the old man by the throat and told him that he couldn't hold back his feelings in front of such a scoundrel. It was time for him to start acting according to his age. Then he approached his brother. The master said that this matter does not tolerate even the slightest mistake, and he managed to ignore these words and cause them even more trouble. The guy said that they would still have a chance to get even when they carried out their plan, and then all 3 major clans would be wiped off the face of the earth. Cheng Song asked the union chairman if she could find out where that thing was now, but Boyu Ling told the boy that he was difficult to track down. The Mo family had always acted very cautiously. Zhang Ling said that if it was a matter of searching for something important, or even not so important, then Jing would be the best at it. Meanwhile, in the apartment, Song Jing and Hua Qing were sitting and watching TV. The girls were eating chips and watching an interesting movie. Zhang Ling asked Jing to check the location of the 5 Elements disc as soon as possible. It was very important to them. The girl thought for a moment and replied that when you have a photo of the item you are looking for at hand, the search becomes much easier. Jing began to search. She penetrated her mind and saw that the disc was in the possession of a very familiar person. It turns out that the disc of the 5 elements fell into the hands of the goddess of destruction, who somehow entered this world. The young people couldn't believe their eyes. Was he really placed on some altar to be filled with energy? Chung Song was so upset that he urgently needed to find out where exactly this place they saw was. The shape of the altar, known to Jing, made her task very difficult, so she could only determine its approximate location. The young master said that he needed to tell the Boyu family about this urgently. Maybe they could somehow get this information. The goddess of destruction said that they seemed to have been found somewhere under the mansion. Mo Tiancheng walked up to the woman and apologized for not looking after his idiot brother. Mo Tanyang knelt down and began to apologize for everything that happened. The woman began to laugh and said that he shouldn't be so afraid. The main thing was that he admitted his mistake. She appreciated that. However, they found them. The lady is sure that they will soon find this place where they are, so they will have to speed up a little to have time to carry out their plan. Mo Tanyang became very tense and asked what the lady meant. The goddess of devastation replied that he would be given a great honor. He would sacrifice his life for their ritual. She locked him on a large platform with water and turned on the engine, His body began to tear into small pieces. He begged his brother to help him, but he only stood aside and remained silent. Mo Tanyang's blood produced a great red pill. It was amazing work. He will be of much greater use after death than in life, said the lady, laughing loudly. She turned into this guy's brother and made him eat it, which he was completely unprepared for and didn't really want to do, but unfortunately he has no choice. This guy has the same blood as him, so this pill will suit him perfectly. He just needs to swallow its power and everything will be fine. This is the main power of the treasure they brought. It is called to take from one and give to another. It was their Mo family that wanted to destroy the 3 great clans. The lady told him to do what she told him, and then he would gain unimaginable strength. Despite his reluctance to do so, Mo Tiancheng put the pill in his mouth and gritted his teeth. And the woman praised him and said that he was a good boy. After taking this pill, he became stronger and much angrier than he was before, which is exactly what she wanted. Clapping her hands, the lady said that everything was fine. They succeeded. Now Mr. Mo Tiancheng has gained incredible strength and can fight with any person. Now the Mo family will be able to trample all the major clans. The family will finally return to its former glory and power. Well, everything turned out even better than the lady expected. She said that there were a couple of rats outside and told him to try his new power on them. A hidden spy watching the Mo family castle from the forest sensed something was wrong. Through the earphone with a microphone, he transmitted that a wave of dense spiritual energy suddenly burst out from the Mo family's estate, which was located in the Dragon Mountains. It was not yet possible to find out what exactly had happened. He said that he would give details later. And before he could finish speaking, he heard some rustling behind him. This bastard attacked the guy, hit him with all his might, and screamed for him to die. The guy's friends came to his aid. They surrounded that idiot Mo Tiancheng to deal with him and kill him once and for all. But even the fact that there are more of these guys didn't help to cope with him. He has incredible strength. There is a power boiling within him that he could never have dreamed of, and now all who dared to despise him will fall at his feet. There was silence in Chang Song's apartment. Bo Yuling said that something had happened to the shadow guards. They reported that a wave of strong spiritual energy had burst out from the Mo family manor. The girl added that they had not been in touch since then. The car was already waiting for the guys at the house. They urgently needed to go there right now. The young master agreed with Bo Yuling. They had to leave quickly to avoid wasting time. But how could they know their exact location? The girl said that they would get there using GPS-Y. They had already been given all the coordinates. They would be able to find them without any problems. Chung Song told the girls to hold on as tightly as they could, and they, like a comet, were transported to the location indicated by the coordinates. The guys saw Mo Tiancheng. They were, of course, very surprised that it was him. The girls were furious. They could feel how disgusting and negative his dark aura was. The young men saw the goddess of destruction sitting and watching them. It seems they managed to hide the disc of the 5 elements. The goddess of devastation said that she would need this disc again. So naturally, she hid it. Mo Tianchen said with a smile that they hadn't seen Madame Boyu for a long time, and asked her how her brother was doing. He added that he was quite merciful, so if she bowed to him on behalf of the Boyu family, he would let her go. But the girl did not do so, and said that he could not even dream of it. The idiot laughed and said it didn't matter much, they would bow to him anyway. As for Chung Song, he had to pay for insulting the Mo family. It was good that he came himself. Now Tiancheng wouldn't have to look for it. The boy said that it seemed that the goddess of destruction had shared her power with him, otherwise he would not have spoken to him in such a way. He attacked the guy, threatening to bury him along with his worthless brother. Bo Yuling was very afraid for her master, because Mo Tiancheng had indeed become much stronger than he was before. He pounced on Chung Song with his fist, but he couldn't understand what was going on. The guy barely moved and just took his fist in his hand. He laughed and said, "Did he really overestimate him too much?" The young gentleman took it, and with all his might simply crushed half the body of this scoundrel. Mo Tiancheng begged his mistress for help, but she only sat and laughed at him, saying that alas, both brothers turned out to be ordinary piles of trash. The goddess of desolation said that it seemed like they had been too hasty. His spiritual power was still unstable after the fusion. Hua Qing responded to her. She incited people to evil methods based on sacrifices. The desire to possess great power constitutes the whole essence of men, and this truth is the same for all worlds. They themselves constantly increase their strength in order to eventually defeat the goddess of destruction. Even the countless deaths of their comrades did not stop them on the way to this. What nonsense is she talking about? It will be enough for them if she just dies and no one will have any problems? Hua Qing said. How easy it is to anger her. It must be hard to live with such a character. Now she has more important things to do than chat with them. But they have nothing to worry about. She will not forget about them. She will send them a small gift soon. The goddess of devastation raised a huge gust of wind. All the stones, branches, and dust flew into the eyes of the young people, so that they could not see anything for some time. Damn it, the goddess of destruction did this on purpose so she could escape. And now Grandpa and brother Boyu Lin have arrived. Are they late again? According to the girl, her older brother, who used a forbidden technique to increase his own strength, recently turned to ashes. Li Wen thanked Chung Sung. Thanks to the pills he gave to their family, his body was completely restored. Now the guy is completely healthy. His gratitude cannot be expressed in words. Chung Sung began to tell them everything. The Mo family contacted the demon goddess. She taught them a technique that turns a person's life force into a pill. This pill can be taken by another person, all thanks to the 5 elements disc. Grandfather Boyuling knew that there were various demons in their world, but this was the first time he heard about the demon goddess. It turns out that there is some kind of connection between them and the world of immortals, and all the gods from the legends really exist? Mr. Bond said that he would tell all the clan elders about this as soon as possible. He asked what the demon goddess would do next. The 5 elements disc is still in the hands of the goddess of destruction, and she will most likely continue to use the forbidden technique and grant power to those who are not pure of heart. First, they need to find this goddess, and as for the disc of the 5 elements, they can turn to those little ones who are called gold coins. Mr. Bai said that they would also go. First, he would tell the elders everything, and then they would immediately begin an investigation into the Mo family and start looking for traces of the goddess. It was necessary to act urgently. Chung Sung and Zhang Ling saw Wu Bao and asked the boy where the 2 little girls were. They were caught by Aunt Qing and are probably locked in some dark room now. The young people were already close to the Chamber of Commerce. The gentleman asked Zhang Ling if they could take them into their world. The girl replied that he had nothing to worry about and that she would deal with it. The girl heard the gold coins screaming that these walls would not hold them because they had their own stairs. Apparently they were trying to escape. But the girl stopped them. They had made a slight mistake in their calculations. Zhang Ling has a task for the girls. They hope that the elder sister will not force the children to work. Of course not. She started telling them that a very important treasure had fallen into the wrong hands, and they would have to steal it. She gave the girls her word that they had never worked with such a heavenly treasure before. True, there is one condition for them, but if they do not agree, then nothing can be done. Then they'll have to take them back to the head of the Qing Chamber of Commerce and tell her to set up a couple more formations there. They don't want the girls to run away and get into any trouble. The girls asked to wait, to let them first name their condition, and then they would think about it. And the conditions are simple. Gold coins must be included in the contract with the owner of Zhongling. However, the girls never had an owner, and they will never have to admit it. In this case, they will not be able to move to the place where the heavenly treasure is located until they recognize it as their owner. The heavenly treasure is not in their world, and she can only get there through a connection with her master. The girls decided that if other worlds exist, they should definitely visit them. But what to do with the fact that they don't want to acknowledge someone as their master? Zhang Ling said she had a great idea. They could make a temporary contract. The twins were surprised. This is a very good idea, but how can they implement it? The girl thought for a moment and said that she would offer Qinglian to be their mediator. The cuties informed their Aunt Qing that they were only accepting this contract temporarily. Qinglian thinks that it's time for them to start now. At least for a while, she will be sure that they won't cause any trouble. This is a 3-way agreement between the owner of Qinglian and the coins. If one of the parties wants to terminate the contract, they can do so directly. Suddenly, strange hieroglyphs appeared on the girls' hands. They felt a surge of powerful spiritual energy. Zhang Ling told the owner that everything was already done and they needed to go back. Qinglian hopes that the twins won't do anything bad. The first thing that surprised the girls in the owner's apartment was the refrigerator. For them, it is a magical artifact that gives off a cold feeling. They didn't understand how a lamp glowed, or how a television worked. Zhang Ling was furious with the twins. They were like wild animals. Suddenly, Chung Song's phone rang. One of the girls was so scared that she threw a coin and broke the phone screen. The little ones started crying. Their powers don't work in this world. Maybe they were deceived. Zhang Ling decided to cheer them up. They are just artifacts naturally. Their powers do not work on them. But this house is full of all kinds of magical weapons. For them, this world is terrible. Bai Ling called the guy and said that they had found a suspicious place. In that case, they definitely need to go there. Let everyone get together and go. The twins screamed that they were not going anywhere. They wanted to return to their world. Meanwhile, a fierce struggle between clans was unfolding on the estate. The boy reminded Li Yuan that he used to look at him as a nobody. But now, it was different. They called themselves Tao Masters, but none of them were involved in exterminating demons or evil spirits. Moreover, they used dark, rotten technologies, so his opinion did not change at all. The boy is delighted with this technique. Will Li Yuan be able to remain so proud when he starts to press him into the ground? Suddenly, Cheng appeared before their eyes. The blonde screamed. Was he really calling for help? It wouldn't change anything. Cheng Sung just stood up, and the guys next to him fell down. Does he have an energy tail? Cheng told Li Yuan that his sister gave them the coordinates, so they needed to hurry. It seems that Mr. Cheng is really incredibly strong. He knocked down 3 people without even taking his hands out of his pockets. Zhongling shouted for everyone to be on guard. The formation was approaching them. Cheng hugged the girl and told her to calm down. He raised his hand and formed a protective dome. Girls think that this is a simple formation, and there is no point in being so afraid. The girls threw their coins right into the center of the magic circle. A strange glowing stone flew out of the circle. What could it be? Cheng speculated that it was a bloodstone formed after a human sacrifice. The twins felt sick from such a terrible stone. Let the guy throw it away. Zhongling said that all stones carry the power of one of the 5 elements. This stone was created by a person with an affinity for the wood element, and the bloodstone created by this guy from the Mo family carried the power of fire. Does the goddess of destruction really want to create one huge formation out of them? Chung Sung decided to call Mrs. Bai and ask how she was doing. They are now in the underground tunnels of the western region, fighting mutated humans. Cheng warned that there might be a dangerous formation nearby, so don't go too deep and wait for it. Juling noticed another stone. This time, it was gold. This was the 3rd formation they had discovered, but each time they found themselves one step behind. Boily said that this is the 3rd family that has fallen because of the blood ritual. After opening the map, Zhongling confirmed that the goddess of destruction was indeed trying to create the 5 elements formation. The 3 small formations they found were exactly where they needed them. To the east was a tree, to the west was gold, and to the south was flame. All that was left was water to the north. Li Yuan said that they should hurry north then, but Zhongling felt that there was no need for that. Besides, the ritual had already been completed, and the goddess of destruction already knew that they were coming. The most important part of the formation should be the center, and this means that the base is in some building in the center of the city, and most likely it is the city theater. Zhongling realized what the goddess of devastation was planning. She wanted to suck out the souls of all the city's inhabitants in order to perfect the 5 elements disc. If she succeeds in doing this, then their twins will no longer be able to cope with such a disc. Cheng said all they could do was stop her. They had to hurry. The guys tried to teleport, but something went wrong. Zhongling believes that the goddess of destruction created a formation there that prohibits teleportation there. Li Yuan said he would take a couple of their family's cars and drive there. Chung Sung felt that something was wrong. It was as if they had been led into a labyrinth. Zhongling said that this formation would not let people trying to reach the 5 elements disc through. Brother Li Yuan thinks they are going around in circles. What will they do next? The guy looked at his phone, and it hit him. He seemed to understand where they were going. Let them follow them and not lag behind. The city theater is very close. Li Yuan was surprised. They really arrived. Zhongling didn't even doubt it. Jia Yi came out to meet them. The girl asked if they decided to watch the show too. Zhongling wondered how Cheng managed to do this. Since they couldn't get into the theater because their target was the disc, then he simply changed their target, which was already in place. The girl said it was brilliant. The whole place is filled with spiritual energy. It looks like the show will be really exciting. Jia Yi said that there would be many people here today, and they promised to put on a special performance at the end. Li Yuan never thought that a ticket to this performance would be so easy to get. Suddenly, the guy saw familiar faces. It was that same beauty, Zhao Ling. The girl told the bald man that she had already returned their money. What else did they want from her? The man replied that it was true, but she owed him a favor. The bald man decided to give up and prove who was right and who was wrong. But Cheng Song managed to grab his arm. Whoever gave him permission to physically assault him must disappear immediately. The bald man was so scared he couldn't even drool. Who is he? Is he a hero? The girl warned Cheng Song that he had better not interfere. Baldy is one of the gang, street sheep. He had better leave. Chung said that he couldn't just leave because Sister Zhao Ling had helped him so much. The bald guy started to get cheeky. Does the guy even understand who he is? Let him get down on his knees and beg for mercy. If his boots are clean, he'll think about killing him. That cutie next to him? His girlfriend? If she lets him play FIFA with her for a bit, he'll generously let them go. Zhang Ling asked the owner what he thought about this. Should she play with him? Chung Song decided it was better not to do that. He would play with it himself. He just needed to stretch his arms a little. The guy asked if he wanted to play with him again. The bald guy shouted that he was Mr. Zhu's man. Chang wondered if Mr. Zhu would protect such a scoundrel. Jia Yi heard what the bald man said. Was he talking about her father? And why did he call her his mistress? The girl sees this bald man for the first time. The man replied that he had most likely made a mistake. Let him forgive the fool for such a blunder. And these words about Mr. Zhu were also a mistake. He asks for forgiveness and leaves immediately. Chung Song said that everything was fine now. The bald man would not bother her anymore. Xiaoling thanked the guy. She hadn't seen him for so long. Since that incident at the bar. She was very glad that he was okay. Friends should help each other, so there is no need to thank him. But not every friend would dare to do this. How can she thank him? Zhongling said there was no need for thanks. The show was about to start. They had better sit down. The girl believes that the atmosphere is becoming increasingly alarming. The twins had no idea what they were doing there. They felt like the place was confusing them. Chung Song looked back and noticed that the formation had already begun. The people's eyes looked completely empty. The guy asked Ji what time she was born. The girl answered that it was July 11th, somewhere around 7 p.m. But why such a question? Jing said that there are 6 types of earth elemental connections. Jia Yi would be an ideal candidate to form. This show was by invitation only. Perhaps everyone here is somehow connected to the formation of the 5 elements. Chung Song asked Sister Xiaoling if she came as invited. Did she remember her birthday? The girl said the manager gave her a bronze invitation card. It looked insanely expensive. And she doesn't remember her birthday. Chung became a fortune teller while they were apart. Jing reported that this girl also had an affinity with the earth element. The show began. The goddess of destruction appeared on stage and greeted all the guests. The girl thanks everyone for coming to see her special performance. She is also very happy that special guests have come to visit them. The guys behind started screaming. They didn't understand what was happening. One of them said he felt sick. People from the Liu family came onto the stage, and it turned out that the Lin family was also with them. Li Yuan was surprised. Were they really willing to sell their souls to the devil for power? The goddess of devastation asked, "Why is everyone so upset? It's just part of the show." The guys didn't like the party and decided to leave. Chung Song suddenly stood up from his seat and shouted at them to sit down immediately. The brave boy screamed to be released, but the black formation swallowed him up in seconds. Dear Xiaoling realized that she shouldn't have come here. She would never understand the quirks of the rich. Why are they leaving? Let them stay. The fun is just beginning. This is a disc of 5 elements, but judging by the dark aura around it, it has already changed. Zhang Ling is afraid that if they don't take the disc from her as soon as possible, the end of the world will come. Chung Song activated the protective dome to prevent the vile tentacles from touching his team. The twins have never seen such creatures. They really want to return home. Suddenly, a bald man came out of the crowd and shouted that the demons had already begun to rage, and it was time to begin. These damn demons, how dare they use human lives as a source of their power? The goddess of devastation told the old man that it was impolite to barge into a party without an invitation. Li Yuan knows that this is one of the 5 great elders of the alliance, those who question the heavens. Taoist Qin Hai. It is said that Mr. Qin Hai has an incredible reserve of spiritual energy. He is one of the top 10 masters in northern China. The Heavenly Question Alliance was created to control the actions of martial artists and alchemists. They make sure that the supernatural does not touch the lives of ordinary people. It seems that information about the appearance of the goddess of devastation has reached. Qin Hai said that there was no point in thinking about politeness when the evil itself stood before him. Let him go back to hell. The man shouted to his men to form a line. Let them destroy these demons. The huge amount of yin and yang energy created a kind of protection over the theater. The goddess was shocked. It turned out that even insects had something to surprise her with. However, the old man must understand that such tricks will not work against absolute power. This place is already under the control of their broken moon formation. They cannot escape death. Liu Yuan was happy to see the famous seal of true faith of the living lion, but his lion was suppressed by the enemy's devilish scheme. Liu Yi has heard a lot about Master Qin Hai and hopes that he will not disappoint him. Chung Song was surprised to see this pathetic old man. How did he become so strong? And all thanks to the grace of the goddess, he can now fight on equal terms with such powerful masters as they. Liu Yi remembered Chung Song. How good it was that he came to him himself. Now there would be no need to look for him to avenge the Mo family. The guy said he could try. Is he really as devoted to his family as some dog? Master Qin Hai couldn't understand how he was able to stop the spell so easily. This guy's last words will be his last. He'll make him beg for mercy, the bastard. Chung Song asked if he relied on his mistress's strength to take revenge on the offender. This is all so childish. Liu Yi noticed that the guy hadn't changed at all since their last meeting. He still had the same sharp tongue. He decided to attack first, but Master Qin Hai managed to block his attack with his technique. Did this vile demon really want to kill this boy right in front of him? He doesn't take him seriously at all. Liu Yi said that he respected him very much, so he wanted to invite him to their mistress's side. Once he did, he would gain power that he could not even dream of. This man is one of the elders of the union of those who question heaven. Let him not even dream that he will ever side with the pathetic demons. This demon didn't even flinch from his previous attack. Even his pants were wet. He definitely shouldn't be underestimated. In that case, he too will have to become a victim of the sacred relic. Master Qin Hai used the full moon palm technique to repel his attack, but the bald man's technique failed. His legs buckled. As if he had decided to show off his ballet skills, Chung Song managed to secure the man so that he did not fall. If he had seen a drunk master as a child, there are no such things in the movies now. The terrible Liu Yi smirked. Now they understand how strong their mistress is? Even one of the elders of the union is no match for him. Let him get out of the way if he wants to live. All he wants is a brat. Master Qin Hai asked the young man to step aside. Chung Song said to his uncle, "Don't pretend. He can see that he is not feeling well." With one blow, he made it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Poor old man Liu Yi's bells. The man flew to the feet of the goddess of devastation. This sight could calm him down a little. Hasn't his life taught him anything? Any idiot would have realized by now that it was time to stop. But he keeps tempting fate. Even after coming to power, he remained the same worthless piece of trash. Qin Hai assessed the formidable guy, and behind him stood the younger generation of the 7 Li Yi Bai. Are they from the Xuan Yuan clan? The goddess felt sorry for the old man. Apparently, she shouldn't have wasted her time on him. Liu Yi knelt down and begged the woman to forgive him. Let her give him another chance. The girl understands that they are in a theater, and if we judge objectively, he would be suitable for the role of the victim. Liu Yi started doing breakdancing, but unfortunately, that didn't help him either. Is she completely stupid? Killing one of her own in front of her followers doesn't exactly raise their morale. And why did it take so long? She knew from the very beginning that the man was weaker than him. They are just pathetic little people. So she uses them as she sees fit. He had done his duty, albeit briefly, but he had detained the boy. Her child needed time to be fully prepared. This heavenly treasure had such an indomitable nature. Don't even think about it. Her vile altar is already under the influence of their broken moon formation. Soon there won't be a wet spot left. The goddess asked, "Is he talking about those bugs on the roof?" She thinks that the people of this world have become too self-confident. The boys outside noticed the demon approaching. Was this the end of their formation? She has good news. It looks like his kids are making a great snack for her baby. Master Qin Hai asked, "Is this the spirit of the heavenly treasure? Do they really exist?" The goddess confirmed that the spirit of the greatest treasure has finally awakened, and now she will become her puppet. Puppet Theater. Take 2. The spirit shot its energy at Cheng Song. The boy concentrated on the spiritual energy. However, the weapon created from concentrated qi could not withstand such an onslaught. The goddess of destruction thinks it's time to give her new toy a proper try. The spirit of the 5 elements disc had already awakened, but the formation of the goddess of destruction had not weakened at all. Most likely, its formation does not feed the spirit of the disc, but on the contrary sucks out its strength. The goddess shouted that the performance was not over yet, so there was no need to be distracted. Zhongling told the old man to continue maintaining his formation, and the twins to move with her. Together they must protect their master, no matter what. No matter how strong he is, he needs them. The girls tossed a coin and cast a spell. Suddenly, the spell of the goddess of devastation was broken. The girl saw Cheng Song in front of her and immediately realized that it was Tai Yi. The goddess of destruction didn't think they had such a spell in their arsenal. But against her, it's still not enough. They can't cope with such power. The twins couldn't understand why they couldn't do it. This place was somehow supporting her subjugation spell. Zhongling understands that Yuan Yi is currently bound to the goddess of desolation formation. It will be difficult for them to remove her subjugation as long as the formation is intact. The girl shot her spiritual energy at Zhonglin, but the guy managed to protect her. The power of her formation continues to grow. She doesn't think it will lead to anything good. People passing by the theater suddenly developed headaches. Jing told the master that she felt strong vibrations of spiritual forces nearby. He should be careful. Chung Song decided that he wanted the large stone sword from the museum. With his spiritual energy, he directed it straight into their theater. The goddess of destruction smelled a familiar scent. She had seen this sword somewhere before. This is the stone sword of the Janjie Pavilion. But how did it get there? The master of the pavilion himself could not awaken it. Chung Song knows that if she accepts this sword, she will be able to destroy the formation. He gathered lightning in his hand and threw it at the sword to break the defense. How could the immortal sword of punishment end up in such a place? Isn't this just an old thief's miserable little world? Gathering all his strength into his sword, Chung Song ordered it to subdue her. The bald man's jaw dropped when he saw such incredible strength. The guy was too strong. Even the clan leader couldn't do something like that. The twins decided to try again to bring Yuan Yi to his senses. The formation was destroyed, and Cheng Song managed to catch the girl. He warned Jing that the situation would soon become dangerous, so he should send everyone to a safe place. The girl told everyone that the owner asked her to move everyone so that they could gather closer. Jia Yi shouted at Cheng Song to be careful. Xiaoling had no idea what was going on here. Master Qin Hai thanked the boy. He is going to the union of those who ask the sky and will bring help. Let him forgive him for those offensive words said earlier. Jing opened a portal, connecting with the mirrors. And for a moment, everyone disappeared. The blow of the immortal punishing sword was more painful than even birth from the primordial chaos, but some force still holds him back, and he cannot show the full extent of his capabilities. Zhang Ling believes that since the immortal sword of punishment has been in the Yuan world all this time, it means that Pangu is also hiding somewhere here. This world repels everything that comes from outside. So it must be very difficult for her to maintain the integrity of her spiritual form. She can still be here, only because of the residual power of the formation they destroyed. Looks like that old bastard actually hid such a treasure in a small, pitiful world? This just proves that the Yuan world is not as simple as it seems. The goddess of devastation did not expect to see her old friend's weapon here. She regrets that it disappeared before she could obtain it. She destroyed countless worlds across the universe, but was never able to find him. The guys pleasantly surprised her when they called one of the 3 bodies she had been looking for so long. Zhangling said that since they helped her, she should thank them. A quick and useless death is all she can offer them. And this is especially true for Tai Yi, but he may just be his successor. The guy said his name was Cheng Song, and he was quite happy with his name, so let him call him that. At first, the goddess wanted to have fun with them, but they brought her wrath upon themselves, and she was already fed up with their constant flashing before her eyes. She will carefully study his soul. After all, he is the first immortal master she met after a long sleep. Zhang Ling felt something strange about her formation. She didn't create it just to take control of Yuan Yi. If the girl felt everything correctly, then most of the energy of her formation flowed somewhere underground. Although only half of what was planned has been collected, it is quite enough. The rest will be completed by her faithful followers. This woman seems to be pure evil. She didn't even leave any corpses. The goddess remembered that she had never introduced herself to him properly. The guy probably didn't even know she existed, since Pangu had once kicked her out of his universe. She is one of the 3,000 demons of chaos, the lord of lust and sins, who participated in the creation of heaven and earth. This is the image of primordial chaos, the demonic goddess of devastation. She had fought Tai Yi in the past. He had defeated her then. He had united with those old deities. He divided her essence into many parts and sent them beyond the universe. Now he will see how much of it was transferred to him. Chung Song thinks that she is just a shadow of her former self, so she shouldn't have come back. The goddess thinks that the guy won't even dare to look at her old version. Zhang Ling created a golden dome to protect its owner from such a strong blow. Yuan Yi was unhappy that some demon dared to take control of her. However, she was only trying to get to know her better. So why was she so angry? Chung Song created the Liu He sword formation and sent them on their way. The goddess was able to deflect all the swords, but was immediately followed by a fist of fury. Demon of lust, demonic goddess of devastation. It all sounded very threatening, but she was much weaker than the guy expected. The goddess became angry and said that she would get rid of the rats he brought with him. Then she thought she was a vampire and decided to scream. And then she turned on the flashlight. After Chung Song's words, she felt scared and dark. The twins felt that something was wrong, as if they were being pulled into another world. They will soon be kicked out of this world. Let Yuan Yi quickly make a contract with their master and help him crush the soul of the goddess of devastation. The girl threw the 5 elements disc at him and called the guy Tai Yi again. He caught it and replied that his name was Chung Song. Is it really that hard to remember? Have her say his name out loud and then follow the script. does she get turned on. The heavens are divided into 5 elements: water, fire, gold, wood, and earth. However, now it is time for them to become one. Zhang Song and Yuan Yi can control all 5 elements. Meanwhile, Master Qin Hai had reached the heaven-questioning Union building. Opening the door to Elder Yue's office, he immediately reported that a powerful demon had appeared in the theater building. He needed to quickly report this to the leader. The man replied that the bald man was panicking for nothing. He would figure everything out himself. Qin Hai said that he personally fought this demon. It cannot be underestimated. In addition, he was recently informed that she is able to summon the image of Dharma. What's the joke? Asked the old man. He is capable of this too. 3 days ago, he finally mastered this technique. It looks like he urgently needs to go to the toilet. This pathetic demon dares to start a riot on their territory? Unforgivable, and therefore he will deal with him personally. The man didn't wait and flew out the window. The bald man shouted that he forgot the toilet paper. Chung Song, meanwhile, attacked the goddess with the 5 elements technique. The girl couldn't understand why this technique was so powerful in this world. The old man reached the theater. He expected to see a stronger demon. The man declared that today, as the elder of the union of those who question heaven, he would throw her into the abyss of hell. The goddess of devastation doesn't know who this mustachioed bastard is. Let him get out of here. Elder Yue didn't expect this from her. Where did she get such strength? Did she buy it from her friend on eBay? However, her spiritual strength is almost exhausted. She urgently needs to do something. Chung Song asked, what is she looking at? Or does she think she can escape? The goddess of devastation has decided that it is time to activate her flame demon. Chung Song smiled. Was this little demon all she had left? It appears to be the same dharmic image, but the report says it was only a couple of meters tall. The goddess didn't think that after reincarnation, so much of Tai Yi's power would go to this guy. Chung Song asked if she had ever thought in her chicken head that this power might belong to him. Don't make me laugh, but without the blessings he left him, this guy would be just an ordinary mortal. Then let him allow a mere mortal to open her eyes with the help of these beautiful swords. Chung Song sent all of the 5 element sword chi into her. Her Dhamma form couldn't withstand such power. This demon was a bit weak for a subordinate of the demonic goddess of destruction herself. Did he really have no strength left? But this was not destined to happen. It seems that this creature was able to absorb his spiritual power. The goddess asked if the boy was easily disappointed in his abilities. It will soon be even more fun if she invites a couple more of her children. The girl blew on the petals and cast a demonic spell. The petals turned into red demonic goddesses with weapons. Without thinking twice, Chung Song sent his friends to tickle their nerves. If they were a little friendlier, he would agree to have a cup of coffee with them. Elder Yue informed his men that he was on the roof of the city theater and ordered them to connect him with the leader. Zhang Ling reported to the master that they had just returned to the world of 9 islands. However, the 9 islands themselves are now in chaos. What happened there? A fiery beast of hell has appeared, destroying everything. They clearly cannot cope with it. The goddess of devastation asked if the guy liked her little gift. Chung Song realized that she was the one who had summoned the hellfire beast. It seemed that there was another piece of her soul in the world of 9 islands. But it doesn't matter. He has urgent matters to attend to, so it's time to get this over with. Li Wan's hand clenched in pain. Sister Bo Yuling asked, what happened to him? It was the wound left by that demon. It disappeared after the boy took Chung Song's pill, but now for some reason it's back. He urgently needs another pill. Jia Yi was worried about her valiant friend Chung Song. Is he okay? Xiaoling felt uneasy. Maybe she also had some kind of superpower? Ms. Liu Cha believes that this damned samadhi has become stronger than before. This time, she won't be able to stop it. Vaughn noticed that there was some kind of formation glowing on his head. He doesn't know what it does, but it gives off an ominous aura. Zhangling believes that this is the line of fate. But is this fire demon a spiritual projection of the samadhi of their world? Chung Song decided to get rid of the big guy first, and then deal with this annoying skeleton. He hit the goddess again, but she's still alive? Is the guy really in such a hurry to help his friends in the world of 9 islands? It hurts her feelings. How dare he think about someone else when he's having fun with her? If he wants to have fun, why does he always run away? Let him come closer and give him a friendly hug. Suddenly, Sister Shaolin parried the attack in front of them like a yellow lightning bolt, just like Captain Marvel. Chung Sung doesn't have to worry. She can take care of herself. He should hurry up and deal with the little beast in the world of 9 islands. This fire demon is only a spiritual projection of the Samadhi beast of that world. If they are not destroyed at the same time, nothing will come of it. She will erase the flame demon 9 breaths after he leaves this world. Let him remember that they must strike at the same time. Hua-Qing told the master that she was the goddess Do-Mu and could be trusted. Chung-Song realized that 9 breaths were 30 seconds. There was no time to waste. The goddess of devastation had been hiding in her hole for a long time. The girl didn't think that she would suddenly appear in the small world of Yuan. She looks so pathetic. She is so weak that she lost to a 20-year-old guy. The goddess said that the guard dog Pangu had better mind her own business. After all, she was once a demon goddess, a dirty traitor. Winners are not judged, so she chose a path that would allow her to expand her power. Her alliance with Pangu is a sure bet. Since she mentioned it, why not unite with her comrades, among those 3,000 demon gods? The girl felt that a part of her soul in the world of 9 islands was finally freed. Now let's see who will be the winner. Zhongling greeted her master. Chung-Song pulled out his sword. He realized that he would have to kill the demon with one blow. Activating the 5-element sword guillotine technique, he delivered a crushing blow. Meanwhile, Xiaoling's sister announced that time was up and began her attack. The body of the goddess of devastation was burned to ashes, but her spirit managed to escape. At last, the beast Samadhi was slain. Now they could breathe a sigh of relief. Chung-Song said that they needed to find out what happened to the goddess of devastation. They needed to return to his world immediately. Xiaoling realized that the goddess of devastation was still alive. After all, this body was just a decoy. When the boy returned, the first thing he asked was his sister able to destroy her? It is not so easy to destroy even a part of a demonic goddess. Moreover, a part of the soul of such a cunning rat has already prepared for such an outcome. That is why her soul once had to be divided and sealed. Xiaoling noticed that he was quite capable. Let him come and visit her. He might have found Do's palace in the Taibai Mountains. Now let him catch him. The girl fell down with a smile on her face. Chung-Song didn't expect it, but he caught her. Zhongling said that Goddess Do had lent her body. It would be a great blessing for her. Now she will never get sick and will live longer than an ordinary person. Finally, it's all over, and you can go home and take a shower in peace. Xiaoling came to her senses and couldn't understand what had happened to her. Where was she? What happened to her dress? Where was she hanging out? She didn't drink martini yesterday, did she? Chung-Song asked if she was okay. Was there something wrong? Was she feeling uneasy? The girl replied that everything was fine, just a little headache. Did she really faint? She remembers being at their house, and suddenly a silver light flashed before her eyes, and then she lost consciousness. Chung-Song felt that she still needed an explanation, so he told her that a spirit had entered her. Seeing her hair, Xiaoling was shocked. How did it become a different color? Zhongling explained that it was a blessing from God. When the heavenly power was with her, all illnesses would disappear. Doesn't hair dyeing harm the hair? Xiaoling didn't quite understand her. What blessing? Can't she dye her hair? She's already been healed, and she wants to dye her hair again? Isn't that respect for the deities? Xiaoling is tired of these misunderstandings. It's time for her to go to work. She doesn't need any job. She's just swimming in luck right now. Let her buy a lottery ticket. She'll probably win millions and won't have to work. The girl was greatly inspired by hearing about millions. She will go and get lottery tickets right now. Chung-Sung told the girl to come to her senses and not lie to Xiaoling's sister. Jia-Yi brought the girl new clothes. Unfortunately, she doesn't know her size, but she hopes that they will fit. Xiaoling thanked her for such kindness. Her balls almost went for a walk. The girl was speechless when she saw the price tag on the dress. It was more expensive than the dress she had rented. After changing her clothes, she told everyone that the incident in the theater was filmed on video and was now spreading across the internet. The video showed the monster and Cheng Song himself, but it was hard to recognize the guy's face. After looking at the comments people left, they realized that no one believed it, but one man claimed to have seen a loud explosion and flash that night. He lives a few kilometers from the theater. Now the theater is closed to the public. This could be a corporate conspiracy. Zhongling thinks that the video is too blurry. He can't recognize the guy. How is the guy going to become famous and successful? Things like this should be decided by the Wentian Alliance and the major clans, so they don't have to worry. Xiaoling smiled and said that she felt relieved after hearing his words. Jia-Yi said that her father's car was still waiting, so she would go first. The girl asked Xiaoling if she wanted to go with her. The sister did not refuse such an offer. The lovely ladies said goodbye to everyone and said they would see each other later. Chung-Song, lying on the sofa, remembered that he wanted to know more about the goddess Domo Yenzong. Zhongling doesn't know much about him, even though they all realized their existence before the universe was born. He appeared much earlier than her. She is known to control the paths of the stars. She has only seen her a few times, other than the battle they fought together against the wild god. It turns out that they will only be able to obtain more detailed information by meeting on Mount Taibai. Suddenly the bell rang. Who came this time? There is no peace at all in this life. Opening the doors, the guy saw Mr. Bai and Mr. Chin standing in front of him. Baldy shit himself when he heard them call him Lord. Let him just call him Chin Hai. The white-haired man decided that he needed to introduce himself to Chung Song. His name was Xu Guangyi, the leader of the Wentian Alliance. Elder Yue Zhen reminded that they had met before. Chung Song wondered where this mustachioed bum came from, but maybe the guy didn't notice him while he was fighting so hard. The guy decided to quickly get down to business. What was the purpose of their visit to him? Xu Guangyi said that he had come on the orders of the secret sect to invite him to go to Mount Juya. Chung Sung was pleased with such a shining gift. He knows that this is hostile qi. However, he still has some things to settle, so he will go there in a few days. How are Li Yuan and Miss Bai doing? Bai Wuya said that they were already home and had only lightly touched the heretic's dirt. He thanked his predecessor for his concern. Chung Sung thinks that he doesn't have to call him that. He and Li Yuan are on equal terms. In this case, they will no longer bother their predecessor. They will try to resolve issues related to that video on the internet as soon as possible. The girl said it was a good thing. Innate spiritual jade in the shape of a dragon. It seems that the person he has an appointment with is not an ordinary person. Chung Song wondered if there were other gods in the world. Why did they start appearing one after another? Zhang Ling, unfortunately, doesn't know anything about this. She's not particularly familiar with them. The girl reminded him that Lady Raleigh had invited him to a banquet in a few days. The fire-breathing beast was already dead. They had closed the issue that had been troubling the city lord so much. It turns out that Lady Raleigh's promise to the merciful Holy Mother can also be considered fulfilled. She is going to leave Chingyang City and go to Kunlun to revive someone. Chung Sung was surprised. Would she no longer be the city lord? She was from the demon clan and did not want to guard the city gate for the human king. If her husband did not need innate energy to dispel the curse, she would not have come down from Mount Kulnul. It turns out he became the source of all the troubles. This is not what the guy wanted. In any case, their immediate business was not urgent. Zhang Ling suggested going out for a walk. Chung Sung thinks that it is better for them not to talk about the Jade Dragon Master. Domu Yenjun also wants him to go to Mount Taibai. The girl said that he didn't need to worry about her. Time was a completely different concept for divine beings. The Master could come to her even after 180 years, and nothing would change for her. Besides, she's currently busy playing cat and mouse with the god of chaos. Chung Sung decided that in that case, they could move out. Suddenly, Jing and Hua Qing appeared in evening dresses. Did the host forget to invite them to such a nice event? Looks like Chung Sung's first order of business is to buy a car. Why do they keep hearing this? It's not fair. Meanwhile, the goddess of devastation had almost recovered and healed her wounds. What a good chance that nasty woman ruined. Now it's all in the past. She felt sorry because it was a waste of her efforts, but it was time to change everything. The servants couldn't figure out where their mistress was going. Do they have to constantly guess her next move? Suddenly, one of them felt something strange. The water in the glass began to boil. A huge rock fell on them, and the entire building was shattered into pieces. Chung Song asked why the twins didn't come. Zhang Ling thought they were locked up again. They were locked in the guild, but they themselves did not want to return. Hua Qing asked the owner how to use this magical artifact. She tried to communicate with him using spiritual power, but he did not respond. Passers-by heard Hua Qing call the guy. It's surprising that modern youth communicate like this. She called him master. Chung Song had told her many times that she could call him by his first name when they went out. Hua Qing said she had simply forgotten. Zhang Ling wondered what that crowd was doing there. Maybe they were giving out something tasty. A man was telling a crowd that lightning had struck thunder in the city theater yesterday. A monster's roar was heard. Many images were circulated online. He assures that it is all true. This theater was originally built to contain the demons, together with the city's dragon veins. Yesterday at midnight, a demon broke through the seal and was about to raise a storm. Someone summoned the thunder of the 9 heavens to fall upon the world and completely destroy the evil demon, in order to prevent future disasters. Zhang Ling's guesses were quite correct. She was able to guess something. He spent 4 years studying magic to save his brother. This man is dangerous. They are enemies. Hua Qing asked the master, does he still dream of the great path of Tao? Chung Song was surprised that the man considered him a great enemy. He woke up and must die. People couldn't understand whether it was true or not. What was the point of listening to him? In order to heal all kinds of heavenly treasures and remove the curse of the owner, he will go there even if it costs him his life. He hopes that everyone will help him, and he will be able to return to the owner on the day of his revival. One of the passers-by believes that this is another way to deceive people and extort money from them. The seller thinks that the boy should shut his mouth and not talk nonsense. The guy thinks he's making up stories to trick people into buying his crappy jade pendant. It's quite mysterious to say that an evil demon broke through the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. Is he going to ask his master to come out later and play the victim again? The seller was very angry. How dare the boy insult the reputation of his master? He shot energy at him and made the guy shut up. He just lost his voice. People were in a panic when they saw this. This strange light. Is it really true? Chung-sung didn't expect the man to be so capable. He only shot out a little mana. The wizard seller pointed his finger at the guy and he started talking again. The guy apologized. He didn't mean it. Now he believes that everything he said was really true. The young man may insult him, but not his master. He did it to teach him a lesson. The guy thanked the master for his generosity. He regretted that he did not believe him right away. These amulets were given to him by his teacher after blessing him. If its owner had not been seriously injured while killing an evil demon, he would never have sold these treasures. The seller said that wearing this amulet can prolong life and cure all diseases. He only has 5 of them, given to him by his owner, and each one is worth only 200,000. Zhongling thinks this is absurd. This thing is permeated with some kind of smell. Healing all diseases is too much. She even thought he was selling the dung of the god of agriculture Shen Nong. The woman asked why she didn't believe it. The master had just demonstrated his magical powers. The guy agreed with the woman. How can she say that? The master has just proven it on himself. If she still doesn't believe, she can go and check. Zhongling said that since Auntie trusts others so easily, she should go shopping less often and download an anti-fraud app on her phone. If she had seen this guy earlier in the place where she bought the delicious skewer, she would have thought that he was an agent of this swindler. The guy got angry? She wants to slander him? Where did such a crazy woman come from? Zhongling said that he should be quieter. He shouldn't talk to girls like that. In the end, his mouth was shut again. Poor guy. He probably didn't do well in school. The salesman realized that the girl had abilities. Why did she call him a liar? Zhongling asked her master to introduce himself. The boy said his name was Tai Yi. The man was momentarily speechless. He hadn't come here to pressure him, had he? These are amulets blessed by their owner. Wearing them will make you feel refreshed and immune to cold and heat. If you don't believe it, let him try it. Zhongling believes that with such a stench content, she can simply find any stone, inhale its air, and the purity will be higher than this one. She thinks he has a good character, so he should ask his Taoist master to come out. The man shouted that she had actually crushed the amulet that the owner had given him, and that this was unforgivable. Why is he barking like an angry dog? Is this stinking stone really that important to him? The girl restored the amulet with her mana and threw it at him. The seller seemed to have shit his pants. A man came out into the street and said that he did not know how the Taoist friend came to his territory. His student sells these amulets out of pure kindness as he is concerned about his injury. Let the Taoist friend be more gentle. There is no need to oppress his student too much. When he saw his predecessor, he accidentally bit his tongue and almost lost his eyes. The man immediately knelt down in front of him and greeted Changsong. You could tell from the guy's look that he wasn't happy to see this idiot because there were a lot of people here. The man realized that he was in bad shape. He was done for the day. And why did he even rely on this stupid student to deceive people? How did it happen that he met his predecessor in broad daylight? At the meeting, he clearly remembered this face. This was definitely the guy who had summoned thunder that night and destroyed the evil god. At that moment, the man didn't expect that the evil god had a backup plan, so he wasted 40 years of his life. A bolt from the sky turned the evil god and the theater into ashes. He regrets that it happened. The man received information that Ichu had planned to surpass him in cruelty from the very beginning, and after arriving here, he ran into the culprit himself. And now it is truly a deadly situation. Chung-song asked his name. It seemed they hadn't met before. At his age, it was not appropriate to kneel before him with so many people looking at him. The man apologized and said that he had been too harsh and would straighten everything out right now. He politely asked everyone to leave and would not set up this stall again. People were desperate. They could at least give them some ice cream. After all, they had waited so long in vain. The boy pointed to the barrier that Zhongling was setting up. The girl had completely forgotten about it. She snapped her fingers and removed the barrier in a second. The guy will remember this day for the rest of his life. He left these strange people and hurried home. He would tell his mother that the store had run out of noodles. Maybe they will deign to tell me their name? And how do they know who he really is? The man from the Heavenly Unity Alliance had seen the photo of his predecessor before. That's why he recognized him, so don't be offended. So it turns out that he asked his student to sell these trinkets. The student decided to stand up for the owner. He sold them without telling his owner. Let him punish only him. Zhang Ling was surprised by the bespectacled man's fairness. Chung Song didn't care. He'd better ask him. Elder Qin Hai suddenly appeared from behind. They definitely won't be able to get out of this now. The bald man greeted the elder. Why did he call him? Did something serious happen? This guy was selling fake jade pendants here, under his name. The bald man was surprised. He was also seeing this dark face for the first time. What is his name? The man said his name was Lin Sanshi, and he was in charge of the warehouse. Qin Hai still had some impression of him. The disciple did not understand the master's words. He said that he was the inspector of the Heavenly Inquiring Alliance. Who is Lin Sanshi? Baldi was surprised what kind of inspector this was. There was no such position in their league. After all, they were a modern organization. Chung Song believes that he should tell the truth and try to gain leniency. Yes, he tricked the guy. He took some things from the warehouse to save face. I just wanted to use it daily. Then I met my student who was rich. He was easily deceived, so he went deeper and deeper into it. Lin Junhe was also a name he gave himself later, but he never actually did anything bad. Usagi couldn't believe his ears. Had the teacher really been lying to him all this time? What about these artifacts? Are they all fakes? Is there nothing magical about them? Zhangling said they are not completely fake. As she said earlier, they can help you live longer. And the evil spirit locked in the theater, and also the thunder from the sky. Isn't that true? There is some inconsistency, but the story is certainly true. However, the main character is Mr. Chang Song. What he was talking about, this predecessor actually did. The guy was like a god who came down to earth. He is very sorry, but if the engineer's language is not clear, then even if you know how to swim, you will still drown. Chung Song thinks that it is useless to continue this conversation with this idiot. Let Elder Qin take him and deal with him according to the rules. Baldi nodded. Everything will be done as the predecessor ordered. The man thanked his predecessor. He will definitely start a new life. Chung Song didn't expect that even he could be passed off as someone else. Famous people are always surrounded by gossip. The bespectacled man apologized, knelt down, and asked the boy to accept him as his student. Chung Song told his uncle that he was already so old that it was not fitting for him to kneel, and became his disciple. The man said it was no problem. He took off his mask and showed his true face. His name is Song Hao Ran. Let the predecessor think again. He really wants to become his disciple. Why on earth is he doing this with such a face? Does he think it will help him? At that time, he was afraid that the teacher would say that he was too young and would not accept him. Chung Song said that he does not take students. He has some business to attend to, and he should close his business and go home. Let him enjoy the life of a rich heir. In that case, Sohn decided to treat them all to dinner as a token of gratitude for his help. Even if he doesn't want to take him as a student, he can tell him a few legendary stories. Chung Song noticed that Zhang Ling was willing to eat anything, so he finally agreed to have dinner and let her show them the way. Song asked his driver to come over. He would be there soon. Chung Song warned that there would not be enough space for the 5 of them. The guy said that this was no reason to worry. Everything would be fine. A long limousine pulled up to them. Chung Song was once again convinced that it was time for him to buy a car. Uncle Zhao bowed and greeted all his passengers. Sohn told his uncle that everything was fine. There was no need to be so polite. The guy gave the older guy the opportunity to get into the limousine first. Chung Song wondered how old the boy was. He was a little uncomfortable hearing him call him senior. Song Haodan replied that he was 25. And how old was the eldest? Chung Song was only 20, so he shouldn't call him that. Zhang Ling noticed the minibar in the limousine and reached for the champagne. She needed to relax a little after the stress. The boys arrived at a large country house. Chung Song didn't have a very good impression of such places. Hua Qing noticed the soul purification tree. His father had recently bought this place. It was said to be good for the spirit and energy. It cost about 20 million. Zhang Ling thinks that this is a good solution. By placing it here, it can provide food for the entire estate. Suddenly, Mr. Jia and his daughter Jia Yi drove up to them. What are they doing here? The man was glad to see Chung Song. They hadn't seen each other for so long. Jia Yi explained that they had come to visit Grandpa Song. They had heard that he had some health problems. Song Haodan was surprised. How did Uncle Zhou Wu and Sister Jia Yi know the predecessor? Zhou Yi said that Chung Song has a deep connection with their family. How is his grandfather? The guy thought for a moment and replied that he didn't know. It was probably the same. The maid and the butler came out and greeted all the guests. The host is waiting for everyone in the hall. There's been something strange going on at their villa lately. It started about 3 days ago. The master and mistress, and all the dozen servants. Every night, they all have nightmares. Zhang Ling sensed a dark smell. After they walked away from that bare wood at the entrance, it became more and more obvious. Now there are rumors among the servants that a ghost has appeared in the mansion, and the old man can no longer sit idle. His condition is getting worse every day. Today, he even invited several Taoists. The young master could not understand why it was necessary to call some Taoists. They could have asked him. The butler politely asked the boy not to interfere. He was only creating problems. Does he really think he's been idle all this time? Even though the guy is just a storekeeper, he's still a man from the union of questions to heaven. Let him think he's in on the action too. Here is his ritual clothing. He will soon put it on his father. It will certainly help drive out evil spirits. The Song family and his family are old friends. If something happens to him, he will need Chung Song's help. The guy said it was no problem. The owner greeted all the masters and announced that whoever could solve the problem with the nightmares today would receive 1,000,000 right here as a reward. The man told him not to worry, to let the poor Taoist exorcise the demon with a ritual. Usati thinks that his colleague arrived too late. Maybe he shouldn't go inside? Son anxiously asked who his colleague was. The owner told the master not to take it seriously. It was his son. He just liked such things. The angry father asked where he had been hanging out all this time, and who were these people with him? The dream said that these are his friends. They helped him a lot today. Mr. Zhou asked Lao Song what he was doing here. He could at least trim his mustache properly so it wouldn't get in his mouth. The owner explained that the house was not peaceful, so they needed to find masters to perform rituals. Usachi thinks that since the boy is so interested in this, why shouldn't he become his student? Sun considers him a charlatan. He is not even close to the storekeeper that the guy found earlier. The mustachioed master is not pleased with such rude treatment. How dare he speak like that? Mr. Song told the master not to worry about it now. Let him tell me if he can really solve their problem. It's not even up for debate. It's just the little devil's tricks. Once he makes his move, he can kill him in an instant. In that case, they can start right now. He has already prepared all the money. 2 brothers in black appeared from behind. They were carrying suitcases filled with money. 1,000,000 yuan will be his if he destroys this little demon. The mustachioed master ordered everyone to step aside. He would now perform a ritual of exorcism of the demon. The man shouted for the demon to stop. There was no point in him running. Zhang Ling barely held back a smile. The mustachioed man pretends that this is how it should be. The hieroglyph on the talisman is printed incorrectly, and the cinnabar is not pure. Jia Yi asked Chung Song if the mustachioed man really exorcised demons. The guy replied that he was just a scammer. Then his peach sword will start to ooze red liquid, and then he will also release fire from his mouth. The red liquid appeared, and Sun realized that this mustachioed man was worse than his former teacher. The charlatan shouted, "Does the monster still want to harm people? According to the law, he must leave immediately." At this moment, blue flames burst out from his mouth, just as Chung Song said. Zhang Ling clapped for the mustachioed master. This pre-dinner show is pretty good. The man said that he destroyed the demon. You can be 100% sure. The other charlatans rated the mustachioed man at 9 points. They are sorry. They will definitely not earn anything today. The men in black tied up the mustachioed man. He didn't understand what was happening. Did he really play badly? Mr. Song said that he shouldn't have taken him for an idiot. Just yesterday, 3 scammers like him came. Even the scripts for the performances are the same. And someone even took 2 children to defend. Why didn't they say so right away? Usati replied that everyone makes a living from acting. The evil gentleman told his men in black to beat the mustachioed man and then throw him out. He received several more Taoists and asked if they had a solution to this problem. If not, then let them not waste his time. However, they can't do anything about it. Everyone plays according to the same acting method from their teacher. One of the clowns told the gentleman that they needed to step aside. Their house was filled with too much evil energy. They are afraid that they will not be able to cope with her. So they will come back and invite their master here. Sung Haodan said that if he didn't have the ability, he would just get out of here. In his opinion, they weren't even worth a single hair of their predecessor. Zhang Ling said that it was a mere trifle for him. Let him do it, she was very hungry. The crowd of clowns began to rage. They consider themselves professionals in their field. One shouted that when he studied Taoism, the guy was not yet born. Chung Sung smiled and said that if he considered himself so skilled, then he should do everything himself. Lao Song looked at the guy and thought that he was too young. Probably just another actor. Mr. Zhu assured that his younger brother was quite capable of doing this, so he shouldn't worry. Song Haodan was very eager to admire his predecessor's skills. Chung Song asked Mr. Song if he had had any conflicts with anyone recently. The man thought for a moment and replied that he was not at odds with anyone. This guy was asking him some strange questions. Then why did someone set up a large yin-devouring formation at his house? A huge number of spirits went out for a walk. Chang Song managed to open them and hide the barrier. They are quite friendly if you leave them alone. However, it is still better when they are not there. Mr. Song was frightened and almost fainted. He shouted to all the masters to act quickly. However, all the masters, like cowards, ran to the exit. The braggart said that he would like to live a few more years, but staying here is suicide. Song Haodan admired his predecessor's skill. He had never seen anything like it before. A huge demonic eye looked at the guy, but he was not afraid and stood proudly in front of him. Mr. Song prayed to all the gods that Chang Song would not run away and save them. The guy smiled at him and said there was no reason to worry. He also ordered the guys to find a mirror. He needs the array symbol. This is exactly Jing's specialization. The girl opened her yin-yang mirror. The three evil eyes array only affects ordinary people who have no spiritual energy. If the evil energy permeates them, they will soon go crazy. Mr. Song was shocked. How could this happen? Who wants to harm him? The son showed his delight again, this time towards his sisters. They are simply cool experts in their field. Chung Song said that he had destroyed the magic formation. He thought that after some time, the one who set it up might appear. Mr. Song remembered that about half a month ago, a strange man came and wanted to buy that chestnut tree at their entrance. Could this be related to this? Most likely, it is the same person. The soul refining tree at their entrance is somewhat useful for people who cultivate. This man saw that they were all ordinary people, and they couldn't come to an agreement on the purchase, so he had bad intentions. If he had known that this thing would bring trouble, he would have sold it to him immediately. The boy thinks his father is saying useless things. Since they are here, with their relationship, shouldn't he help them sort it out? They should hurry up and serve the dishes. Master Chung Song is already hungry. Zhang Ling now clearly understood that he was a good boy and knew how to behave. The man apologized, completely forgot about it. They can go there and sit down at the table. The villain realized that his protective barrier was destroyed. Who could do this? It was in vain that he tried so hard, because he could have simply taken this precious wood. The royal table was set, and the boys began to eat. Zhongling stuffed herself with both cheeks. Mr. Chong is glad that his son has met Cheng Song and his team. Moreover, they are close with his ninth brother, so they can be considered friends too. The son decided to intervene in the conversation, and said that since they had mutual friends, why shouldn't he take him on as a student? Chung Song wondered if he should take the boy into the team. After all, he didn't have a car, and the apartment was cramped. There was a very strange sound in the corridor. Chung Song believes that the one who cast the spell has already arrived. The doors opened wide, and people in black were flying across the floor. They were probably learning acting too. Mr. Song asked the senior security guard what kind of daring party they were throwing. Agent K drank so much punch that he couldn't get anything in his mouth. Why did he even agree to it? He had to go to work tomorrow. Chung Song believes that an evil spirit has entered his body, and things seem to be getting really bad. Zhongling said it was pathetic. They had ruined the entire dinner, and dessert hadn't even arrived yet. The DJ, all angry and painted up, came to them and asked if she was still in the mood, if she didn't take him seriously at all. Little Sun remembered that it looked a bit like a replica of the villainous Canon Mesa. Mr. Song recognized this guy. Selling people is already a vile act, and he also cursed his entire family. The boy admitted that he didn't want this either. If the master had obediently sold him the treasure tree, would all this have happened? He broke his formation and he had to go through so much trouble. One tree is not enough. You have to take his life. Chung Song grabbed his hand and asked, "Does he really think he doesn't exist?" Then came the fist of vengeance. He will know that he cannot scare his elders with his jokes. The redhead asked who the guy was. Why hadn't he seen him before? Judging by the marks on his face, he must be the reincarnation of that god of the wastelands. How come he didn't die in the theater? Did he become a deserter? The redhead realized that the guy really knew the lady. In that case, he couldn't leave him alive. Surprisingly, he doesn't even know him. And he also serves as the younger brother of the goddess of devastation. The boy shouted that he shouldn't kill him. His master is the elder of the Heavenly Union. His teacher is also in Z City. The thunder was so loud that Chung Song couldn't hear what that idiot said at all. They tied him up to interrogate him. Chung Song decided to ask again what the red-haired man had said before. Song heard that he seemed to say that his mentor was an elder of the Heavenly Question Union. Chang Song was surprised. Are there really bad guys in the organization? For some reason, he has been encountering more and more such people lately. Mr. Song asked what they should do with this man. It is unknown how many of these people are still hiding. We need to lure them all out and destroy them with one blow. It's a good thing Sun can pretend to be an adult. Tomorrow, let him disguise himself as this man in black and go with them to the Union of Questions to check if he's telling the truth about his mentor. However, he no longer has such talismans. How can he transform? Using talismans is too troublesome. Let Jing help him at the right moment. He can transform into anyone. Chung Sung ordered to lock him up. Deal with him later. Hua Qing said she would take care of it. But suddenly, before their eyes, the redhead began to teleport. Are these the methods of the immortals? The boy received a call from Xiaoling's sister. Chung asked where she was and if something had happened. The girl replied that she herself could not understand. It would be better for him to come and see. Chung Song said he was leaving immediately. Let him not do anything. He informed Mr. Song that his ghost matter could be considered temporarily closed. He still had things to do. The man even burst into tears. They are immensely grateful to him. He is their benefactor. He doesn't need to worry about it at this age. It's just a trifle, after all. He's also Zhou Ye's friend. Mr. Zhu himself told the guy that he could give him a ride wherever he needed to go. Does he know where the bar is? Angel Heart. It's in the east of the city. The man thought for a moment and replied that this place was quite familiar to him. Upon arrival, Chung Song greeted his sister and immediately asked, what happened? Xiaoling was embarrassed before answering. She has the after effects of being possessed by a divine spirit. As usual, she always has some nasty clients at work who want to play with her. This chubby didn't even have time to touch her. A silver flash erupted from her, and everything here exploded. Zhangling told her to buy lottery tickets. Why is she still working? She's just used to the fact that in life, you have to rely on your own strength. An angry man came up to them and asked how she was going to solve this issue. This matter would not end so easily. Chung Song said that he would pay compensation for the damage in her place. Let him name the amount. Does he really think he can just pay and everything will be settled? Does he even know who this man is? He's the son of the Seven Wei. Money alone won't solve the problem. Plump collected all his drool and came to his senses. Holding his head, he asked, what happened to him? The bar owner explained that these two had beaten him up and smashed everything around him. He had to stand up for him. Xiaoling said she didn't touch him. It was an accident. There was no need to grab her butt. Chubby was furious. How dare she hit him? Even if he touches her, she still has to love him. Zhangling thinks that this fat pig is too arrogant. It's time to teach him a lesson. Let the girl repeat what she just said. He didn't hear. But for a moment, Puffy froze in place. Where did this witch come from? And a beauty at that. Zhangling asked him if he had any objections. Let him collect his drool and get out of here. Chubby apologized. He was indeed a little confused. But Xiaoling hit him, so this issue needs to be resolved. If the two of them could keep him company this evening, that issue could be considered resolved. Unfortunately, Pukli didn't hear the answer, but he did receive a magic shoe for weight loss. Suddenly, the guy decided that he didn't want to lose money, so he shouldn't be offended. The bar owner was shocked. How could this be? Are the young people too hot-blooded? Or is this just a young bull who is not afraid of a tiger? Zhangling thinks that the guy is too impulsive and impolite. He could have been more gentle. The bar owner asked if Master Wei was okay, and if he was in pain. The plump man came to his senses and shouted at the guy, how dare he hit him? Does he really need to choose a specific day to hit him? Plump realized that the guy was brave, but did he know who was watching all this? If he wants to call for help, Chung Song gives him 10 minutes. Chubby said he would make him get on his knees and lick his boots, and then take his last name. Xiaoling felt uneasy and advised him to leave. She heard that this guy had a black background. Zhangling said that they had gotten into trouble with the monkey, so it was better to insist until the end, so as not to get into trouble twice. The guys on motorcycles came up to them. The commander asked Mr. Weihe what had happened to him. Why did he look so disorganized? Chubby was glad to see Brother Long. Not only was he like this, but the bar had been torn down. They had to avenge them. Who is so brave? Who dared to destroy the bar? It's just a search for death. Chubby pointed his finger at Chang Song. He was the one who made himself feel awkward. The bald man asked if Chung Song knew who he had offended. He dared to touch a person who was under Zhou Ye's protection. Let him tell me how he would like to die. There will be no game of cat and mouse. Chung Song asked if Mr. Zhou himself knew that he had such people working for him. The bandit said that the guy didn't appreciate kindness at all. He remembered that he had seen him somewhere before. The rooster bowed to Chung Sung and apologized for his behavior. Lately, the guy has been feeling like everyone knows him. Zhongling said there's no need to worry about it. He first saw him in the 9th Underground Hall. He saw him later when he was secretly protecting the goddess of devastation. What is Mr. Chung Song doing here? The fat pig who invited him here was hitting on his girlfriend, and she accidentally blew up the bar in anger. Then he tried to make a move, and he kicked him into the wall. The man replied that he understood everything. How could he not understand a person who could demolish a building with his bare hands? Chubby couldn't understand what had happened to Brother Long. Why was he holding his head and doing nothing? The rooster turned around and gave the plump one a slap. Mr. Chung Song didn't give him a word. Wei was devastated. How dare the guy do this to him? He will report this to Master Zhou Yi and he will kill him. Mr. Zhou Yi himself appeared and said that the chubby one could just tell him about it right now. Chung Song was surprised how Mr. Zhou found him. He didn't say he was going to this alley. The man replied that Chung Song had not returned for a long time, and he decided to scout out the situation. Chubby said that he is the son of Wei Dajun and Chingyang Company. For the sake of his father, let them leave him alone. Let him call his father. Will he dare to intervene and ask for him? The master ordered Long to take this young Master Wei to his father and demand an explanation from Miss Lin. Next time, don't take so many people to the race. The civilians might think they're bandits. Chubby asked Mr. Zhou Yi to spare him. He was wrong. Where are they taking him? The bar owner started speaking in an unknown language again. This situation for him is like water, which means the temple of the Dragon King. Mr. Zhu believes that with his vision and approach to work, he is better off not being an owner. The man approached Cheng Song with a proposal. Would the boy like to become the owner of this bar? Zhongling thinks this place is interesting. A beefed-up version of the red light district? Why aren't there any female performers here? Chung Sung reminded the girl that this was a bar, not a nightclub, and that the performers here were completely different. Hua Qing said she knows this place. It's where Chung Sung was killed last time. It was the time of his awakening, the beginning of a new connection between them. Jing felt that the situation was not as romantic as she had previously imagined. This is Wu Jiayi's first visit to the bar. She thought that people were having fun here at every step. It's more formal here than other places. Xiaoling recently transferred here because of that incident at the nightclub. After drinking the delicious water, Cheng Song decided to ask Mr. Zhou again what he meant when he said that he could become the owner of this bar. Literally, he is the owner of the bar now. Since the guy saved her daughter again at the theater, it would be right if he gave him something. It just so happens that Miss Lin works here too, so he hands over the bar to them and does them a favor. Chung Song immediately replied that he didn't have time for that. He didn't need business. Zhongling thinks that it's simple. Let Xiaoling look after it, and he'll be the carefree master. Isn't that what Grandpa Joe meant? The man said that Miss Zhang was a very smart and wise girl. Xiaoling said that she had no experience in this field. She had a completely different specialty. Zhongling reminded her that she had great luck. Even if she did nothing, the popularity of this bar would quickly grow. Whether it was true or not, this was the second time she had heard it. A girl blew up someone else's bar and ended up managing that bar. Isn't that lucky? If everyone agrees, he will send them the contract in a few days. Jia Yi remembered that there was no news about Sister Xiaoling on the internet, but the video about Brother Chung Sung was still freely available. Jing explained that no one can observe the existence of the primordial deities. They are surrounded by a force that blocks the spread of knowledge. For example, if a person sees this with his own eyes, he will not be able to remember it, and he will also not be able to convey it. All transmitted information will be actively forgotten. Thus, Miss Lin, who was possessed by the original deity, cannot be seen by anyone. Now that the girl said it, she also noticed that she couldn't remember what Sister Lin looked like that day. Since the problem is solved, they need to go back. He still has things to do tomorrow. The manager, Xiaozhang, approached them and politely asked Mr. Zhou, the new owner and mistress, if they needed to call a car. Zhongling decided to ask the guy who he called the mistress. Xiaozhang froze, realizing his mistake. Hastily justifying himself, he explained that he meant not only the owner, but all the mistresses. Shnuling said that this was closer to the truth. He turned out to be a smart boy. Chung Song said that if he wanted to stay here, he should work hard and not cause trouble. Xiaozhang said that he had learned his lesson and would not do it again. Sitting at home in a warm bed, Zhongling suddenly tells the guy that he has appeared on the internet again. Hua Qing couldn't understand why the weather forecast on TV was completely inaccurate. Tomorrow it would obviously be sunny, but they said it would rain. Jing came out of the shower and said that this liquid was very tasty. She was sorry that it was the last one. Chung Song reminded the girls that it was a one-room apartment. Zhongling asked, So what? What the guy meant was that this bed was too narrow for them all to fit, so maybe someone would sleep on the floor? Zhongling said it was not a problem and quickly resolved the matter. The girl made the bed so big that an entire elephant could fit in it. Chung-song thought that the first thing he needed to do was buy a house with many rooms. The boy couldn't sleep all night surrounded by goddesses. He told everyone to get up. The heir of the Song family would be coming soon. Hua Qing said that she would not go anywhere today. Her whole body hurts. Jing also refused to get up. She had just seen a big dragon in her dream. He said that it was better for her to sleep. Did they tell the guy that he needed to replenish his spiritual strength today? It seemed strange to him because the girls had never been so tired. Zhongling explained that it didn't matter originally, but their true bodies are here, so the transformation rate is very low. Chung-song asked, can't they return to Jojo? If she continues talking, she will get really upset, so don't worry. Everyone will stand up now. Song Haoran had already arrived at Chung-song's house. He was looking forward to spending this day with him. Soon, he will be drawn into such dangerous matters, but at all costs, he needs to successfully become his student. The guy noticed that he wasn't the only one waiting for his predecessor. Two men were arguing loudly next to the white car. The fat one's father warned that when he sees the boy, he should apologize immediately. He doesn't care. He has to do it properly. Otherwise, his father will treat him like his son, and he will immediately leave the house. The boy looked closely and recognized Mr. Wei and his son. But what are they doing here? Usati greeted Mr. Sun. This was an unexpected meeting. The guy asked what happened to his son. Was he in a car accident? Mr. Wei said that his son insulted someone yesterday and was beaten, so he came today to apologize. Who is this man? He beats someone up and then makes them apologize? How crazy is he? It is not clear exactly who he is, but at least Brother Long did not dare to offend him. Plump asked Mr. Song to restore justice. The guy was surprised. Is there really someone who allows themselves to do this? Let him not worry. He will sort everything out. Mr. Wei thought that Junior Son was missing one string that his son had. This guy would definitely be useful to him. Chubby knows that he is a famous, naive hero. Usually likes to stand up for justice. If you cry a little and make him feel sorry, it will be easy to fool him. But when he saw Chang Song, the plump man lost hope at that very moment. Father did not understand what was happening to him. The dream asked, are they still waiting for that person? Unfortunately, he has a lot to do. He needs to leave. Zhongling was surprised. They hadn't seen each other for only one night, and the plump one already looked like a pig. Song asked Brother Chung in confusion. Is he familiar with Junior Wei? Mr. Wei opened his suitcase with money and said that he brought his son to apologize. Let him forgive him for his mistakes. This is a small token of their gratitude. Chung Song told the man to transfer the money to the bar. Let this be a lesson to them, and they better not show up in his sight again. The man thanked him for such generosity. He would send the money right away. Chung Song said that they could go. Song asked, only Zhongling's sister would go with them today? Hua Qing and the others don't want to go out today. They've started their period. Sun was afraid that they would not have enough space, so he asked the butler to bring another car. Mr. Wei told his son that he would send him abroad tomorrow and never return. It's the first time Sun goes to the Heavenly Question Union, so he's a little nervous. What if he has to provide the password? Zhongling asked what century they were living in? And what passwords were we talking about? Let him not worry. If he takes this with him, he will be able to disguise himself as that red-haired guy in black. After putting on the bracelet, the guy said that he didn't feel anything. Maybe it doesn't work? Zhongling said that he is completely out of his mind. Let him look at himself in the mirror. With his red beard and pirate eyes, Sun was delighted that everything turned out so well. Since Chung Song is a famous face, he decided to disguise himself as well. This will be a good opportunity to find out who is the traitor in the Heavenly Matter Union. Once inside, the guard asked the boys to tell him the password. Without it, they would go further. Sun wondered why this place looked like the old administration. Didn't Zhongling say that they wouldn't need to use a password? The girl replied that in the regression of the era in Jojo, they didn't do such things, like a password or a code word. Jojo is the name of an ancient Chinese region or administrative division system. How did Zhongling know that this word was the secret password? She just used an illusion to control that old man. The man recognized the red-haired man. He was Elder Lu's disciple. How come he didn't tell him the password? Has the boy really gone over to the side of the evil god? Let him tell me the password immediately. Sun was confused and didn't know what to do. After all, he didn't know any password. Zhongling simply used her magic, and after counting to 7, the man himself told her the password, and without hesitation, he opened the doors for them. In addition, he apologized to them for his rudeness. Sun was inspired by this technique and asked the girl to teach him the same. Whether he will teach or not will be discussed later. First, they need to discuss his next step. His name is Li Wei Fang, and he returned from his journey under the pretext that his teacher was Elder Liu Yuanji. Changge is his new disciple, and Zhongling is his disciple's disciple. Is everything he said right? The girl said that everything was right, but you have to say it from the heart. Chung Song was a little confused. Why would a disciple's disciple follow him? Song also thinks it's a bit confusing. This is already the third generation of disciples. If you count the elder, it's 4 generations in one house. Zhongling said that there was no need to pay attention to these details. In such respected clans, passing on knowledge for 10 generations is normal. Chung Song thinks that based on the password she said, the information she provided is now not entirely reliable. Let him shut his mouth. How dare he contradict his teacher? But he himself is her teacher. It's not fair. She took advantage of the opportunity of her status. Maybe they've had enough of idleness. It's time to get down to business. Chung Sung agreed. Let Zhongling command this task then. They reached the right door, but Sun froze in place. The girl demanded that he knock. Song chewed. What if they were exposed? Chung Song said that in that case, he would simply reveal his identity and say that it was a joke. But will it work? At worst, they'll just start fighting. What is he so afraid of? They didn't know the guy was such a coward. Should he come to his senses immediately if he still wants to learn magic? This noise made Elder Liu Yuanji decide to personally go out and find out who was so persistently embarrassed to come to him. When he saw his student, the first thing he asked was, who are those 2 next to him? The guy confidently replied that this was his student, whom he took during his travels. And this is his student's girlfriend. They were together throughout the entire journey. Sun made a big mistake. Is he stupid or pretending? The elder told them to come inside. He thinks they have something to discuss. The dream itself was able to understand that it had mixed everything up, but it was too late to think about it. The elder politely told the boys to sit down, let them feel at home. He found it strange that the student had returned from his journey and had not contacted him. And the strangest thing is how he managed to get in without a password? Sun's heart stopped. The elder turned around and loudly told him to prepare for death. Chung Song managed to block his blow and told the elder to stop. The elder was surprised that the guy was able to stop him. Who is he? Chung Song revealed his identity and introduced himself. The elder turned out to be very smart. The man asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. Please, let the guy not be offended. They disguised themselves to check on him, so they themselves need to apologize. That's all clear, but what about his student? Did they tie him up? Or something even worse? His disciple had already gone over to the side of the evil god and was doing bad things in his home when he caught him. Since he has already gone down the evil path, one cannot show pity. He must be eliminated immediately. Chung Song shook the man's hand and said that he felt calmer after hearing these words. But suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Is Elder Liu Yuanji ready to meet his death? The elder was shocked. If a student makes a mistake, should the teacher also pay for it? Does a man know what the peculiarities of fusion are that cannot be hidden, regardless of the circumstances? The elder wondered what the boy meant. He was older, but he didn't understand the point. The guy explained that this meant that they were thirsty for spiritual power at any time. These are some kind of involuntary actions that are eager to absorb everything, and the one filled with dark, stinking blood. The elder realized that the predecessor was indeed strong, but that meant nothing. Does the guy want to kill him here? At the headquarters of the Union of the Question of Heaven? Sun felt that something was wrong. Were they going to fight? The elders heard some strange sounds. Was someone starting a fight? Chung Song decided to play a game with him. Who would kiss the wall first? The men were shocked to see their predecessor in Elder Liu's office. Liu Yuanji almost shit his pants. How dare this guy fight him here? He believes that with a fallen evil spirit like him, there is no need to choose a place to fight. Elder Bai Wu noticed that Elder Liu had turned to the evil god. All this happened because of Cheng Song. Because of him, he was in danger. He needs to find a way to escape. The younger generation also couldn't shut their mouths to this situation. Elder Liu turned out to be a fusion. The brunette asked the blonde if he was hiding the merger too. He replied that it was a bad joke. Baldy could not understand how his comrade, being an elder of the Union of the Question of Heaven, turned to an evil god. The man simply decided to follow a more powerful being. Xu Guangyi was not at all surprised that even the elders of their alliance were tempted by this evil. Cheng Song believes that there are many dirty things hidden in this headquarters. Bai Wuya knows that the fusion is difficult to recognize. It does not give itself away in any way. But for a guy, the method is very simple. When they encounter a huge amount of spiritual power, their evil-filled consuming instinct will be as unstable as a moth flying to a flame. He ordered Zhongling to seal this place. These rats can't be allowed to escape. The girl took out her magic seal and threw it at Elder Liu. The man felt that the connection with the demonic force had been severed. Chung Song believes that to be more efficient, you need to be more rude. He wants to see how many evil things have been done by this wild god. Let him not be shy and show the energy he craves. Let him show his ugly and true forms. The bald man shit his pants when he saw the enormous strength of his predecessor. The blonde guy who swore he wasn't a merger suddenly needed to go to the toilet. It looks like he was blatantly lying to everyone. The guys were right. The brunette said that he would no longer go to the bar with him to watch football. Sun realized that it was not in vain that he decided to come here today. There is a real show here. Jung Song asked the elder to demonstrate what he had learned from the great being. He ordered all the brothers to follow him. They must show all their power. The blonde thinks that killing in such a place is not interesting. The seal that parries in midair is very familiar to his companion. It is Zhongling's spell. If he doesn't come to him so quickly, taking his mark, then why fight with these small minions of the void gods? The girl believes that they want to protect ordinary people in this way. The blonde believes that a person who bears great responsibility cannot be involved with such trifles. They are just mere mortals. If you don't get rid of the void god completely, then saving anyone now is in vain. The girl agreed. This is also a good deed. They will go straight to him. If he is even busy with such trifles, it is hard to say when he will appear on Taishoshan. Chung senses that his master is already in panic and running, and he is still hiding here. Does he really hope to return? Let him tell me how many of their slackers are still hiding? How did they contact him before? Their lord's existence is simply beyond his ability to comprehend. He will ultimately tear apart the 3,000 worlds and return Taitsu to chaos. Elder Liu suddenly burst into blue flames. But Chung Song did nothing. This is the work of the blonde guy and that cutie. It looks like they are also from the DC universe. Zhang Ling said that a big person came to the stage. The elders bowed to the Dragon Lord. The guy asked why he was wasting his energy on ordinary people. These small minions can simply be destroyed. Doesn't he know how precious every moment of this life is? The cutie decided to bow and pay her respects to Chung Song and Zhang Ling. Now Zhang Ling understood who had broken her seal. She just hates the women from Hunyuan. Why did they even come here? The girl believes that Zhongling still has some prejudices against her. Chung Song said that judging by the aura, he is probably the one who is the master of the Jade Dragon. The guy said that was right. His name was Ji Tianheng, the Lord of Kong Tong. He came here to discuss matters related to the god of emptiness. How can he ask about the void gods when he messed everything up? Besides, if they don't have any evidence, how can they track down the rest of the lurkers? Ji Tianheng believes that mortals can handle this on their own. This is just a crisis that can be resolved with a small price to pay. He says it so easily because he himself doesn't pay any price. So he doesn't care? Jung Song is still too recently awakened and is overly concerned with the affairs of mere mortals. But why this talk about awakening? Let him not fall into delirium. Besides, couldn't he speak more politely? It's already uncomfortable to look at him. His neck is too tired. Ji Tianheng decided not to test the guy's patience and, for the sake of saving his own ass, descended from heaven. Was Chung Song satisfied now? If so, could he go with him to Mount Kongtongshan? He has some unsettled business here, so there is no time to go with him to this fabulous mountain. His blood pressure has jumped. Chung Song can't understand human speech? Such trifles should be decided by these ordinary people. They have more important things to do with him. Who is he anyway? Do they know each other? How can matters concerning human life not be considered important? How many people are these mergers going to absorb, hiding in the shadows? These are just a few ordinary people. How can he be so narrow-minded? The boy begins to doubt whether Chung is really the heir. Chung Song was confused. What did this Snow White mean? And what did he want from him anyway? Looking at his expression, he realized that Chung didn't know some things. In that case, the guy decided to introduce himself again. His name is Ji Tianheng, the ruler of Mount Kongtongshan, and also the heir to the power of Taiyi. The dream was amazing. It sounded so exciting. He doesn't want this day to end. Chung Song really felt a similar strength. If he is his brother, he should at least cut his hair. He looks like a chicken. Is this Taya some kind of pyramid scheme? One passes on to the other, telling everyone about their incredible abilities as if they were unique fighters. Now he clearly understood that Chung Song really didn't know. Then Hua Yue would explain everything to him. The power of Taiyi, when it crossed Taishu and reached Earth, was divided by ancient taboos. The Force chooses a destined person at a certain time and takes up residence in the body of the Awakened One, when the Awakened One is faced with an important choice. 500 years ago, young Master Ji Tianheng obtained the power of the Jade Dragon on Mount Kongtongshan and learned of the disasters caused by the Void God. Having received the inheritance, he constantly fights against the influence of the Void Deity's split soul on the earth. The spirit of Tai Yi, remaining in the Jade Dragon, tells the young master that his task as the successor is to find the divided soul of the Void God located on Earth. Before the divided soul begins to corrode the world, it must be expelled from the Earth through the Void Rift. Did Chung Sung understand everything now? It seemed like everything had been explained clearly. All that was left was to believe. They have important business with him. Let him not pay attention to these mortals. The deity of the void has already returned to its form. There is little time left. There's one thing Cheng Sung can't understand. The guy always talks about mortals. Isn't he himself a mortal? He was mortal, but he no longer considers himself mortal. There is a fine line here, like yin and yang. Chung Sung, too, having inherited the greatness of Tai Yi, should not consider himself mortal. His thoughts should be focused on greater things. However, Chung Sung does not consider himself to be like him. The guy is still mortal, and since he witnessed all of this, he cannot remain indifferent. Ji Tianheng realized that it was hopeless to ask him for anything. He told Hua Yue that they were leaving. The girl politely asked the young master Chung Song to come to Mount Kongtongshan for a meeting. The bald elder requested further instructions from Chung Song. He has no specific instructions. Later, he will give them some magic balls with which they will be able to recognize those who have merged. But he will go first. Everyone, thank the guy for his help. If any unsolvable issues arise, let them contact him again. Little Sun decided to send the boys away. Everyone already knows where the car is parked. Hua Qing was surprised to hear that the one who owned the Jade Dragon had the power of Tai Yi. The guy always felt that what Hua Yue said was a little strange, and his arrogant behavior, as if he was no longer a mortal, was really annoying. He has no memory of it, but in theory, the power shouldn't be divided. Could it be that this happened because Tai Yi encountered problems when crossing the Void Crack? Hua Qing believes that the Void Crack is very unstable. Since Tai Yi was able to divide his power to protect it, it means that he could successfully pass through the channel. Chung Song can't understand and thinks it's better not to think about it. He just has some free time to go back to JoJo. But who is Hua Yue? This girl is a hypocrite and has spatial abilities similar to hers, so she hates this fake. But why did she end up on Earth? And with this smug man? The guy will go back to JoJo and ask Qin Lian. She might know something. At the same time, he will see how things are with the 5 elements. In that case, there is no time to lose. They can leave right now. Lansha was happy to see young Master Chung, Miss Zhongling. She had thought that she would not see them before leaving. Chung Sung was surprised. Is she planning to go somewhere? Did something happen during the period when they were away? Since the flame-thirsting beast is dead, as the owner of Yunshui Gong, she must go and find the disciples scattered throughout JoJo and restore Yunshui Gong. If there's something you need to remember, just let him say it. He'll definitely help if he can. A light bulb went on in Zhongling's head, and she suddenly remembered something good. Jing and Hua Qing should help her in this matter. Let them follow her. Chung Song asked Lan Qiano if she was okay. The girl replied that everything was fine. Let him wait until the festive banquet is over before setting out to search. She has been working a lot lately. Let her take this opportunity to have a good rest. The girl asked the boy to send her back to the Yunshui Palace. She wants to go there and see the elders. Lan Xiao feels that it is time to say goodbye to the past and move on. The guy, without thinking twice, replied that there was no problem, and of course he would help her. He decided to take everyone with him and send the girl away. Lan Xiao thanked the guy for such concern. Zhongling noticed something was wrong. When did this guy learn to flirt with girls? Knowing that she might be homesick, he invites her to come back. Lan Xiao noticed the person and told everyone to go there. It looked like she needed help. They recognized Yuan Yin. But how did the girl end up here? And what happened to her? Zhongling believes that she was waiting for them here, sensed them approaching, and pretended to faint. She said the girl was in danger. We need to do artificial respiration immediately. Let Cheng Song do it. But isn't she a tool spirit? Does she need artificial respiration? Zhongling noticed that Chung didn't understand what she was getting at. She decided to do it herself. Let him come closer and look carefully. Liang Xiao sees CPR for the first time. Why is it so exciting? The girl came to her senses. The operation was successful. Now she can be called a man. Zhongling didn't understand why Yuan Yin looked so disappointed. It was her first time doing this. She could have said thank you. The girls froze in confusion, not realizing what they had learned on Earth. But the most important thing is that she is okay. It was not for nothing that she sat on Chung-sung's phone at night. Hua Qing wondered what their real connection was. She couldn't understand them at all. The girl is furious. Why doesn't Jing understand anything either? Let him use all his magic. Yuan Yin apologized for accidentally hitting the guy. It was just a defensive reaction. Chung-sung replied that everything was fine. He just listened to Zhang Ling and got caught. Lan Xiao thought that since everyone was already acquainted and Miss Yin had no business, it would be better for them to continue on their way. Zhang Ling told her to hurry up and fix her clothes. She didn't look so good like this. How dare she tell her that? Has she completely lost her mind? A few hours later, they arrived at Yunshui Palace. Lan Xiao saw her elder brother. The guy burst into tears when he saw his sister. He hadn't seen her for so long. The girl did not expect to see him here at all. The brother replied that he had just come here to honor the memory of the elders. Where has the guy been lately? She needed him so much. He then received news of the sect and hid. Later, when he was being persecuted, Elder Ling Shan came to his aid. So the boy trained with this elder for some time. Maybe she should introduce him to these people already? He himself felt a bit awkward. This young man is called Cheng Song. He is her savior and also the benefactor of their Yunshui Gong sect. Just recently, he completely destroyed the Flame Eater beast outside of Chingyang City. The rest of the people are the young man's close friends, as well as her friends. The boy didn't expect that the benefactor who killed the Flame Eater would appear right in front of him. He thanked Cheng Song. Unfortunately, he couldn't repay him for his services. Getting rid of demons and protecting the path is their duty. He doesn't need anything from him. Lan Xiao asked if senior brother had any news about the other disciples. Does sister know about Yunshui Lin? If Yunshui Lin is released and the Linsha Trade Association is instructed to distribute it to all 9 provinces, then their brothers and sisters will most likely return to restore Yunshui Gong. The girl replied that she knew about Yunshui Lin, but she was mainly worried that Yunshui Gong's disciples, even if they received this token, might not return. In the end, Yunshui Gong can currently be said to have nothing. The guy thinks that then everything will depend on her efforts. Let her think about it carefully. Jing informed the owner that there were spiritual energy fluctuations nearby, and there were quite a lot of people. Since the sister student had come, it meant that his plan would have to be changed. The guy said that he came here today not only to see the elders. He has another plan. He originally planned to use the demon suppression stone to lure people from Chen Yin Hui and exterminate them here. But he didn't expect Xiao to come too, so he asks her and young Master Chung to join him and go down into the dungeon together to exterminate the enemies. Yuan Yin thinks that the guy might be Chen Yin Hui's accomplice and might be setting a trap here. The guy is ready to swear on his soul. He has absolutely no intention of harming them. Lan Xiao decided to believe him for now. If he had bad intentions, she would punish him immediately. Her older brother has already left her, but she believes that he will live up to all her hopes. And he also believes that the elder brother knows that the stone for pacifying demons was created by the original deity, and without the inheritance of the sect mistress, it cannot be touched. If the plan he just spoke of is really like this, although his intentions are not bad, but he is arbitrarily using the demon suppression stone for his own purposes, and this may also entail responsibility. Brother asked for forgiveness. She would deal with him later. The main thing now was to ensure the safety of the stone for pacifying demons. Lan Xiao asked the young master if he would join them. She noted that his help might be needed soon and asked for his support. Cheng Song, with joy in his eyes and a grin, replied that of course he would help. Zhang Ling feels that this elder brother has a lot of personal interests with her. Cheng Song suggested that she pay attention to protecting Lan Xiao. Now it was impossible to rule out suspicions about this person. Zhang Ling had already secretly hung a bell above her head for protection, so it was fine. The girl thinks that this stone looks very good. The innate god really invested a lot of money. He used the void gemstone as the center of the array. Zhang Ling felt that they were not alone here. They did not need to hide. Since they could not wait, they should all come out. Many ninjas suddenly jumped out of their holes. It seemed like a carefully planned ambush. The captain in the clown mask said he had no doubts about the guy's honesty, but he didn't expect him to actually bring them the key. It turned out to be a very pleasant surprise. The brother himself did not expect them to appear here today. Otherwise, he would not have told them about the plan. The captain gave the order to his men to attack. Let them seize the stone that holds the demons. Their master will surely reward them generously for this. Yuan Yin took a seat in the center and shouted loudly, calling for everyone to pay attention to her. She was going to make an announcement. They are all old tricksters. When they sit in the shelter, they can only do stupid things. Each has a little friend, but they are all grinning from ear to ear. A bunch of incompetents who don't leave when a dog bites? It's so abrupt. They don't show their faces, they pretend to be mysterious. They can only brag all day long. Everyone can rest easy. Yuan Yin is here. Those who didn't get it can stick their finger in their ear. It was a minute of hip-hop. Zhang Ling put a bold point on this adventure. She said that her wife is also the same wife for her. Yuan Yin said it was great. She didn't expect that her poetry style hadn't changed since then, and her poems still have a twist, with an avant-garde style. Hua Qing asked why she needed a wife if she was a girl. Was she crazy? Zhang Ling said she just likes pretty sisters. She likes hugging pretty girls. What's wrong with that? Hua Qing couldn't understand why she felt like there was some truth in her words. The clown asked, do they still dare to chat? Did they really think they had already left? Now whoever brings him the key will immediately rise 3 levels in rank. Yuan Yin had been in Qinlian for too long. She had been sitting for too long. Now it was time to stretch her legs and get the blood flowing in her muscles. 5 elements of explosive technology will bring them down to earth. For some reason, Zhang Ling was delighted with such a strange name for her technique. The brother whispered a spell. The wooden fish forgets about mental suffering. The golden light frees from physical burdens. With one wave of his hand, he sent several clowns to a long sleep. Lan Xiao knows that with his elder brother's actual strength, he wouldn't be able to release such powerful spiritual energy so quickly. This artifact allows him to convert spiritual power within his body faster, and provides a certain strengthening effect. Meanwhile, Changsong used his Divine Sword clone technique and cut the clowns into pieces. With a single snap of her fingers, Zhang Ling directed the full power of her bell tower at the enemies. The men in black fell one after another because of the loud sound in their ears. Miss Xiao was still a little curious. Why did this guy decide to make a deal with the Dust Association? Was it just to kill those association assassins? Before leaving, he wanted to give a gift to his younger sister, and of course, to the Yunshui Palace too. The girl asked anxiously, does he want to leave Yunshui Palace? During this time that the boy followed the mentor, he learned a lot. In addition, the mentor treated him well. Therefore, the brother decided to follow him. The guy is really her good older brother. He's even willing to give up his family for this? His brother doesn't want it either, but his mentor gave him hope in the most difficult times. Is he wrong to follow him? Besides, Yunshui Palace will need a lot of time to recover now. Besides, the Flame Beast is already dead. He sees no point in preserving the Yunshui Temple. Jing warned the owner that there is an unusual power in the boy's spiritual platform. Lan Xiao took out her sword and asked her brother if he really wanted to betray Yunshui Temple. The guy said that she had misunderstood. He was not a traitor. It was just that the Yunshui Temple was no longer there. As long as the Demon Seal exists, the responsibility of Yunshui Temple will not disappear. Isn't responsibility important to him anymore? Elder and the other brothers, aren't they worth anything in his eyes either? Is there only this so-called mentor left in his mind? The boy misses his teacher and elders, but what's the point of just missing him? If you don't have enough strength, then all this is empty talk. Lan Xiao demanded that he tell the truth. Was everything that happened today really his plan? He tried his best to deny it, but he already understood that he had been exposed. The girl correctly assessed the situation. He really does possess dark magic. He concentrated all his power into this flame and directed it at Lan Xiao. However, Chung Song erected a barrier in time and saved the girl. Chung Song grabbed the boy's hand and broke his artifact that gave him spiritual power. One of the ninjas applauded the boys for such a performance. He is impressed that Chung Song was able to completely kill the fire beast. He really has something special. Chung Song threw his divine sword one last time, destroying everyone except that jester. The boy asked his older brother Xiao what was going on with him. Why did he become so angry? He answered in bewilderment that he didn't know. He only remembered how, while escaping, he met a monk and then ended up here. Jing, with her abilities, determined that the guy was not telling the truth. Chung Song asked the clown to come closer if he wanted to stay alive. The ninja pointed his finger at the boy and said that he was sent from Mount Lingshan to contact them. He was here to lie in wait for them. Zongling got angry and kicked him. Let him not waste their time and immediately tell everything he knows. The pathetic jester replied that he was just a minor boss, so that was all he knew. Seeing his fat ass, Zhongling said that she doesn't communicate with mutants. Chung Song asked Jing to search him with her mirror. Maybe he has something to hide. The girl showed him her enchanted mirror, and he immediately fell into a coma. Jing reported that nothing serious had been found. The only useful information was that Lingshan and Chen Ying were related. Zongling asked, is Lingshan such a hidden power and is also going to show herself? Or is there some other reason for this? Should they let this minor leader live so he could come back and gather information? Cheng Song agreed, deciding it would be better to use him to their advantage. Zhongling left a mark on his mind, and now she can control his actions at any time. Lan Xiao asked if she could deal with her brother. Cheng Song replied that of course, it was their own personal matter. Even though he didn't intend to harm them, it was still used, and that is a crime. Consider that the boy has followed Yun Shui Gong for many years. She is the head of the sect and allows him to atone for his guilt by finding the lost disciples and rebuilding the sect. The boy thanked the sect leader for his mercy. He was insignificant, but he would definitely give his all for Yun Shui Gong and would not spare himself. He can go, and if there is any news, he can just contact her at any time. The guy shed a tear and said that he would do whatever the sect lady wanted. Cheng Song asked what plans the lady had for the future. She also intended to go and search for the missing disciples of Yun Shui Gong, but she would only set out tomorrow. Such a wonderful opportunity as a success feast was definitely not something she could miss. After all, she definitely couldn't do it alone to restore Yun Shui Gong. Yuan Yin kicked the clown to wake him up. This was not the time for him to pretend. Zhongling told the boy that she had planted a bomb in his head. If he didn't obey, his head would be blown to pieces. He nodded quickly and said that he understood everything. They wanted him to become their spy. If only they would spare him. Not only a spy, the guy was even ready to be a dog if necessary. If he needs anything, let him contact her. He can start working on it right now. Lan Xiao thinks that leaving the stone sealed by the demon here is not allowed. Is there any way to protect it? The stone is really hard to handle. Zhongling has no idea what to do with it in a short time. If she leaves it here, there will definitely be people who want to take it away. And if she takes it away, it will have too much of an impact on this place. The only thing the girl could do at the moment was to place a few extra seals on it. At least that would help ensure that the thing didn't fall into enemy hands. Ms. Lan Xiao asked Ms. Zhongling to do this. Let her seal it up well. The girl told everyone to step aside, and let them not forget to replenish her spiritual energy. She has put dozens of seals. Even if she removes them herself, it will take her a lot of time, and those guys will hardly be able to decipher them. Cheng Song said that it was time for them to return. The success feast was about to begin. Zhongling and Yuan Ying feel dizzy when they hear something about food. Hua Qing has been feeling like she's become heir for some reason lately. Why doesn't anyone notice her? While waiting for the food, Yuan Yin asked her friend if she thought their master was interested in Lan Xiao. Zhongling thought about it and said that she didn't know, but she thought that their master wouldn't be interested in her. These words touched her fragile heart a little. What did the girl mean? Let her look at herself. She is so carefree. How can she be a thrifty girl? How dare Zhang even say such a thing to her? After all, in the end, he who laughs last, laughs best. The dragon holds a pearl in its mouth under the vault, welcoming the morning sun. The phoenix erupts with flowing tassels, accompanying the evening dawn. Lan Shen was shocked that the young master was well-versed in poetry. Hundreds of meters of swaying thread struggle to twine around the tree. A whole flock of gentle sparrows sing together among the flowers. Liu Cha accidentally heard the young master's poem. The girl said that it was just ear balm. Cheng Song explained that these lines belonged to his ancestors, although he himself knew little about them. Then, he asked for what purpose she had come to them. The success feast is about to begin. The girl came to tell them about it. Did she really have to come in person for such a trifle? He was simply delighted by this honor. Liu Cha thought that the young master was too kind. He's like a great hero. If the girl doesn't come in person, it will look like they don't know how to receive guests. She has other things to do, so she'll go first. Cheng Song replied that there was no problem. They would be here soon too. With their joint efforts, they finally overcame the difficulties. Liu Cha especially wants to thank young Master Cheng. It was he who completely destroyed the fire beast. Thanks to this, their city of Chingyang was able to avoid a great disaster. Let everyone rise from their seats and drink to the bottom of this wonderful drink for their hero. Besides this, she has one more important news that she would like to announce. From today on, she is relinquishing her duties as the city's head, and a new city head will be elected by all by common consent. The commander-in-chief of the troops asked the lady not to make hasty decisions. This is a very serious matter. The girl replied that she had already made her decision, and no more words were needed. The man believes that this matter should first be discussed with the king of Qingzhou before making a final decision. Liu Cha said that General Li is very thoughtful. She will think about his proposal. The girl announced that the feast had begun. Let songs and dances amuse them this night, and no one will leave until they are drunk, and also warned Chen that after some time, the goddess of mercy may come. She wants to discuss something with him. The guy thanked her for this. Liu Cha thinks that she should be the one thanking him. Unfortunately, she doesn't have enough time to sit with him. We must go down and pour for everyone. May the young master have a good time today. Chung Song told her not to drink too much. Let her take care of her health. Lan Xiao noticed that the young master really liked watching dancing. The girl said that if she wanted, she could also dance a few dances for him. Hua Qing felt that Lan Xiao was on the offensive. The girl was angry, because she was the one who was closest to the master. Yuan Yin offered her a drink. She has a great story. She once fought the goddess of devastation. Meanwhile, Ji ate her excellent noodles. Her taste buds simply thanked all the gods. Zhang Ling decided to play a little joke on drunk Yuan Ying. She painted her face into an evil cat. When everyone was already completely drunk, the goddess of mercy came to visit them. Liu Cha barely managed to stand up, but managed to bow and salute her. The shrine ordered her to stand up immediately. Chung Song decided to come closer and bow down to her as well. The girl laughed when she saw the guy for the first time. This was not how she had imagined the great heir. She had recently heard about his achievements. To achieve such success at such a young age is a result of luck, circumstances, and support. She hopes that the guy will remain true to his path and not become a bad example for others. Chun Song said that she praised him too much. He was only making a small contribution to maintaining peace and stability in the 9 provinces. The girl told Liu Cha to get out. She had something important to discuss with Chung Song. The goddess of mercy decided that they needed to talk in private. She shouldn't worry, this is her personal space. Ordinary people can't enter here. And of course they won't go out without her permission either. She has no intention of harming him. On the contrary, she believes that they can cooperate. The goddess knows that he has many questions. For example, about the contents related to the god of the wasteland. Shang Song hopes that she can tell him a little more about it than he knows. She really loves communicating with smart people, and hopes that he will listen to her attentively. In those times when the goddess of devastation sowed chaos, living beings suffered. Tai Yi and the others united with many celestials to stop her. Together, they attacked the goddess of devastation and eventually defeated her. However, they had to divide it into 3 parts: spirit, soul, and body. Among them, the spirit, along with the Eastern Emperor Bel, namely its spirit, Zhongling, unexpectedly fell to the earth, passing through the rift of the Great Void. The soul was sealed in Guishu, the place of return to the void. After going through endless torments of hell, the body was thrown into the Great Void, and even though it had enormous power, it was left without the ability to use it. Her body has the greatest power, but with only this power without the spirit and soul, it cannot act, so it is not dangerous. The soul of the goddess of devastation will act only on the basis of instincts, such as the desire for survival and the like. At present, she has already escaped from the seal, and they are urgently engaged in finding and destroying her. The spirit of the goddess of devastation is the most difficult opponent. She is very cunning and always prefers to act from behind the scenes. To put it nicely, she is a manager behind the scenes, but to put it crudely, she is simply an old, sly one. Now one can feel how deep the hatred of the goddess of mercy towards her spirit is. Given his peculiarity, she hopes that they can work together. So it turns out he needs to destroy the spirit of the goddess of devastation on Earth. The young man is able to move between the 2 worlds, and it can be said that this task is within his power. Of course, whatever he wishes, she will try to do everything possible to make it happen. They all strive to destroy the goddess of devastation and bring peace and stability back to both the 9 provinces and the Earth. For society, this can be called a great merit, and he will also become a great hero of 2 worlds. For personal gain, the guy will be able to get their support, artifacts, and equipment. Everything that does not contradict the principles, all this can be discussed. Chang thought about it. The goddess told him about all the advantages, but didn't say a word about the risks. For some reason, he thinks that she might know what thoughts are going through his head. The goddess knows that this matter is very dangerous, but she believes in his strength and the strength of his friends. The fate of 2 worlds is now in his hands. Nobody even asked him. They simply presented him with a fait accompli. He understands that this is a great task. Chung is confused and surprised, but he will try his best. He had enough of putting himself down. Considering his current merits, the goddess would grant him the title of Ding Tian Ho, one who brings stability and pacifies the world. Chung Song thanked the goddess of mercy. He had one more question. Let him not trouble himself. The girl allowed him to see her without bowing. She understands very well that the question he is about to ask is related to Ji Tianheng. Chung Song was shocked by her ability. How could she know about him? Could she really read minds? The boy would like to know about Tai Yi's heritage. He hopes that Her Highness can tell him something about it. Tai Yi's strength should not be divided as a rule. As for him and Ji Tianheng, she is surprised why both of them have Tai Yi's power. But since she hasn't seen him yet, she can't jump to conclusions yet. She doesn't really know what's going on Earth. But he can go to Mount Taibai and find someone who can help him. He has such a strange name that she keeps forgetting it, and this time is no exception. His name is most likely Domu Yuanjun. In any case, let him go to Mount Taibai. He will find what he is looking for there. Chung Song felt for a moment that the Goddess of Mercy was not very reliable. Does the guy have any requests or wishes? Let him not miss the moment to say. After this, there may not be a chance. His friend was destroyed in his cult, and he hopes that she can take care of her a little. The goddess knows that her name is Lan Xiao. She is also considered unfortunate, and therefore will take care of her. But is there anything else? Chung Song hopes to obtain some artifacts that will help him better deal with the goddess of devastation. Don't worry, once he destroys her, he will return everything. It's an old scheme. He'll say his full name and get sucked in. Let him be careful with that. Cheng asked what her real name was? Just the goddess of devastation? He will have to find out this on his own. This is a small test from him. So much time has passed, and she doesn't even know the full name of the goddess of devastation. If there are no other requests or questions, then she sends him back. Chung Song expressed his gratitude to the goddess of mercy. She reminded the young man that the fate of the two worlds depended on him. The goddess of mercy does not like to work at all. Who even thought of giving her such duties? It's tiring. She wants so much to go home and lie down in her warm bed. Upon returning, Chung Song first introduced Lan Xiao to the goddess of mercy. The goddess sees talent in her, but unfortunately, she still lacks experience. As for the affairs in Yunshui Temple, she also deeply regretted not finding the traitor among them. She also bears some responsibility for this. As a token of apology, the girl is also willing to make a modest contribution to the restoration of the Yunshui Temple. Lan Xiao thought that she was exaggerating. It was her fault that Yunshui Temple had overlooked it, and she had nothing to blame herself for. The chance to see the goddess of mercy was already a stroke of luck that would last her 3 lifetimes. What more could she want? The goddess felt that she shouldn't stand on ceremony with her, but rather let her thank Chung Song properly. However, she will not help them for free either. She has a small request. She hopes that when they look for disciples, they will also pay attention to ordinary people. Lady Xiao said that she dare not forget them. She vowed to fulfill the request of the goddess of mercy. She's going to bring Liu Cha back to Kunlun Mountain, and also start investigating the affairs on the sacred mountainside. Let the guy focus on the goddess of devastation. Chung Song said that he understood everything, and the goddess of mercy left their party. Zhongling asked if Madame Xiao was interested in her master. She's about to hit the road, and doesn't know when she'll meet him again. She has one good thing, and it will help her arrange a little surprise for him. It dissolves in water, is colorless and odorless, and ignores the enemy's level. If used at a time when the enemy is unaware, it is almost guaranteed to work. Well, don't worry. They mostly sleep like dead pigs. Xiao thinks that this is wrong. You can't do this to the young master. But if the heavens give it, and she does not take it, then she herself will regret it later. Let her carefully weigh all the pros and cons. And in the end, she will understand that she wants this so much. Mrs. Xiao decided to send the young master away herself. Zheng Ling only wished her luck. Hua Qin got angry again. How could this bastard grab everything? After all, she was the first one. Zheng Ling thinks that she needs to calm down. Otherwise, she looks like an angry dog that wasn't given a bone to suck. Today, they sleep together. She has an excellent remedy for all diseases. Green hair half-tied, lazily leaning against the bed. The starry eyes begin to glow, reflecting a soft light, and the lips are slightly parted, emitting a scent, lightly and slowly collecting, carefully giving shape. The gentle nightingale responds, emitting melodic trills. Dewdrops, like pearls, moisten the peonies. Flying colorful butterflies secretly steal the scent. Turning over the red candles, the night sails like a ship, and all dreams come true at the same moment. Xiao couldn't figure out where the huge fish had gone. The water in the river suddenly began to bubble. The fish and the water are happy together as they head towards Wushan Mountain. The girl is delighted with this performance. But should the water smell like that? She would have to discuss this with Zhongling. Golden lotuses tremble and green stems twine, enjoying the harmony. Long eyelashes are tired, and bones have become softer. But they are thirsty for pleasure again. The next day, Chung felt a little tired, and he still had to return to Earth. Suddenly, he noticed a letter that was most likely left for him by Madame Xiao. The girl writes that she is very grateful to him for his care at this time, but asks for forgiveness for leaving without warning. Let him focus on saving people and not look for her with such persistence. Xiao believes that their destiny is exhausted, but one day they will definitely meet again. And then she hopes to show him another version of herself. Chung Song realized that he had fallen into Zhongling's net. How could she have pulled all this off? Saving people is not easy, but first we need to deal with the goddess of devastation. Chang decided to call everyone to find out who was involved in yesterday's incident. The girl's eyes immediately gave them away. They mentally begged him for mercy. Only Yuan Yin couldn't understand what had happened. She had been washing her face all morning, and some bastard had painted on her. In the end, Chung Sung decided to forgive them, but next time, it won't happen again. They have to go to Earth. Zhongling pounced on him with hugs to thank the best master in the world. But the girl was a little late. He had already activated the artifact for movement. Yuan Yin was delighted with the TV. It was the first time she saw a glowing box. Suddenly, Chung Sung's phone rang. I like the girl. This is how the day starts. It's his student who's bothering him, Song Haoran. Would the boy like to come over to their place for a cup of coffee? Without thinking twice, Chung Song said that he would be there soon and could put the kettle on. When he arrived, he immediately asked what they wanted to discuss with him. What was the matter? Mr. Song replied that it wasn't really that important. Haoran just wanted to thank him for helping their family. There is a small empty house next to their house. If the teacher doesn't mind, he wants to give it to him. The house is already cleaned, and you can move in right now with your suitcase. How does he feel about such a proposal? The good and the evil inside him kept telling him the same thing. A wonderful thing, given by heaven. Not to take it is just stupid. If heaven gives and he refuses, then he himself becomes guilty. Chung Song said he only helped a little. He didn't do anything special. The boy thinks the teacher is too modest. His small effort for the student and his family is like a new life. He just wanted to give a small gift as a sign of respect for him. Chung said that this gift was too valuable, and therefore he was not ready to accept it. If the teacher does not accept him, he will remain kneeling here until he agrees. Chung Song eventually agreed, but he has one condition. He only wants the right of use, not the right of ownership. As he says, so it will be. And by the way, he has some more good news. Sister Xiaolin's bar has already been renovated and is built to the highest standards in the industry. Hearing this, Yuan Yin climbed out of the nest. The girl asked if the drinks there were tasty. The appearance of a beautiful girl almost scared Mr. Cao to the point of having a heart attack. Yuan Yin begged the owner to go to the bar to try these new drinks. Mr. Song was shocked. Were the youth of their time really so liberated? Chung Song said that he also planned to go to see Xiaolin's sister, but they had important things to do starting tomorrow. Yuan Yin was on cloud 9. She would try something delicious today. Chang suggested that Mr. and Haoran also join the party today. Mr. Song said that Haoran should go instead. He is already old and will not participate in their youth affairs. In that case, he won't insist. He and Haoran will go to the bar in the evening. But now he'll go look at the house. He won't distract them anymore. Song Haoran said he would accompany the teacher. He should definitely like it. Zhongling told the girl to calm down and look at herself. She looked like she had never seen the light. Chang Song suggested that they look around while he went to take a shower. Yuan Yin felt like she had a propeller stuck in her ass. She really liked this house. Chung Song thought carefully and decided to invite Jia Yi to the bar. After all, her father had given him the bar. The girl was also taking a hot bath at that time. What did Brother Chen Sung want at such a time? He replied that he wanted to invite her to Xiaoling's sister's bar tonight, just to have some fun. Jia Yi said she would definitely come. But what does he think she is doing now? She is still so young, and yet she behaves like this. The guy knows that Jia Yi is drowning the duckling now. He will come for her in the evening. Did he really understand everything? Jia Yi is very ashamed of his dirty deed. Xiaolin greeted everyone and congratulated Chung Song on his new position as boss. The boy told Sister Lin not to joke with him like that and suggested that they quickly go inside. Whatever they want to drink, today the girl will prepare everything herself. Yuan Yin shouted that she wanted the strongest drink. Zhang Ling would not refuse either. Hua Qing demanded the same. If we were to go out, we would go all out. Yuan Yin suggested a drink. As usual, whoever uses spiritual energy for defense, let him show how to do a handstand and wash his hair. Jia Yi said she wanted a glass of cola. Chung also decided to drink only cola for now. Sung Haoran confidently declared that no matter what Sister Xiaolin cooked, he would like it. The girl prepared them a cocktail called Los Angeles water. Huang Qing and Zhong Ling wondered if they should drink this stuff. Wouldn't it be toxic? Wan Yin sees a drink of this color for the first time, but she doesn't care at all what she drinks. The girl finished her drink and said that it was the best and strongest drink she had ever tasted. However, that was all she could manage. Yuan Yin decided to take a short nap. Chung Song decided to add a little fire to the girl's glasses. This way, the drink would taste better. The girls were still afraid to drink it. What if their spiritual energy couldn't protect their stomach? Hua Qing has finally decided not to drink this drink. She does not want to become a dragon anytime soon. Meanwhile, there was a knock on Chung Song's uncle's door. The man opened the door and saw a girl standing in front of him. She came at such a late hour and even wearing sunglasses. It's a pity that the wife is still at home. The man said he had no intention of buying insurance and advised her to go her own way. The girl said that she was Chung Sung's boss and had come to discuss some matters with him. The first thing that came to the uncle's mind was whether the guy owed money to someone. The man said he didn't know any Chung Song. She had simply gotten the address wrong. The girl opened her suitcase with money and said that now he would most likely remember everything. She doesn't consider herself impudent, so she will politely ask if the man allows her to enter. Jia Yi was busy this morning and left. Yuan Yin is still sleeping. Hua Qing and Jing also returned to their artifacts to rest. Only she is willing to accompany him in climbing the mountain. Chung thanked Miss Zhongling. She is simply space. He's lucky she doesn't feel like arguing with him right now. But where is this Yuanmu Dujin really? Chung Song thinks that they should ask the passers-by about it. They probably know where the mountain is. The girl agreed with this idea. They need to quickly find someone and ask. An old man who was passing by accidentally heard that they were looking for Do Mu Yuanjun. Zhongling shouted that it was so. The man said he didn't know, but they could go to the observatory on the mountain. They say there's a man there who knows everything. Maybe this is the person they need. Let them go there. Zhongling thought this old man was a bit strange, but still, the girl thought that she should check this place out. The girl grabbed the owner by the hand and they rushed to the observatory. Zhongling felt a powerful Dao presence. Perhaps Yuanjun was right there. Chung Song asked if she was absolutely sure he was here. The girl assured him that she didn't know. She didn't know much about it either. They noticed that the door was open and, without thinking, decided to go in. Chung Song insists that this tired girl can hardly be Yuanjun. If they are looking for the village headman, let them go out, turn left 300 meters, see the largest and most beautiful house. That's where he will be. As for the story about Shitsai, if they want to rob, let them take what they see. There is nothing valuable there anyway. If you want to take a tour, there are small guidebooks at the entrance. The price is 3 yuan each. Let them scan the QR code to pay. Maybe she should open her eyes and understand who is talking to her. The girl was surprised that they came so quickly. She took a short nap while waiting for them. So much time had passed, they hadn't seen the little bell for so long. They sat down on the sofa and didn't move. How does the girl know everything about her? She shouldn't be so shy. Let her relax a little. He can consider her his good friend. But how about Yuanjun? How come she's still in the office? She was also bored and decided to try living for a while. Zhang saw that she had nothing to do every day, so she had to find entertainment in life. She came here with Chang Song to chat with her? Let him tell her how he's doing. Zhongling said that there is something else. It concerns the goddess of devastation and her master. Recently, Yuanjun had also been looking for her and had destroyed many places where she might be. But this thing acts like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, leaving behind a bunch of false information. She is very cunning, and because of this, the girl also begins to get nervous. Her hair has already begun to fall out. She is also trying to deal with the goddess of devastation, but it is still unclear where she disappeared to. Zhang Song said that he met a man and didn't know why he had an aura of Tai Yi power coming from him. So he wanted to ask her if there could be different successors to Tai Yi's legacy. That day, Ji Tianheng suddenly appeared at the Heavenly Question Union headquarters. The guy couldn't figure out why Yuanjun was frozen. Was the processor overheating? It seemed like that. After much thought, the girl came to the only correct conclusion. First of all, the awakened one is one and only one. The divine power of Tai Yi cannot be divided. The little bell must sense which one is the real Chung Song or Ji Tianheng. This is obvious, of course. Her master is the real one. But in the power of that Ji Tianheng, the Tai Yi Dao is really present. Yuanjun believes that if it can be confirmed that Chung Song is real, then this Ji Tianheng's strength definitely has some secrets. If their powers are similar, then they most likely come from the same school. But that does not mean they have the same source. Yuanjun decided to check it out herself. The girl directed her spiritual energy at Chung Song. Don't worry, she just gave him a little bit of her power, so now he has traces of her power on him too, but he's definitely not her heir. As for the power of this enlightened one, that's probably all. She doesn't know anything else. Zhongling believes that Ji Tianheng is most likely a low-quality fate. Yuanzhen likes Chengsong more, so she also thinks he's real. At the moment, this is all he knows. Is there anything else he wants to ask? There's just one small question. How can they contact her if they need to? There's no problem with that. She'll give him her contact details right away. Maybe he could take her phone and scan it. He seems smart. He should know how. If they run into that guy, they should remember to contact her immediately. Chengsong thanked the girl and said that he would not bother her anymore. Let them go and do their own thing. She won't see them off. The girl thought that it was time for her to do something too. Her back was already stiff from idleness. Chengsong asked the girls what they thought their next step should be. Zhongling felt that they should deal with Ji Tianheng first. After all, the whereabouts of the goddess of devastation is still unclear. Hua Qing said that he was a fake, posing as their master. He must be eliminated without fail. Chengsong agreed with the girls. Their next step is to find Ji Tianheng and force him to tell the truth. The next day at the international airport of the city of Suzhou, Chengsong sat and enthusiastically played a game called Primitive Man. The girl didn't expect that Mr. Song was also going to Liangzhou. The guy didn't recognize the girl at all. How does she know his name? Chengsong said that she must have made a mistake. The girl thought he was joking. Her name is Bai Yu Ling. They haven't seen each other for so long. Maybe that's why I forgot. Chengsong apologized. She looked so stunning today that he didn't recognize her at first. Let him just call her Yu Ling. For what purpose is Mr. Song heading to Liangzhou? The guy replied that he had some personal business. And why was she heading there? Grandfather asked her to go to Mount Kongtong to visit Ji Tianheng. She had to hand over some item to Ji Tianheng, and the old man told her not to do anything else that was unnecessary. Chengsong said that he was also going to find Ji Tianheng, but he had some personal matters to attend to. So they have the same path. Can the girl accompany Mr. Sun on this journey? Of course, it might be more convenient to help each other. However, since she just needed to hand over the things to Ji Tianheng, wouldn't it be easier to send them by courier? Why go to him in person? The girl said she didn't know herself. Maybe a personal visit better demonstrates sincerity? She feels that the Xuan Yuan clan of Tianyu Jianga wants to attract Ji Tianheng. After all, they are not at peace inside either. Zhongling appeared and said that bringing in Ji Tianheng was just dead bones in the grave. Yuling realized that Mr. Song and Ji Tianheng were not on good terms. Most likely his business was related to dealing with him. Now that she was assigned to visit Ji Tianheng, and Mr. Song was going to deal with him, what should she do? If the girl makes a mistake in her choice, it could lead to irreparable consequences. She will not be able to save the Xuan Yuan clan, and most likely will not even save her own life. It was announced that passengers heading to Mount Kongtong in Liangzhou would be flying on Shandong Airlines flight C114514. Zhongling warned the girl to think very carefully before making her choice. Chengsong told the girl that they needed to get up and go get in line. The guy asked Zhongling who he thought Yuling would choose. She thinks that this girl is quite smart, and she will probably choose their side. The guy hopes so too. The Tianyu Jianga clan is really worth fighting for. At the very least, he should try to get the Xuan Yuan clan's support. As they say, unite the majority, isolate the minority. They need to use all available forces. It seems like they're actively extending an olive branch, and she really doesn't want that olive branch to fall out. Brother Li Yuan wrote to her. He asked if he knew where Mr. Song was now. The guy had just been to his house, knocked on the door, but it seemed like there was no one inside. Yuling replied that Mr. Song was with her now. Since she had beaten him to it, he would go out and have a little meal to clear his head and calm down. From this correspondence, Zhongling understood that the Xuan Yuan clan of Tianyu Jianga wanted to make several bets at once. Chengsong told her not to peek at other people's phones. It's impolite. The girl understood everything and apologized. It won't happen again. Yuling said that her brother had just told her that he was coming to him, but now Master Song was in her sights. And what did he want from him? She feels that Grandpa wants to make some bets and involve more outside forces. However, Yuling is more inclined to side with Mr. Song. In that case, the girl said that she would take his silence as consent, although you can't put all your eggs in one basket. However, she still wants to put everything in this big basket that she knows best. Zhongling is delighted with such large wings of the plane. People are smart creatures after all. Yuling asked the man if they could switch places for these beautiful pieces of paper. The old man took the money and said that there were no problems. He was leaving right now. Yuling secured a place next to Chengsong. Now she can breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that the end of the month is near. Otherwise, the funds for events this month would really run out. Cheng was surprised that Miss Yuling was not flying in business class. The girl said that she had already missed him. Zhongling told the owner that it seemed like he had been caught, and trapped by the charming girl. A few hours later, they arrived at Kongtong Airport in Liangzhou. Chang Song's first step was to find a taxi to get around the city easily. If the girl doesn't want to pass it on to Ji Tianheng, she can keep it for herself. Yuling just took it out to check if the box was damaged. The taxi driver asked if they both came to Mount Kongtong to find Ji Tianheng. The girl answered that this is exactly it. Does the man know something about him? This man just gives a strange impression. So let them be careful with him. Yuling thanked the taxi driver for the warning. They will be extremely careful. The fare was 100 yuan, and the payment was successful. The man wished the young couple a good life. The girl thanked him for the ride and reminded the man to be careful on the road. Hua Yue greeted her guests. The young master is waiting for them at the top of the mountain. Chung Song said that he didn't have time to talk, so he would get straight to the point. They both want to confront the goddess of devastation. Maybe he'll tell you about his plan? Ji Tianheng replied that as soon as she appeared, they would find her and kill her. It was as simple as that. He's not going to continue like this, is he? The guy keeps talking about fighting her, but he's been acting like this for 500 years? It's like he's burning papers on a grave to trick the ghosts. What did Chang Song mean? It seems his RAM is having a hard time reacting. Song told Yuling to watch carefully. The little boy became angry. Ji Tianheng asked menacingly, did he come here to quarrel with him? The guy is not interested in arguing with him. He came to discuss how to deal with the goddess of devastation. But the discussion requires a certain approach. Chung Song came for a dialogue, and his attitude does not seem to be one of wanting to discuss. He sees before him a simple and pitiful insect, which gradually begins to stink. Hua Yue reminded her master that the most important thing for them now was the goddess of devastation. Cooled down and humiliated, Ji Tianheng asked, what is the great Chung Sung's plan? The goal of the goddess of devastation is nothing more than to restore her strength, and the easiest way is to lure her out of hiding. Otherwise, they will only follow her. And during these 500 years, the guy did not feel how he was being deceived. Sun probably thinks she's so easy to lure out. That's why he waited all these years for her to show up before he made his move. He has a way to lure out the goddess of devastation, but after that, he will need Hua Yue's help to keep her. Ji Tianheng is sure that his method will not work. He guesses that when she planned her actions in the theater, they interfered with her. Now she is probably preparing the next step. Once she organizes this sacrificial ritual again, she will definitely appear in her true form, and then they will be able to destroy her. But what will happen to the civilians? He can't understand why Chung Song cares so much about ordinary people. Zhongling couldn't stand it any longer and jumped out to ask if the guy knew why Tai Yi was considered the emperor of humans. Because the human emperor is based on humanity. Tai Yi would definitely not approve of people like him. Chung Song told the girl not to be so rude. This idiot doesn't understand anything anyway. The boy still hopes that they will not use civilians as bait. But Snow White believes that these sacrifices are necessary for the great cause. He's only worried that Song won't be able to summon the goddess of devastation. But for now, he can take his word for it. He has a way to summon her. His method may indeed help find her, but every person is a living being, born from his parents. Ji Tianheng realized that they still couldn't come to a consensus, so he proposed to resolve this issue by force. Tomorrow at noon, in the Kung Fu Arena on Mount Kuntong, no one is allowed to use magical artifacts. Whoever wins is right. How does he like this offer? It seems that kind words are difficult to persuade. If he does not agree with it, then apparently they will not have any result. If that's the case, then he'll agree with him after all. Tomorrow, they'll scratch each other's backs. Ji Tianheng asked the girl to send the guests away. The conversations are over for today. Chung refused. He came to him, and this upset Mr. Ji. And he also broke the table out of anger, which could not even resist. He is also embarrassed. Let Yu Ling give the money, and he will compensate Mr. Ji for everything. Chung Song doesn't know if this money is enough, but this is also his sincerity. He hopes that Mr. Ji won't mind. Zhongling turned around and noticed that Hua Yue probably already knew her choice. As they all climbed the mountain, Zhongling told her about their last meeting with Domwei Yuanjun. She used her power to hit the host, and her power appeared on the host. Let him think carefully. There is no way that Ji Tianheng can be Tai Yi's heir. Tai Yi would never choose someone who despises human life as his successor. The guys decided not to go far and checked into hotels on Mount Kuntong. Everyone liked the fresh air. Zhongling said that she didn't care what Song was going to do with Ji Tianheng. The main thing is Hua Yuyo, even though she doesn't like her much, but in the end, the girl is still an innate treasure. If there is an opportunity to use her to her advantage, then it is better to do so. Hua Qing said that if Hua Yue was injured during the fight with Ji Tianheng, It would be a great loss for them. It would be ideal to find a way to break their contract. However, Ji Tianheng, of course, would not do that. Ji thinks that if the contract is broken by force, there is a way, but it will require Hua Yue's consent. Otherwise, it will cause too much damage to her. She will try to talk to Hua Yue herself and convince her. Zhong believes that the girl will make the right decision. If she still does not agree, they will have no choice but to break up with her. She is more interested in how the master plans to deal with Jin Tianheng. Does he have confidence that he can defeat him? Defeating him is definitely possible, and if it doesn't work out, they always have support. Ji Tianheng is a man who doesn't value the lives of others, but over the long years of struggle, he has still achieved some success. Therefore, Chengsong has not yet figured out how to deal with him. Their strength may be equal. The main problem is that he uses people's lives as bait, and his complete disregard for human life is absolutely wrong. After dealing with the goddess of devastation, they would strip Jin Tianheng of his powers and turn him into an ordinary person. Since he despised ordinary people so much, let him experience what it was like to be someone he didn't respect. Zhang Ling thinks that this is a good idea. It will cause him more suffering than just death. She agrees with this plan, but they need to leave a mark on him so that if he suddenly decides to do something bad, they can stop him. The girl decided to hold a vote. Those who are in favor should raise their hand. There were 4 votes in favor, 1 abstained. Then, it was decided to act according to this plan. Yuan Yin is in a serious fight, so she doesn't have time for them now. Let them decide for themselves. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The girl said it was Yu Ling. Zhang Ling had a hard time persuading Yuan Yin to hide. The girl didn't want to leave the phone and the sacred sword that was in it. Yu Ling apologized for being so late. Could she come in? The guy simply nodded. For some reason, this scenario seems familiar to Chengsong. He feels a surge of energy. Can the guy find out why Ms. Yu Ling came? This question made Yu Lin nervous. She whispered all the letters of the alphabet in a second. She has something to ask for and would like to ask Mr. Cheng for help. Their family, the Xuanyuan, split 100 years ago due to disagreements over the direction of development and succession. One branch remained in Xuanyuan Mun. Another branch joined Xinyu Jiangge seeking protection. And here they are, this school. Currently, Xuanyuan Mun is increasingly dissatisfied with their branch of the Xuanyuan family, and they are constantly trying to absorb them. This is the amulet that her grandfather had treasured all his life. There is absolutely no way he could give it to Ji Tianheng, so he wanted to give this amulet to her, but for some reason he couldn't say it directly, so he came up with an excuse for you to take the amulet, avoiding it falling into the wrong hands. If this is true, it means that Grandpa really cares about them and does everything to protect them and this amulet from danger. He believes that he will be fine. The girl asked if their Xuanyuan branch encountered danger. Would the boy be able to come to their aid? At least let him not let their branch completely disappear from the world. When she was about 8 years old, her parents were killed in an attack, and her grandfather raised her. She doesn't want anything to happen to her grandfather either. Let him not worry. If necessary, he will immediately intervene. The girl thanked Mr. Chen for his support and assured that she would do everything possible to avoid conflicts. Yu Ling also said that if Mr. Cheng wants to touch, that is also not prohibited. In that case, he will immediately take advantage of such a great opportunity. Chengsong lightly touched the artifact, and his appraisal skill immediately activated. Zhang Ling said that the item can activate the Xuanyuan sword. Only when the artifact is combined with the Xuanyuan sword will it become complete. However, when the merger happens, there will be some strange changes. Yu Ling politely asked the guy to take his hand away. For some reason, she felt too hot here. She really thought Mr. Chen wanted to touch her leg. Cheng asked her if she was okay. Why was she so red? It was nothing serious. It would pass soon. If something is wrong, let him say. He has quite a few spiritual elixirs and miracle cures. He believes that her grandfather handed over this artifact for her to keep to avoid it falling into Xuanyuan men's hands, or to find the Xuanyuan sword and such things. Yu Ling thanked the guy for his time, but she had to go to bed to cheer for him tomorrow. Chengsong wished the girl good night. No one will ever know what happened to her. Zhang Ling told the owner that this was his chance, and he failed. The girl really thought that Mr. Cheng would understand everything the first time. How can she see him now? Was it necessary to make such a circus? They could have just closed the door and resolved everything calmly, without unnecessary noise. He was simply afraid that someone would not fulfill their obligations, so he invited local families to be witnesses. Jin Tianheng has always been such a braggart. Yesterday he was able to invite so many people to come and watch in half a day. Is he really so confident of his victory? When the rabbit waves the flags, the fight can be considered to have begun. Is Chung-song ready to get what he deserves for his harsh words yesterday? Of course he will answer. Only after he kicks his ass in the presence of his own people. The rabbit girl waved her flags, and a great battle between the two heirs began. No one was going to give in to this battle. But the winner will be the one who shows not only physical strength, but also tactical skill. Chung-song managed to get close to the boy. He cut his cheek with his divine sword. Chung asked Ji Tianheng if he wanted to continue fighting. The guy made it clear with his gesture that he would absolutely not give up. Chae-sun said that the one who wields power must put people first, and he is not worthy of such power. Ji Tianheng gathered all his might into this crushing blow, but Chang-song stood proudly in front of him and continued to stand. The guy left him without a weapon, so it turns out he lost. Snow White didn't want to admit his defeat. He thinks that it's not over yet. Chung-song noticed the power of the goddess of devastation in him. Overall, things are very bad. He will have to be destroyed. Zhongling ordered Yuling to disperse the crowd immediately. It's going to get hot here. They all need to get together and pool their strength. The owner may need their help at any moment. Now Huaye was finally convinced that the guy was not Taiyi's heir. The goddess of devastation was delighted. Everything had finally flared up. The part of the power separated from Taiyi had finally been released. To prevent the goddess of devastation's power from leaking out, he would have to devote most of his energy to maintaining the protective barrier. He may not be able to pay attention to them, so they should be careful. Wang Yin decided to feel like a superhero and went on the attack first. The girl decided to attack him head-on, but Ji Tianheng easily parried her blow. What followed was a counterattack from demonic energy, and Yuan Yin froze in place. But at the last moment, Chung-song managed to save her by reflecting the wave with his divine sword. He walked like a flash to deliver his blow from behind. But the guy managed to put up a protective barrier. Zhongling decided to show what she was capable of. Gathering all her power into one big wave, the girl sent it at him. However, it was all useless. He was too strong. They needed to act together. Chung-song asked if there was a way to destroy his shield. If she didn't maintain their barrier in its current state, then with a full-force strike, they would probably be able to destroy it. It's good that Hua Qing fills them with his spiritual energy. They need it more than ever. Hua Yua decided to stop her master. The girl easily overcame his barrier. She immediately sent all her strength towards him. Ji Tianheng clearly felt this blow all over his body. Yuan Yi activated all 5 of her elements and completely destroyed the demonic barrier. Chung-song tickled his back with his divine sword clone technique. Zhongling put a bold point by sending out a wave of her spiritual energy. The goddess of devastation began to lose control over his body. They must end him. Ji Tianheng used his last bit of strength to open her contract so that the girl could complete her task. Zhongling shouted at her that she had no time to think. Let her do what she had to do. Hua Yue pressed and cancelled the contract. Ji Tianheng thanked the girl for the years they spent together. The boy was trapped in a cube-shaped artifact. Despite all the disagreements, he left with a smile. Zhongling demanded that the owner immediately enter into a contract with Hua Yue. In her current state, it would be difficult for her to fully exist without an owner. Chung-song immediately began to merge, but the girl stopped for a moment. Zhongling couldn't understand. Could it be that she still had doubts? Let her not think about her Ji Tianheng. The most important thing now is her survival. Miss Zhang won't wait until she falls apart and then waste her energy on rebuilding her. Hua Yue finally decided to take this step and signed a contract with Chung-song. Zhongling was so exhausted that her legs were giving way. Finally, everything was decided, and now she could rest. Jing said that she was fine, but she would also rest a little to replenish her spiritual energy. Yuan Yin would drink that drink called Los Angeles water and go to bed right now. Hua Qing told the owner that she was doing well too. They had worked hard today. The boy thought, if he could be stronger, then Zhongling and the others wouldn't have to try so hard. The girl said that there was no point in blaming himself. None of them were in full fighting shape right now. Otherwise, it would be much easier to deal with him. Chung-song thanked Hua Qing for everything. If the master needs anything, he should not forget to call her. Suddenly, it started raining heavily. Yuling told the boy that it was time for them to go back. Chung-song noticed that Yuling was barefoot. The girl ran back to get an umbrella, but apparently because she couldn't run fast in heels, she simply took off her shoes. He suddenly hugged her, quietly thanking her for everything she did for him. Yuling was clearly not prepared for this turn of events. Zhongling thinks that the owner is certainly having a hard time today. He feels that he has failed to protect them. Fortunately, when they recover, Yuling is able to support him so that he doesn't worry too much. Hua Qing said that today's situation has only made things worse. They were already not at full strength, and now things have become even more difficult. Who would have thought that this divine spirit would become so strong after sucking the power out of Jitian Hung? And why did Jitian Hung have the power of a divine spirit? At this time, Chung Song came out of the hot shower, and Yu Ling was already bringing him fragrant coffee. Seeing Chang Song's muscular body, Yu Ling's legs suddenly buckled and she almost lost her balance. She's in an awkward situation again, and there's nothing she can do about it. The girl said that she had already notified the Wentian Union to deal with the aftermath, so Mr. Chang had nothing to worry about. Chung Song thanked her for the work she had done, and for the delicious coffee. In that case, Yu Ling said that she would not bother the guy anymore and would go to her room to rest. The boy received a message from his uncle asking him to come over tomorrow evening. He and his aunt would like to have dinner with him. Dinner is scheduled for 6 o'clock in the evening, and roast lamb is on the menu. What are they up to again? The guy thinks it's not good. Apparently, it's like a fox wishing a chicken a happy new year. Nothing good about it. Yu Ling couldn't get the moment when Chang hugged her out of her mind. It seemed like she really fell in love with him. What should she do next? She loses her head at the sight of him. This must not go on. When the girl woke up, she saw several missed messages from Chang Song. Chung Song wrote that he was away on business. His new address is Yuzhou, S City, 11th District, Street 45, Building 14. Yu Ling replied that everything was fine and that he should take care of himself. She was surprised that the answer came so quickly. It was time for her to go to Zizhou too. Chung Song arrived in S City to his uncle and aunt to have dinner with them. The man and his wife were overjoyed to see their nephew. Let him wash his hands and sit down at the table. Chung Song asked, what did they invite him for? Is there any business? The uncle gave him a menu and told the boy to choose whatever he wanted. He was the one treating today. Chung Song was surprised that his uncle was going to treat him. If he had business, he should just say so. They were one family. They could discuss everything openly. If you need to borrow money or have any other requests, it is better to let him speak directly. Uncle said that it was nothing special. There was just a person who really wanted to see him. The goddess of devastation appeared from behind and said that his uncle and aunt were good people. The uncle hurried the aunt to get ready faster. It was time for them to leave. The goddess of devastation said she was impressed by him. Chung was able to dispel her power. The guy believes that a child who is not controlled by anyone should be taught a good lesson. The girl thinks that Mr. Chang is a bit eloquent. Chang said that if she has nothing to do, she can try biting a lighter. The guy really has a good sense of humor. The goddess offered him a drink. He said that he liked cola better and advised not to drink so much. It would give me a headache. But she likes the taste of this liquid so much that she can't give it up. She doesn't intend to waste his time, so she gets straight to the point. The goddess wants Chung to join her, or at least for them not to be enemies.